Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-45, Battling Blood Crow. However, judging from Yang Kai's previous action, Blood Crow believed that the eerie technique couldn't be used as the other party pleased. Otherwise, Yang Kai could have instantly made him suffer a setback instead of waiting. After pondering on it for a moment, he guessed that a technique that could directly target a person's small universe was extremely brilliant, which required a lot of preparation. The characteristics of the technique were similar to some of the secret techniques he had heard of in the past. At the thought of this, he grinned. Since you've come all the way here to invite trouble to yourself, we'll settle the grudges between us today, boy. Yang Kai pointed his spear at him. I share the same sentiment. The reason he had come all the way to the shattered heaven was to go after the wind spirits. Since he had achieved his goal, he now had to get some training. The fact that Blood Crow managed to revive and escape from the blood monster cave heaven had something to do with him. Since he was partly responsible for it, Yang Kai naturally wanted to settle this issue. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the initiative to thrust out his spear to attack his opponent. Although both of them were in the Sixth Order, Yang Kai wouldn't dismiss this kind of old monster who was reborn by occupying someone else's body and think that he could easily defeat him. If he really believed so, he would be the one suffering a setback in the end. No one knew what this old fart, who was originally a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, had up his sleeves. Yang Kai had personally experienced Blood Crow's methods back in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, so there was no way he would underestimate his opponent. Faced with the ferocious attack, Blood Crow seemed to have been enraged as he clenched his fists and grasped a pair of twin butterfly daggers. As he surged his world force, his twin daggers started radiating a glow that spanned across several kilometers of the void as though a butterfly was fluttering its wings. Then, Blood Crow crossed the twin daggers in front of him and clashed with the tip of Azure Dragon's spear before pressing down the weapon as well as Yang Kai's imposing aura. Following that, he pushed his twin daggers forward in an attempt to behead Yang Kai in one motion. Instantly, Yang Kai tilted backwards as the daggers brushed past his forehead. He then wielded his spear and knocked back the twin daggers before following up with the stab of his weapon towards Blood Crow's chest. While moving backwards like a ghost, Blood Crow brought his right dagger down as though a mountain was descending upon Yang Kai. An unfazed Yang Kai swung his spear and pushed it towards Blood Crow's throat. As their world forces clashed, visible shockwaves blasted out. A few strands of Yang Kai's hair were cut, while there was a bit of redness on Blood Crow's throat. Only 2 or 3 breaths of time had passed since they began trading moves, but they had both respectively knocked on the gates of death at least once, which went to show how dangerous this confrontation was. There wasn't a moment for them to take a breath as they clashed with one another again, as though they had tacitly agreed to it. A battle between Open Heaven Realm Masters was all about the competition between the heritages of their small universes and how much world force they could bring forth. The more ample one's heritage was, the stronger the world force they could use, allowing them to gain the upper hand. The divine abilities and secret techniques were just like flowers decorating the bouquet. As such, it was rare to see cultivators like Yang Kai and Blood Crow who engaged in fierce close combat with their artifacts, as it was an extremely perilous form of battle. If they were not careful, both of them would be killed. Blood Crow had never expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless, and Yang Kai was surprised to learn that Blood Crow had such impressive combat prowess. Every move he made with the twin butterfly daggers was shocking, pushing Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear technique to the extreme as he attacked and defended simultaneously. For a time, the battle fell into a deadlock. Su Wang felt his blood boiling as he watched the battle before him. As a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, he was most fond of exchanging fists with his enemies. The cultivators from Bright King Cave Heaven were not good at using divine abilities or secret techniques, as their bodies were their most powerful artifacts. Every move they made was able to split heaven and earth apart. There was no doubt that a battle of the kind in front of him best was suited to his tastes. At that moment, his fighting spirit had been ignited. Nevertheless, before he could go over to help, the remaining 2 blood slaves came at him. It was apparent that they wouldn't allow him to assist Yang Kai on the battlefield. A helpless Su Wang could only fight the enemy before him. If he was still at the peak of his strength, He wouldn't have any regard for these blood slaves whose foundation was unstable as they had made it to the Sixth Order through some evil art. However, he had suffered for over a month under Blood Crow's oppression. After such consumption, Su Wong was only able to exert about 70% of his peak power. Faced with the two blood slaves, he realized that he wasn't able to defeat them easily in his current state. Fortunately, there was no risk of him losing the fight either. On the other hand, Blood Crow grew more astonished as the battle dragged on. When he saw that Yang Kai was able to easily destroy the two blood slaves earlier, he already realized the heritage of this brat's small universe was more ample than he thought. However, since he had his Seventh Order foundation, and he had repeatedly escaped from the pursuits of some Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he didn't have any regard for Yang Kai, who was also in the Sixth Order. It wasn't until they traded moves that he realized Yang Kai was a true anomaly. Blood Crow had never seen a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master whose heritage was as ample as Yang Kai's. Every time their world forces clashed, it was Blood Crow who would be the one at a disadvantage. It wouldn't have mattered if it was just once or twice, but the repeated clashes were causing his small universe to shake and destabilize. What made it feel even more inconceivable to him was that Yang Kai's spear technique was truly exquisite. The spear in his hands seemed to have come alive. Despite being an expert in melee combat himself, he still couldn't get the upper hand. His heritage wasn't as ample as that of Yang Kai, and his combat skills couldn't gain him an advantage. Meanwhile, his blood slaves had to hold Su Wong up. Hence, he was unable to defeat Yang Kai. At the thought of this, Blood Crow started considering fleeing. The reason he had survived for so many years and even found a chance to become reborn after years of suppression was that he could adapt to the circumstances. He wouldn't easily offend opponents that he could not defeat. Young people who were bold but inexperienced would always end up in a horrible state because of their pride and stubbornness. Although Blood Crow wasn't willing to admit it, he knew that Yang Kai was already invincible within the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. No one could defeat him unless they were a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. Before Blood Crow could make up his mind, though, Yang Kai found a chance to trace back his aura and used his cow punch again. At that instant, Blood Crow felt his small universe shaking violently. The mountains crumbled and everything appeared pale inside of him. It's that damn technique again. Blood Crow clenched his teeth while trying to suppress the weltering vitality in his chest and the turmoil in his small universe. Just then, he saw a great sun leaping into the air as the cawing of a golden crow echoed across the void. The darkness of space was illuminated by the brilliant light of the new sun, and a horrified expression filled Blood Crow's face. An expressionless Yang Kai lifted his spear to the great sun before thrusting it out at Blood Crow, timing it so that the latter still hadn't been able to stabilize his small universe. Initially, Yang Kai didn't use his divine manifestation to attack the blood cloud because Su Wong was still trapped inside it. If he really made a move, he would have harmed him as well. Afterwards, he still didn't use it because there wasn't a suitable opportunity. Although Golden Crow Cast the Sun was powerful, it would be pointless if Yang Kai missed his target. Since Cow Punch was immediately followed by Golden Crow Cast the Sun, Blood Crow had no choice but to face this attack head-on, regardless of how much strength he could actually exert. As expected, faced with the divine manifestation which was on par with the full-powered strike of a Seventh Order Master, Blood Crow could only counterattack by slashing out with his glowing twin daggers. However, his attempt was futile. As the great sun exploded, Yang Kai could faintly hear someone scream as Blood Crow turned into blood mist. As the light dimmed, Yang Kai didn't show any happiness following his successful attack and instead narrowed his eyes as he turned to look at Su Wong. One of the blood slaves that was attacking Su Wong was suddenly replaced by Blood Crow. I knew it. Yang Kai grumbled. He had definitely killed someone using his Golden Crow Cast the Sun just now, but just before his strike landed, he could feel that Blood Crow had exchanged places with one of his blood slaves. In other words, Yang Kai had killed a blood slave, not Blood Crow. Blood Crow, who had just used a secret technique to swap places with one of his slaves, appeared pale, like he had overexerted himself. Still, he swiftly slashed his twin daggers towards Su Wong. Upon seeing that, Su Wong became slightly flustered. Although it had been difficult for him to deal with the blood slaves, he wasn't in a disadvantageous position at the very least. Nevertheless, since one of the blood slaves was replaced by Blood Crow, the pressure he had to face intensified greatly. The twin daggers soon broke through Su Wong's world force defenses and were about to cut into him. At the most critical moment, Su Wong bent his body in an impossible angle and performed a hand seal by pressing his thumb against his middle finger as he roared, "Immovable Bright King." A golden light exploded out, but was soon destroyed by Blood Crow. The twin daggers stabbed almost a palm's length into Su Wong's flesh, causing him to bleed. Fortunately, as a cultivator from Bright King Cave Heaven, his body was extremely robust, so a palm's length was the best Blood Crow could achieve in his current state. Seeing that his attempt had failed, Blood Crow landed a kick on Su Wong's shoulder and sent him flying away. In the meantime, he turned into a bloodlight and directly shot towards the depths of the void. Meanwhile, the only surviving blood slave turned around and pounced on Yang Kai. It was apparent that Blood Crow knew that Yang Kai would try to stop him, so he ordered the blood slave to get into his opponent's way. Yang Kai was indeed rushing over. The moment he realized that something was off, he knew that Su Wong was in trouble. Nevertheless, Blood Crow's methods were truly profound and unpredictable, so he was late to rescue Su Wong. Seeing that Su Wong was wounded by the twin daggers and sent flying away, which left him badly injured, Yang Kai was quite vexed. As he stared fixedly at the blood light that was fleeing, he thrust his spear forward ruthlessly. The blood slave that was coming at Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge, though. Instead, his figure started radiating a red glow as his blood appeared to be boiling. Yang Kai frowned, but it was too late by the time he realized that something was wrong. The blood slave directly detonated and turned into a blood cloud before engulfing Yang Kai in it. At that instant, all he could see was red. In order to create a chance for himself to flee, Blood Crow had readily abandoned a sixth-order blood slave. It went to show that he was truly determined. With that said, he knew that a blood slave was unable to hold Yang Kai up for a long time. After all, he also wasn't a match for Yang Kai. So how was a blood slave, who had lost his mind and was blinded by rage, supposed to persevere for a long time? Earlier, 2 blood slaves were killed by Yang Kai in 3 breaths. Therefore, Blood Crow decided to detonate the blood slave and trap Yang Kai for a while, so that he would stand a greater chance of fleeing. Although the blood cloud was eerie and corrosive, it couldn't stop the burning power of the Golden Crow's true fire. As such, after a dozen breaths of time, Yang Kai, who was covered in a black flame, left the blood cloud unscathed. The initially thick blood cloud had also become very thin due to the fire. As he looked around, Yang Kai realized that Blood Crow was nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai gazed in a particular direction and sneered. "Do you really think you can flee from me?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-46, Pursuit. Since Yang Kai was an expert in space principles, he was unmatched when it came to both fleeing and pursuing enemies. Although Blood Crow was nowhere to be seen, he would not be able to get rid of Yang Kai if the latter insisted on chasing after him. Yang Kai didn't immediately pursue, though. Instead, he moved and appeared in front of Su Wong the next instant. The wounds on this guy's chest were still bleeding, and he looked slightly pale. Moreover, his injuries were infected with some kind of strange power that squirmed like a snake and consumed Su Wong's blood essence to strengthen itself. Although Su Wong was trying his best to suppress it, it would take him some time to get rid of the eerie blood principles technique. "Just leave me here and pursue the enemy, junior brother." Su Wong looked up and said. Yang Kai nodded gently. "Please be cautious, senior brother Su." Su Wong flashed a smile at him. "I won't die since I have a strong body. Go now. I'll follow after you soon." Without speaking further, Yang Kai followed the trail and pursued Blood Crow. Blood Crow had fully comprehended the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture, and his understanding of the Tao of blood was deep. He was able to flee rapidly by using blood principles, but this kind of speed paled when it was compared to space principles. Although he had a several dozen breaths of time head start, and he had been changing directions to throw Yang Kai off, he was still unable to shake off the latter. One day later, in the depths of the shattered heaven, the two once more engaged in an intense battle. Blood Crow was previously defeated, so he knew that he wasn't a match for Yang Kai. In this battle, he was no longer as imposing as before. After persisting for about half an instant, he was already at a disadvantage, which put him in a perilous situation. Just when Yang Kai was about to kill him ruthlessly, Blood Crow suddenly clenched his teeth and split into three. Not only were these figures identical, but there was also no difference between their auras. All of them were even holding twin butterfly daggers in their hands. The three Blood Crows formed into a triangular formation and launched an attack on Yang Kai in an imposing manner. Yang Kai warded them off with his spear, but was still pushed back 100 kilometers. When he raised his head again, he saw that the three Blood Crows had turned into separate rays of lights and fled in three different directions. The three Blood Crows then each split into three again. Presently, there were 9 Blood Crows. Although Yang Kai was knowledgeable and experienced, he still couldn't help but frown at this sight. He released his divine sense to scan these 9 clones, but he was unable to identify which one was the real Blood Crow. The fact that Blood Crow was able to split into 9 in the first place was amazing. The Grand Evolution Immortal Blood Light scripture was truly abstruse. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai lifted his spear and chased after the nearest Blood Crow. Since he was unable to find the real one, he simply decided to kill all 9 of them. This dragged on into a lengthy pursuit. 1 month later, 8 Blood Crows were killed by Yang Kai using his Azure Dragon Spear, and the only remaining one was running for his life. Yang Kai didn't think he would be so unlucky to the point where he had killed 8 fake Blood Crows out of 9, so he could only speculate that all 9 Blood Crows were fake, but at the same time, all of them were also real. In other words, as long as any one of the 9 Black Crows was still alive, he would not die. 5 days later, Yang Kai finally caught up to the last Blood Crow. During the fierce battle that followed, Blood Crow was powerless to counterattack. At the most critical moment, he detonated himself and turned into countless blood-colored crows that fled in all directions. Although Yang Kai attempted to kill them all, some of them successfully escaped. Despite being at an advantage, Yang Kai still couldn't help but lament that Blood Crow had innumerable ways of fleeing, which was an eye-opening experience. He had never seen a person that was so hard to kill. On a shattered spirit province in the serene void, Blood Crow sported a gloomy expression as he gulped down a large amount of open heaven pills to replenish his energy. Although he had escaped from death twice, he had never been more embarrassed. He was once hunted down by the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven, but they were unable to push him to his limits. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was only in the 6th Order, let him have a taste of the worst time of his life. Although the Tao of Blood was amazing, the Tao of Space was even more abstruse. Faced with such a master, Blood Crow felt helpless while trying to flee. At that moment, he felt fortunate that the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven who pursued him were not experts in the Tao of Space. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived. After a long time of running and using several highly consuming secret techniques, Blood Crow was finally able to catch his breath. Presently, his aura was so weak he could only exert 50% of his peak strength. Just then, he saw a few rays of lights approaching him. He was now frightened by the slightest sound after being pursued by Yang Kai. So when he saw these lights, he became horrified and almost instinctively fled. However, he soon realized that none of them was Yang Kai. Instead, they were some cultivators who had come together to explore the Shattered Heaven. Although there were not a lot of people in the depths of the Shattered Heaven, there were still some. Most of them were cultivators from second-class great forces who came searching for opportunities. That was because this place was where many ancient great experts, who were all high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, passed away in an epic battle. Besides the legacy artifacts these masters had left behind, there were also a lot of universe paradises and universe cave heavens hidden in the void. Those were the small universes of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters that had remained after their deaths. Unfortunately, the entrances to such places were usually very well hidden. Shadowless Cave Heaven, which Yang Kai had ventured into before, was one such universe cave heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, the second-class great forces were neither the best nor the worst. That was why the universe paradises and universe, cave heavens and the shattered heaven were deathly attractive to them. If they could find one of the entrances, they would have an exclusive right to the resources inside, which were the former belongings of a high-rank open heaven realm master. Since time immemorial, many sects had found rich rewards in the shattered heaven that helped increase their collective strength. Therefore, in the 3,000 worlds, many second-class great forces would send their top cultivators to the shattered heaven to search around in the hope that they could gain something. When the blood monster cave heaven opened up, it caught the attention of everyone in the 3,000 worlds. Even many cave heavens and paradises had sent their disciples into that place to get some training, so nothing need be said about the hidden treasures in the shattered heaven. Presently, the people approaching Blood Crow were cultivators from a second-class great force. There were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom were in the 5th order. Since Blood Crow had been pursued by Yang Kai, he had been cautiously hiding his aura. Furthermore, he was still a 6th order open heaven realm master. Therefore, when this group of 4 was approaching, they were not aware of his existence. It wasn't until they landed on the ground that they saw Blood Crow, whose face was as pale as a white sheet. The Shattered Spirit Province was only a dozen square kilometers in size, so it was impossible for them to not notice him. The 4 of them were stunned as the elderly man at the front gazed vigilantly at Blood Crow. The Shattered Heaven was a lawless land where one's background was useless and only the fittest could survive. Many disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would be killed in this place every year, and the great forces behind them were unable to avenge their deaths since they often couldn't even find the murderers. In a place like this, someone who dared to move around on his own was definitely not weak. Blood Crow appeared to be anxious and weakened though, which allowed the 4 of them to set their minds at ease. A middle-aged man darted his eyes around, then shuffled towards Blood Crow with a smile as he asked amicably, "Are you hurt?" Blood Crow, who was seated on the ground, tensed up and nodded faintly. The smile on the middle-aged man's face became brighter. "Don't panic. My name is CDE, and I'm a doctor who is best at healing wounds. If you don't mind it, I can perform a checkup on you." Despite what he said, he didn't ask for Blood Crow's permission as he grabbed the other person's wrist. A seemingly powerless Blood Crow was easily grasped by CDE, who froze the next instant as a blood mist came right at him and snuck into his body through his 7 orifices. Blood Crow, who hadn't moved until now, curled his lips into a smile. He then let out a sigh of pleasure. The other 3 people were fully aware of what CDE was up to when they saw what he was doing, but they didn't intend to stop him. Newcomers to the Shattered Heaven wouldn't proactively provoke others. However, if they stayed long enough, they'd find out that human nature could be very crooked in places like this. Here, it was common to kill others and steal their belongings. Since CDE was facing away from the 3 of them, they were not aware that his face had been covered in blood mist. A moment later, when the only woman among them saw that CDE didn't speak or move at all, she finally realized that something was off. As she frowned, she called out, "Seen your brother, C?" CDE naturally didn't respond to her. The old man sported a cold expression and his murderous intent surged as he bellowed, "Something is wrong." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an eerie laugh that sounded more like the cawing of a crow. CDE's burly figure was suddenly covered in a layer of blood mist. The next instant, he turned into a puddle of blood while his clothes were corroded and melted away. The sitting man, whose face was pale earlier, slowly got to his feet while his clothes flapped around him despite there being no wind. His 6th order aura was also exposed at this point. He opened his mouth and sucked all the blood into his stomach, which restored some of the color to his pale face. He then licked his lips and let out a long breath. "I finally restored some energy." The old man's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Blood Crow Divine Monarch." It was a title that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Cultivators who wandered around the Shattered Heaven definitely knew who Blood Crow Divine Monarch was. Over the recent years, many cultivators had lost their lives because of this man. It was rumored that this person was an expert in blood principles, and his targets would all be melted down into blood, which he then fed upon to enhance his strength. They had never expected that they would come across this Devil Lord when they merely wanted to get some rest on this shattered spirit province. It also never crossed their minds that the infamous Devil Lord would pretend to be weak so that one of them would make a move and then become his food. It was rumored that Blood Crow Divine Monarch was always accompanied by several blood slaves who were all in the Sixth Order. Any one of them could easily defeat their group. However, Blood Crow Divine Monarch didn't seem to have any blood slaves with him today. Martial Peak, Chapter 46-47. Open Heaven Realm Masters gather together. Nevertheless, blood slaves were nowhere to be seen while Blood Crow Divine Monarch himself appeared to be badly injured. It was apparent that he had battled against someone powerful recently. Otherwise, given his strength, he would have directly killed them instead of pretending to be anxious. The old man immediately made a decision. He's injured, attack together. He had considered the possibility of fleeing, but faced with such an infamous person, they would be doomed if they did that. Instead, if the three of them could work together, they would stand a chance to survive. They naturally were not a match for Blood Crow Divine Monarch if the latter was still at his peak. However, an injured Blood Crow might not want to get into a prolonged fight with them. It had to be said that the old man was pretty resolute, and he was just as bold as when he was young. Right after he yelled, he took the initiative to launch an attack on Blood Crow. The woman lagged behind slightly, but she soon charged forward and cast a stunning divine ability. On the other hand, the last man appeared horrified. As though he hadn't heard the old man, he instantly turned around and fled. Blood Crow didn't move as he allowed their divine abilities to strike him. The lower part of his body turned into blood mist as he laughed in a wicked manner. If the four of you had made a move together earlier, this monarch might have been put in a difficult position, but now, how dare two Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm trash act arrogant in front of this monarch? Following that, the blood cloud beneath him swelled up and covered the old man and the woman. The woman exclaimed in horror while the old man was equally flustered. Despite their best efforts, they were still not spared the calamity as they were instantly shrouded in the blood cloud. A moment later, the blood cloud streamed back into Blood Crow's body while the old man and the woman were nowhere to be found. Even their clothes had been melted down, only leaving behind two worn-out space rings. The color on Blood Crow's face had been restored as he licked his lips and muttered under his breath, "It's not enough. It's not enough." His gaze seemed able to penetrate the void as he looked in the direction where the last man had fled. Following that, he turned into a blood light and flew after him. A short while later, the man was intercepted by Blood Crow. His face was as pale as a white sheet as he fell on his knees and kowtowed. "Please don't kill me, Divine Monarch. Please don't kill me." Blood Crow chuckled. "But this monarch is hungry. Where should I get my food if I don't kill you?" The man was terrified at first, then he recalled something and exclaimed, "I know where you can obtain a full meal, Divine Monarch. There are many people in that place. You can go there." Blood Crow arched his brow. "Oh?" The person immediately spilled everything he knew, then looked cautiously at Blood Crow. "I'm willing to submit to Divine Monarch and obey your orders." Blood Crow nodded gently. "How thoughtful of you." While still keeping his guard up, the man put on a fawning smile. "In that case, why don't you become one with me? This monarch can grant you an eternal life." Blood Crow released a blood mist that looked like two rivers and engulfed the man instantly. Following a shriek, silence fell again. Blood Crow retrieved his blood mist as his aura stabilized. The Sixth Order blood slaves he had spent decades nurturing were all been killed, so if Yangkai hadn't been chasing him, he wouldn't mind taking on a new blood slave and nurturing him. It would take a few years for that person to ascend to the Sixth Order and become a useful aid. However, since he couldn't get rid of Yangkai, and he also desperately needed to restore his strength, he wouldn't waste any time on a mere Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master now. He then turned to look in a particular direction. According to the man, before his death, many Open Heaven Realm Masters had gathered together in that place for some reason, as though they had discovered something. The group of four were initially surveying that area as well. Unfortunately, they came across that large group of people and had no choice but to flee since they were too weak to remain. It never crossed their minds that they would encounter Blood Crow Divine Monarch and be killed. Blood Crow wasn't interested in what those people had discovered, but he drooled over those open heaven realm masters as they were no different from delicacies in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't mind obtaining whatever treasure they had discovered while he was at it. He then turned into a bloodlight and shot forward in that direction before disappearing into the distance. 1 hour later, Yang Kai arrived and landed on the Shattered Spirit Province. After looking around, he furrowed his brow. He could detect some traces of a Blood Principle's secret technique in this place. It was apparent that Blood Crow had stayed here for a short while, and apparently some unlucky people must have bumped into him and gotten killed. During his pursuit, Yang Kai almost lost track of Blood Crow. Nevertheless, since he had found the vestiges of a Blood Principle's secret technique in this place, he reckoned that he was heading in the right direction. The next moment, he sped off into the void. Hours later, Yang Kai was stunned by the sight that fell upon his eyes. That was because in the middle of the void, over 200 open heaven realm masters, some as individuals or in small groups, had gathered together. They were scattered in a radius of several dozen kilometers, and it wasn't certain what they were doing. However, Yang Kai could detect a faint aura of Blood Principles in this region. Blood Crow is here. Others might not be able to notice it, but Yang Kai had been pursuing that man and had fought against him several times. As such, he was quite sensitive to the aura of Blood Principles. Even though Blood Crow was trying to suppress it, Yang Kai could still detect it. Yang Kai swept a glance over the crowd and sneered. Was Blood Crow trying to hide among the crowd so that he couldn't find him? It had to be said that Blood Crow's move was bold, but also effective. That was because after scanning the 200-plus open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai still couldn't find Blood Crow. On the other hand, his arrival had caught the attention of many people as he felt some faint divine senses scanning him. After Blood Crow Divine Monarch was reborn, not only did he still possess the techniques and experiences he had in the past life, but he had also comprehended the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture that originally belonged to Blood Monster Divine Monarch. It was said that when one mastered the Bloodlight scripture, one could be reborn from a single drop of blood, thus allowing one to become immortal and indestructible. Yang Kai had seen the myriad of ways Blood Crow could flee, so he figured the latter's concealment skills were also excellent. All of a sudden, Yang Kai caught a glimpse of a certain white-robed youth and frowned. The young man, on the other hand, didn't conceal his contempt and disdain. The two gazed at each other as though there was an irresolvable blood feud between them. Yang Kai soon remembered this person. Previously, after he dropped Wukwang off in Shattered Heaven Star City, he leaned against the windowsill, looked down, and saw this white-robed man. At that time, Yang Kai was instinctively repulsed by this young man. He initially thought that he was affected by the mood he was in at that time. However, he still felt the same way the second time they met. The young man was followed by a young woman that looked like a maidservant. Standing behind the young man, she bared her fangs at Yang Kai, as though she was a fierce tigress. Yang Kai retracted his gaze while feeling puzzled. He didn't understand why he would feel hostile towards a stranger. After pulling himself together, he approached the nearest open heaven realm master and asked with a smile, "Fellow brother, what's everyone doing here?" Since more than 200 open heaven realm masters had gathered together in this place, something important must be about to happen. However, Yang Kai had observed the place for a while but couldn't see anything, which was why he was perplexed. This man didn't show his aura, so it wasn't certain what his order was, but he was tall and burly. At this moment, he was staring intently at somewhere in the void. As he was interrupted by Yang Kai, he shot him a displeased glance. "You'll find out soon. Why did you even ask?" Yang Kai scratched his nose. The burly man had not circulated his strength, so Yang Kai couldn't find out the other party's order. On the other hand, his sixth order aura was conspicuous as he had just flown over. Since the burly man was still unperturbed when facing a sixth order open heaven realm master like him, it was apparent that he was also in the sixth order. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so haughty. What's more, this burly man wasn't the only sixth order open heaven realm master in this place. Yang Kai grew curious as he wondered what good thing was in this place that had attracted so many open heaven realm masters. since he couldn't find Bloodcrow for the time being, and it wasn't like he could interrogate all 200 of the people here. Yang Kai decided to sit down with his legs crossed and act accordingly. A few days passed, but still nothing happened. On the other hand, there were now more than 300 Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place. There was no doubt that they had received some news. Many of them appeared excited as though they were looking forward to something. Yang Kai tooted in amazement. He had heard that there were many Open Heaven Realm Masters who would venture into the Shattered Heaven to look for treasures. Nevertheless, while he was heading to the Astral Wind Divine Ability some time ago, he didn't come across anyone, so he thought that it was just an exaggerated rumor. It wasn't until he saw it with his eyes now that he realized the truth. It was just that the Shattered Heaven was too vast, so it was hard for one to come across anyone without some common purpose. A few days later, a ray of light was seen approaching from the distance. Sensing a familiar aura, Yang Kai instantly turned his head. The person paused for a moment when he arrived, but when he saw Yang Kai, he directly landed beside him. Yang Kai nodded in response. The person was none other than Su Wang from Bright King Cave Heaven. Previously, after Bloodcrow escaped, Su Wang had to recover from an extended struggle and his new wounds, so he told Yang Kai to leave him there, and that he would look for him at a later time. However, during the pursuit, Yang Kai had changed directions many times and crossed billions of kilometers. It was commendable that Su Wang could actually find him. Su Wang let out a breath and looked around in amazement. What are so many people doing here? With a helpless smile, Yang Kai shook his head. I have no idea. A stunned Su Wang asked, What are you doing here if you have no idea? Bloodcrow is somewhere around here? What? Su Wang arched his brow. As he recalled what Bloodcrow had done to him, he became furious and scanned his surroundings in an aggressive manner. You won't find him. He used some kind of special technique to conceal himself. I can only detect a faint aura. What should we do then? Su Wang knitted his brows. Despite knowing that Bloodcrow was here, they still couldn't find his whereabouts, which was why he was vexed. Just wait. Yang Kai replied impassively. He'll expose himself eventually. Just when Su Wang was about to speak, a fluctuation of space principles was suddenly felt coming from the void. Following that, a bean-sized black dot appeared in the originally empty space. At that instant, the several hundred Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had been waiting in this place all this time, became energized as they looked fervently at the black dot. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-48. Wait and see. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the black in the void soon expanded to the size of a baby's fist. Furthermore, the aura of another universe world wafted from the black dot. Yang Kai arched his brow as he finally understood why so many people had gathered together in this place. Su Wang exclaimed, It's a universe cave heaven. The black dot that suddenly appeared in the void was actually a portal that led to a universe cave heaven. The small universes of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were corporeal. If their small universe didn't collapse when they passed away, there was a chance for them to merge with the void. The small universes left behind by 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after their deaths were called Universe Paradises, while the ones left behind by 8th Order and 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were called Universe Cave Heavens. There were countless great territories in the 3,000 worlds. There might be some existing Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens in any great territory, but it was always hard to find the entrances to these hidden worlds. Of all the great territories, there was no doubt that the Shattered Heaven had the highest number of Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens. After all, this was the place where many great experts fought against one another in ancient times. Countless high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had passed away here. Many of the sects in the 3,000 worlds, especially the second-class Great Forces, had their own teams deployed into the Shattered Heaven all year round in the hope that they could find those hidden portals. Before coming to the Shattered Heaven, Yang Kai thought about the possibility of him discovering such a portal, but that remained a casual thought, as he didn't have any high hopes of it. The Shattered Heaven had existed for countless years already, so the portals that were easy to find had all been discovered. Those that were not yet discovered must be extremely well hidden. Moreover, the Shattered Heaven was vast. Even though he was a master of space principles, he might not be able to find anything even if he searched. However, Yang Kai had never expected that while chasing after Blood Crow, he would come across a portal that led to a universe cave heaven. This was the legacy that was left behind by an open heaven realm master that was at least in the 8th order, possibly containing that master's entire inheritance. Even other high-rank open heaven realm masters would be tempted, not to mention those in the mid-rank. While Yang Kai was in a dazed state, the black dot had expanded to the size of a palm. All of a sudden, right in front of everyone's eyes, the portal that led to the universe cave heaven contracted and disappeared as though it had never existed before. Yang Kai and Su Wang were stunned upon seeing that. The burly man, who was asked a question by Yang Kai some time ago, was initially looking forward to entering the portal. All his energy was about to surge as he was ready to dash into it. However, all his hopes were crushed since the portal had abruptly disappeared. He then let out a sigh and cursed. According to his mutterings, it seemed this wasn't the first time such an incident happened. There were many times in the past when the portal didn't successfully open. It was then that Yang Kai realized why this place had attracted so many people to come together. It was apparent that for some reason, the portal of this universe cave heaven started showing signs of opening recently, but there were many times when it didn't fully open. After word got out, many open heaven realm masters started gathering in this place in the hope that they could go in and snatch up the treasures when the portal fully opened. Could you forcefully open it if you make a move, junior brother? Su Wang secretly asked. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai nodded. It would take some effort. It was then Su Wang arched his brow. You're truly incredible, junior brother. Suddenly realizing something, Yang Kai turned to look at him. You know me, senior brother Su? The question was somewhat strange. After all, they had just parted ways outside of the astral wind divine ability after only exchanging names. Nevertheless, from the questions Su Wang was asking, he seemed to know about him. With a smile, Su Wang replied, I found your name familiar when I first heard it, and after witnessing you take action, I finally recalled that there was a person who had embarrassed the cave heavens and paradises in the Dao Theory Assembly in Enyang Cave Heaven back then. Even a core disciple of Thousand Cranes Paradise was killed. Furthermore, the Star Boundary and High Heaven territory has become household names since the appearance of a world tree over there. Even though this Su doesn't care about worldly affairs, it's not like I'm deaf. There are trillions upon trillions of people in the 3,000 worlds, and countless people share the same names. However, you're a 6th order open heaven realm master, and even Blood Crow, who has been reborn by occupying someone else's body, was not a match for you. If I can't figure out who you are, I'd be embarrassing my own sect. Bright King Cave Heaven. Yang Kai nodded gently. There was a shocked expression on Su Wang's face as he asked, Are you really that Voidlands Yang Kai? Yang Kai broke into laughter. Haven't you already figured it out? Su Wang landed a slap on his own forehead and grinned. It was just a speculation, but I hadn't expected it to be true. He then looked fervently at him. I heard that you killed Zhuoquan Hui. Is that true? Yang Kai replied, It's true, but there's a lot more to that story. I didn't achieve that on my own. Su Wang nodded. Regardless of how you did it, it's astonishing enough already that you were able to kill a 7th order open heaven realm master while only being in the 6th order. You're stronger than I am. I should probably call you senior brother instead. As he spoke, there was a bashful expression on his face. When he first met Yang Kai, he immediately claimed to be the senior brother. At that time, he just thought that other than the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, no one else in the 6th order could be a match for him. Since he was now aware that this person was the famous Yang Kai, he didn't have the nerve to claim that he was a senior brother to him. Yang Kai replied with a smile, Well, you're definitely older than I am, senior brother Su. Su Wang rolled his eyes. Why don't you just say that my aptitude is worse than yours? He was an open-minded person, though, and since Yang Kai didn't mind calling him senior brother, he wouldn't be concerned either. After straightening his face, Su Wang looked at the spot where the portal appeared and asked, I wonder who the senior expert was that left behind this universe cave heaven. Do you want to open it, junior brother? Yang Kai shook his head. There are too many people watching over the portal now. If we make any rash moves, we'll just draw public outrage. We'd be better off just waiting and seeing. Moreover, I don't know where Bloodcrow is. It will be troublesome if he launches a sneak attack on us while we're distracted." Suwang nodded in agreement. Thus, they continued waiting in silence. A few days later, the portal appeared once again. Previously, it had expanded to the size of a palm and disappeared. This time, it had expanded to the size of a wash basin. Yongkai had no idea how many times this portal had appeared before, but it seemed that it was getting bigger every time it opened. The reason the people around here never made a move was that the portal was not large enough for a human to pass through. If they forcefully tried to enter through it, it might lead to some unexpected consequences. From the looks of it, the portal would be large enough for them to enter after 2 more openings. By then, there would be a fierce struggle between the evenly matched opponents for control of the entrance. It was apparent that Bloodcrow had been hiding in this place without exposing his aura because he wanted to sneak into this universe cave heaven and get rid of Yongkai. Certainly, Yongkai wouldn't let him achieve his goal. He had learned how hard it was to kill Bloodcrow. If he couldn't destroy him this time, it would be extremely difficult to do so after the latter recovered. Although there were some grudges between them, Bloodcrow was the one who had suffered most of the setbacks. If Yongkai hadn't ruined his original plan, he would have refined the Blood Monster Divine Palace and occupied it. If he were successful, all the resources in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven would have belonged to him. Bloodcrow could have slowly restored his strength instead of wandering around in the shattered heaven. From Yongkai's perspective, it wasn't necessary for him to destroy the other party. However, he also had his eyes on the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. He had comprehended parts of the Bloodlight Scripture in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven before, so he knew that the secret art was truly abstruse. Unfortunately, those tablets there were not complete, so he was unable to have a full picture of the secret art. The Bloodlight Scripture was a secret art related to the Tao of Blood. If he could fully comprehend it, it would be immensely beneficial to his Dragon Clan bloodline. Besides him, the Dragon Clan members from Voidland would benefit as well. Even the other divine spirits might be able to have a clearer picture of their futures by learning this secret art. Bai Shi and Juin once told him that the way divine spirits cultivated was different from that of human cultivators. For the divine spirits, it was all about improving their bloodline. The stronger their bloodline, the more powerful they would be. The Bloodlight Scripture might be useful to the divine spirits in Voidland. Even if it wasn't the key to unlocking the shackles of their bloodlines, they would still get something out of it. Therefore, if Yongkai could capture Bloodcrow, he would not hesitate to make a move against him. Nevertheless, this guy was even more adept than Yongkai at fleeing and saving himself. That was the reason Yongkai hadn't managed to achieve his goal. A few days later, the portal opened up again, and it was 2 times larger than before. It seemed that just like Yongkai had speculated, the portal would be large enough for the cultivators to pass through when it opened one more time. Certainly, the other open heaven realm masters who had gathered together in this place had figured this out as well. Therefore, these hundreds of people, who were initially calm and quiet, now became tense and morose. They secretly circulated their strength so that when the portal opened again, they could immediately charge into it and gaze upon the magnificence of the universe cave heaven. As time passed, the tension in the air intensified as they all looked around with vigilance. Suddenly, there came a moment when 6 people moved forward and stood right in front of the portal. Seeing that, Suwang snorted. Ridiculous. These people apparently wanted to stay close to the portal and be the first to enter. Although they appear to be fairly powerful, the open heaven realm masters at the scene naturally wouldn't allow them to achieve their goal. If they ignited public outrage, they would be knocked out of the competition in advance. However, as soon as Suwang finished speaking, a few more groups of people came forward from all directions. The numbers of people varied from 2 to 8. Soon, over 30 people had gathered together in front of the portal. These people then surrounded the portal as though they had already agreed upon it. The next instant, they activated their auras together. The onlookers, who initially looked teasingly at them, had their expressions changed, while Suwang turned solemn as well. That was because 7 out of the more than 30 people were in the 6th order. The rest of them were weaker, but they were all in the 5th order. It was apparent that they didn't come from the same great force. They belonged to about 5 to 6 different sects, but since they knew each other, they had secretly come to an agreement to help each other out. As soon as they made a move, they were in an advantageous position, and the rest had to be wary of these people. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-49, Muddy Waters. Although 30 or so people was not a lot, the 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them were intimidating enough. Therefore, while the onlookers were displeased to see that this group of people had joined forces to get ahead, they wouldn't dare to reprimand them. The burly man, who was standing not far away from Yang Kai, spat with a dark expression. He then took a glance at Yang Kai and Su Wang before asking, "Why don't we join forces?" Yang Kai smiled without replying to him while Su Wang didn't bother to respond. The burly man thought that they were timid, so he said with disdain, "People like you can never obtain anything in life. Just wait and see if there are any scraps left for you." He then stopped paying attention to them as he looked around in an attempt to seek reliable allies. Just then, Yang Kai looked up and said in a small voice, "It's about to start." A faint fluctuation of space principles was felt coming from the void. While others might not notice it, the fluctuation was as conspicuous as a light in the darkness for Yang Kai. As expected, right after he finished speaking, a black dot appeared at the spot where the portal had opened up several times before. At that instant, hundreds of gazes turned to look at the black dot. The burly man didn't have enough time to get any allies as he stared fixedly at the black dot as well. In the blink of an eye, the black dot expanded to the size of a fist. Judging from the previous circumstances, the portal would be large enough for humans to pass through this time. The over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters around the portal who had temporarily joined forces appeared excited and nervous. Right then, a middle-aged man who was on his own shuffled forward from a particular direction. He looked just like the average cultivator when he took the first step, but his speed doubled when he took his second step, and it doubled again when he took a third step. More than 10 steps later, he turned into a ray of light and attempted to crash into the portal like a meteor. The over 30 Open Heaven Realm Masters instantly felt threatened upon seeing that. All 7 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters turned to look at him as one of them bellowed, "Please be patient, friend." They didn't intend to stop others from entering the universe cave heaven. They just wanted to be the first to enter. However, the portal hadn't fully opened when someone came forward to make a scene. The person who called out just now naturally wanted to stop him. As he spoke, he pushed out a palm that didn't carry any murderous intent. It was obvious that he just wanted to make the middle-aged man back down for now. The middle-aged man was unperturbed and didn't even try to dodge the attack from the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Instead, while moving forward, he simply swung his sleeve. Instantly, his world force surged like a tsunami as Seventh Order pressure swept out across the void. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who made a move had his expression change drastically as he felt an immense force coming right at him. He lost his footing immediately and was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string in the next moment. Besides him, the more than 30 people around the portal were all sent flying away as well. The weaker Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters spat blood as their faces turned pale. The turn of events stunned everyone, as no one had expected that a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had hidden among them. After the Seventh Order middle-aged man made a move, all the people around the portal were blown away. The portal happened to be fully open when the man arrived, and without stopping, he dashed inside and disappeared. Following that, a few figures flew forward from different directions. There was an old woman whose hair was all gray, a young boy with delicate skin, and a woman with a curvy figure. All of them exuded Seventh Order auras. These people had all come here independently. The hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were supposed to be scrambling into the portal, were shaking like quails in the winter without nests as none of them dared to move a muscle. A small number of figures streamed into the universe, cave heaven, and disappeared. As soon as the last person entered it, the portal contracted and vanished. The rest of the crowd was vexed upon seeing that the portal had disappeared. After all, they had been waiting here for days, but they didn't even have a chance to enter. However, since so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters had entered the universe cave heaven, these people wouldn't dare to pass through even if it was still open. To do so would be no different from trying to snatch food from tigers. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he muttered, "There are so many high-rank masters here." He had never expected that so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm masters had hidden among these hundreds of Open Heaven Realm masters. Suwang snorted, "They're just timid and useless people. They don't deserve the title of high rank." A shocked Yang Kai gazed at him. Are they not from the cave heavens or paradises? If those people were from the cave heavens and paradises, they would be considered Su Wang's seniors, and he wouldn't have made such a disdainful remark. Su Wang scoffed, "There is no scum like them in the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai frowned in puzzlement, as though knowing what was on the other man's mind. Su Wang sighed, "The shattered heaven is more complicated than you think, junior brother. The waters are muddy here. There are even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the shattered heaven, not to mention 7th Order ones." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was astounded. How can that be? If that was true, he wondered why he hadn't heard of them before. He was fully aware of how dangerous the shattered heaven was, but it never crossed his mind that there were 7th Order and even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place. He wouldn't have believed it if it wasn't Su Wang who said it. Su Wang went on to say, "They have been living here for a long time, and they usually don't expose their cultivation. That's why most people are not aware of their existence. In any case, it's true that there are many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven." Yang Kai's expression changed, and then he asked slowly, "There's something I've always been curious about. Would you please enlighten me, senior brother Su?" Su Wang turned to look at him. "Please ask, junior brother." Great forces in the 3,000 worlds are categorized into different classes. A great force with only low-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters is 3rd class, while a great force with mid-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters is 2nd class. Only the cave heavens and paradises can be considered 1st-class great forces. Logically, 3rd-class great forces would become 2nd-class one day, and 2nd-class great forces would become 1st-class one day. After all, even if there are no cultivators who have directly ascended to the 6th Order in those 2nd-class great forces, quite a number must have directly broken through to the 5th Order. As time passes, those 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would naturally ascend to the 7th Order. However, why is there not even a single 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in any 2nd-class great forces I know of? I haven't been able to figure this out. "I know what you're trying to ask, junior brother," Su Wang replied with a smile. "There are rumors that in order to maintain their dominant positions in the 3,000 worlds, the cave heavens and paradises never allow the 2nd-class great forces to have any high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Once that happens, the cave heavens and paradises will either suppress or make the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who come from those 2nd-class great forces join the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai shook his head. "I don't believe such a rumor. Given the depth of the heritages of the cave heavens and paradises, it wouldn't matter if there were some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 2nd-class great forces. They wouldn't do such a thing just to destroy their reputations." "Is that how you look at it, junior brother?" Su Wang gazed at him. Yang Kai knitted his brows. "Is it not true?" Su Wang said with a smile, "What if I tell you that the rumor is real?" Yang Kai scowled as he suddenly thought of the proprietress, who was trying to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th Order back in Voidland. If the rumors were true, after she made it to the 7th Order, she would be suppressed or forced to join one of the cave heavens and paradises. If that's true, it'd appear that those from the cave heavens and paradises are rather narrow-minded. Su Wang asked with a smile, "Are you disappointed in those so-called cave heavens and paradises?" Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "I never had any hopes for them, so why would I be disappointed?" Su Wang let out a sigh. "Junior brother, the rumors you've heard about are true, but there's a reason behind it, which I'm not at liberty to tell you. Given your aptitude, you'll find out when the time is right. However, I can tell you that the reason the cave heavens and paradises do such a thing isn't to strengthen their rule over the 3,000 worlds, nor are they worried that the 2nd-class great forces would someday grow powerful enough to threaten them. There's a reason that most people are not aware of. The cave heavens and paradises always act with a clear conscience." Yang Kai arched his brow without giving any remark. Su Linggong once told him that the 3,000 worlds were not what it seemed, and now Su Wang was saying something similar. At that instant, Yang Kai felt that his eyes had been shaded by a fog of mystery, which barred him from seeing through the nature of this expansive universe. Besides, do you think there are really no high-rank open heaven realm masters in those second-class great forces? Su Wang put on a smile. There are quite a number of them, actually. Just like what you've said, some of them directly ascended to the 5th order, and as time passed, they reached the 7th order. However, they wouldn't dare to show up easily. That's because once they do, they will instantly catch the attention of the cave heavens and paradises. By then, they'll lose their freedom. Many of those at the peak of the 6th order from the second-class great forces suppress their cultivation and don't dare to achieve an ascension because of that rumor. They're worried that a calamity would befall them once they make it to the 7th order. Yang Kai suddenly recalled a person he had come across in the past, Li Luo Shui, who was the old ancestor of Golden Rainbow Province. When Yang Kai brought his people to storm Golden Rainbow Province, the woman's appearance gave him a real shock. If it wasn't because her realm was unstable since she had just broken through to the 7th order, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to defeat her. Now, it seemed that just like Su Wang had said, Li Luo Shui was one of those cultivators at the peak of the 6th order who hadn't dared to achieve an ascension. Otherwise, it was unlikely that right after he arrived at Golden Rainbow Province, Li Luo Shui was able to make it to the 7th order. Previously, he was still worried that the woman would come to retaliate against him. However, he hadn't heard any news about her over the years. Now, it seemed that the woman was either subdued by one of the cave heavens and paradises, or that she wouldn't dare to show up easily for fear of just that. Martial Peak, Chapter 4650, An Ingenious Move. Rumor has it that after the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the second-class Great Forces join the Cave Heavens and Paradises, they'll soon vanish. It's said that they're either imprisoned or secretly killed. Su Wang put on a smile. Over the years, I'd indeed seen some high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the second-class Great Forces. They were brought to Bright King Cave Heaven by the elders in the sect. Yang Kai asked curiously, "How are they now?" Su Wang shook his head. "I'd only met every one of them once. After that, I haven't heard about them anymore, and it's not certain whether they're dead or alive." Yang Kai felt a chill running down his spine. The insinuation in Su Wang's words made him realize that he didn't understand the cave heavens and paradises at all. It's hard for the cave heavens and paradises to monitor the affairs in the shattered heaven. Therefore, many people who have ascended to the high rank will come here to live. Some of them have even come all the way here to achieve a breakthrough in order to avoid catching the attention of the cave heavens and paradises. So, there are not only 7th order but also 8th order open heaven realm masters in the shattered heaven. You have to be careful while you're here, junior brother. I'll take note. Yang Kai nodded lightly. However, his heart wasn't as calm as his expression. If what Su Wang had said was true, the waters in the shattered heaven were truly muddy. The several 7th order open heaven realm masters who had hidden among the crowd obviously knew a thing or two about the universe cave heaven. Otherwise, they wouldn't have waited here and raced through the portal right after it opened up. Unfortunately, after they entered, the portal instantly disappeared. There was no hope for the others to go in and get some leftovers. Yang Kai was capable of following the traces and forcefully opening the portal, but he wouldn't do such a thing as it wasn't worth the effort. The shattered heaven is indeed an amazing place. Yang Kai suddenly sighed, then turned to look in a particular direction and smiled. Don't you agree, Bloodcrow? Su Wang's expression turned solemn as he followed Yang Kai's gaze. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, in that direction who were apparently from the same sect. Noticing the stares of Yang Kai and Su Wang, they turned to look at them. The 2 men frowned while appearing both vigilant and perplexed. The woman also asked in puzzlement, "Are you talking to us, senior brother?" Yang Kai flashed a grin at her. "If the high-rank open heaven realm masters hadn't appeared and disturbed you, causing your aura to leak, I wouldn't have discovered your whereabouts. Since I found you, there's no point for you to keep pretending. You're a senior expert, so you should behave like one. Juniors like us will be disappointed if you keep acting dumb." The woman said with displeasure, "I don't know what you're talking about, senior brother." The two men beside her glowered at Yang Kai, thinking that he had offended the beautiful woman. Yang Kai sneered. "What's wrong? Are you sick of being a man, so you've decided to live as a woman now?" One of the men bellowed, "Please mind your language, friend. The three of us have no grudges against you, nor do we even know you. Have we ever offended you before?" "Are you mistaken?" Su Wang asked in a small voice. He didn't find any traces of blood crow coming from that woman, nor could he detect any unusual aura around her. The way the woman reacted was also natural and reasonable. Hence, he was puzzled at Yang Kai's accusation. The conflict had caught the attention of many people at the scene. The portal that led to the universe cave heaven had disappeared while several high-rank open heaven realm masters had entered it. Many had thus already decided to leave. After all, high-rank open heaven realm masters were immensely formidable. They wouldn't dare to snatch anything from them. Since there were no benefits to be gained, they wouldn't mind watching a good show. At that moment, many of them turned to look at the source of the conflict. Right in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai suddenly extended his hand and summoned his spear. As a light flashed through the weapon, he thrust out his weapon. Faced with the attack, the alluring woman with an hourglass figure didn't even have time to react before her head exploded. Blood started spurting out of the headless corpse like a fountain. Everyone was stunned by this scene. The burly man, who was standing somewhere near Yang Kai, was especially terrified. When Yang Kai asked him a question some time ago, he brushed him off because he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master with profound cultivation. Even though he was aware that Yang Kai was also in the sixth order upon the latter's arrival, it didn't bother him one bit. However, Yang Kai's incredible attack and the heaviness of his world force made the burly man realize the immense difference between them. At that moment, he was covered in cold sweat as he instantly retreated dozens of kilometers, so that he wouldn't be dragged into this mess. In the blink of an eye, the alluring woman was killed just like that. The men beside her were startled for a moment before their eyes reddened. One of them bellowed, "How could you murder junior sister Gua? I'll kill you." Upon finishing his words, he summoned a long sword and pushed his world force before charging towards Yang Kai. Although the other person remained silent, he also summoned his artifact as his murderous intent surged. Both of them were only in the fifth order. Despite knowing that they were no match for Yang Kai, they couldn't keep a cool head since their junior sister was killed for seemingly no reason. Su Wang hurriedly raised his hand and explained, "Please calm down. She wasn't your junior sister. That person was." Before he could explain anything, he felt a spear brushing past his ear. He instinctively tilted his head, and when he looked up again, he realized that the two fifth-order open heaven realm masters had perished together with their junior sister, their heads exploding in the very same way as they passed away. Su Wang turned his head and yelled, "Yang Kai." If Yang Kai hadn't saved him from being killed by Blood Crow, he would have launched an attack on him just now. He initially had a good impression of Yang Kai, which was why he had told him many secrets that were not very important. However, he had never expected that Yang Kai was such a ruthless person who had no qualms about killing people. Until now, he still hadn't detected the aura of Blood Crow from any of these three people. Without gazing at him, Yang Kai looked up with a solemn expression, and then his lips curved into a sneer. "You've indeed lived up to your name as a senior expert. What an ingenious move." Su Wang realized that something was off as well. As he looked around, he saw that about 20 people, who were supposedly onlookers, had just stepped forward. They consisted of men and women as well as young and old people. Their companions gazed at them in shock, as they had no idea why these people had stepped forward when they were supposed to just watch the show. In a particular direction, a woman, who was in a group of 4 people, looked at the leaving figure in puzzlement and called out, "Senior Brother Liu?" The person called Senior Brother Liu didn't even turn his head as he spread his palms and activated his world force. He then bellowed, "Anyone can destroy such a devil lord who has no qualms about killing others. Aren't cultivators like us supposed to stand up to injustice?" There was a glow behind the woman's eyes as the already perfect Senior Brother Liu in her heart appeared even more heroic now. She then stepped forward and stood beside him. "I'll assist you, Senior Brother." Upon seeing that, the remaining 3 disciples from the same sect had no choice but to come forward as well. The same thing happened to other groups of people. Initially, there were only some 20 people who had stepped forward, but in the blink of an eye, the number increased to over 70 since the companions of the initial people had come forward. Although Su Wang was from Bright King Cave Heaven, he was still dumbstruck by the sight. He wasn't a fool. He was furious because he thought that Yang Kai had killed some innocent people just now. However, it was awkward that more than 20 people had suddenly come forward together right after that. All of them were open heaven realm masters who had seen enough of the world to know not to take a stand so easily. They were not headstrong youths, and they could decide whether they wanted to fight or kill based on not just emotions, but logic and reason. For such people, it was no different from self-deception to claim to be standing up against injustice. Su Wang would rather believe that there was a problem with the more than 20 people who first stepped forward than naively think that they were really trying to bring the murderer to justice. However, there was supposedly no problem with their companions from the same sects who had come forward to help them out. What should we do? Su Wang asked in a small voice. Just kill them all, Yang Kai replied. Su Wang rolled his eyes. How are you still in the mood to joke around? Yang Kai shrugged. Even if I can't defeat them, I can still flee. None of them can stop me. Su Wang hurriedly said, Don't forget to bring me with you when you flee. Although the disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven are tough and resilient, it's not like it's fun to be beaten up by so many people. It'll depend on my mood, Yang Kai replied dispassionately. A speechless Su Wang stared at him. We are disciples of Bright King Cave Heaven. Yang Kai suddenly raised his spear and shouted. At the same time, he secretly kicked Su Wang. After Su Wang got his hint, a thought flashed through his mind as the golden, immovable Bright King body appeared behind him. He wasn't in the mood to reprimand Yang Kai for pretending to be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven. At this point, it was the best choice to make use of Bright King Cave Heaven's name. As expected, after Su Wang activated the immovable Bright King body, the group of 70 or so people became wary. They certainly knew that Bright King Cave Heaven was one of the 36 cave heavens. We were pursuing Blood Crow Divine Monarch and have chased him all the way to this place. Blood Crow has many deceitful tricks up his sleeves. The 3 people I killed just now were controlled by his blood principles. Even your companions have ended up the same. They're no longer the friends or family you once knew. Yang Kai looked provokingly at the more than 20 people who first stepped forward. The whole crowd broke into a commotion. Blood Crow Divine Monarch was infamous in the Shattered Heaven. He was an expert in the Tao of Blood, who loved to absorb the blood essence of cultivators. Those who were targeted by him would end up in a horrible state. The emotions in their hearts were undulated when they heard Yang Kai's words. Some of the agile ones immediately moved away from their companions who looked perfectly normal. Nevertheless, most of them were still doubtful. After all, they hadn't separated from their companions recently. They would have noticed it if Blood Crow was really around. Senior Brother Liu. The woman called out in a shaking voice as she gazed at the man's profile. Is what he has said true? Senior Brother Liu didn't seem to hear her as he looked impassively towards the front. The woman suddenly covered her mouth as her tears slid down her face like the pearls after the string snapped. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4651. Our goal has been achieved. Why are you crying, junior sister? Senior Brother Liu suddenly turned his head and looked smilingly at his junior sister. The woman shook her head as a glow of resentment radiated from her teary eyes. You're not Senior Brother Liu. Silly girl. Senior Brother Liu put on a smile. Who could I be if I'm not your Senior Brother Liu? He then touched the woman's delicate face. His hand felt as cold as a snake, causing the woman's heart to freeze over in an instant. A sword suddenly appeared in her hand as a cold glint radiated from her weapon. She directly thrust her sword into Senior Brother Liu's chest. Senior Brother Liu looked down at the weapon in his chest, but he didn't react in a way that was expected of an injured person. Although his heart had been shredded by the woman's world force, he still appeared calm and collected. People in love can also be the cruelest. He then clenched the woman's neck. His blood squirmed out of the wound in his chest as though it was a living creature, which then turned into blood mist. Regardless of how hard the woman tried, she could not escape his grip. The blood mist soon engulfed her as she disappeared from everyone's sight. When the blood mist dissipated, she was nowhere to be seen. The remaining 3 disciples from the same sect were stunned. Senior brother Lu turned his head and bellowed, "You've been chasing after me for a long time, Yang Kai, but do you really think this monarch is afraid of you? I have a lot of blood sacrifices now. Let's see how you can fight with me." The strangest part was that as senior brother Lu spoke, the more than 20 people who first stepped forward also said the same thing in the same tone. Over 20 people performed hand seals and shouted, "Raging Blood Sea." Following that, all of them exploded and turned into blood mist as they spread out across the void. The same thing happened to the 3 people previously killed by Yang Kai. The blood sea took shape and covered a large area as it madly expanded. The open heaven realm masters, who had stepped forward alongside their fellow disciples, were unable to dodge it and were directly swept into the blood sea. Other than shrieks, the noise of artifacts and secret techniques being unleashed was also heard. The place soon descended into chaos. In just a moment, though, the noises died down, and only the weltering blood sea remained. The onlookers in the distance hurriedly flew backwards upon seeing the turn of events. Those who were agile instantly escaped, while the sluggish ones were pulled towards the blood sea by blood dragons which had manifested from it. Inside the blood sea, Yang Kai and Su Wang pressed their backs against one another as blood weltered around them. They were like 2 reefs in the sea that protected the only pure land left. "Junior brother, if I'm killed here, please bring my corpse back to Bright King Cave Heaven," Su Wang shouted. Yang Kai broke into laughter. "Do you think your corpse will remain if you die here?" It was then Su Wang thought of the eerie methods of Blood Crow Divine Monarch. With a dejected expression, he continued, "It's horrible to die without a complete corpse." So you'd better not die," Yang Kai smiled. As they spoke, the blood sea in front of them contorted and formed into a curvy figure, the same one Yang Kai had killed with his spear earlier. The woman's eyes were filled with hatred as she clenched her own neck. Like the most ferocious ghost, she stared fixedly at Yang Kai while her blood streamed down from her eyes, which looked horrifying, as she screeched, "Your spear hurt." "Cheap tricks." Yang Kai snorted and pushed out his spear before exploding the woman's head, just like how she was killed some time ago. However, this time, her head soon grew back into shape as though she was immortal and indestructible. She continued staring resentfully at Yang Kai as she snarled, "So what if I let you kill me 100 or 1,000 times? Can you destroy this monarch? Just stand there and let me jab my spear into you 1,000 times and we'll find out." Yang Kai extended his spear again. On the tip of the spear, a black ball the size of a fist exploded and turned into a black hole before absorbing everything around it. Several figures consecutively appeared. Most of them were the cultivators that were killed by Blood Crow just now. Yang Kai had never even met these people, but it was apparent that they were killed and refined by Blood Crow. The powers of these people ranged from the 3rd Order to the 6th Order as they emerged from the Blood Sea. Blood Crow alone could create an army. Yang Kai continued wielding his spear while Su Wang's fists turned into countless phantoms as they battled against the tide. Nevertheless, their efforts were futile. Regardless of how many times these people were killed, they could be swiftly resurrected. As the intense battle dragged on, Yang Kai furrowed his brows. He initially intended to use his cowpunch secret technique to end this. However, Blood Crow had suffered a setback before, and had apparently learned his lesson. Yang Kai was unable to find any traces of the other party's aura. "Junior brother, it's not like we can do this forever. Blood Crow obviously wants to deplete our strength. Once he succeeds, we'll be at a big disadvantage." Su Wang suddenly spoke to him secretly. Yang Kai remained calm despite knowing that what Su Wang had said was true. Anyone who wasn't blind could figure out Blood Crow's intentions here. Outside the Astral Wind Divine ability back then, Blood Crow used the same trick to deal with Su Wang. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared from the astral wind and caught Blood Crow off guard, Su Wang would have been killed. This time, Blood Crow was using the same trick while both Su Wang and Yang Kai were unable to get out of the trap. Since the Blood Sea had taken shape and the space around them had been sealed off, It was also impossible for Yang Kai to use instantaneous movement to escape. "What's your plan, senior brother Su?" Yang Kai secretly asked. "I want you to join forces with me to fight our way out of here, junior brother." Yang Kai frowned upon hearing that. To him, it wasn't hard to fight their way out of this place. No one was a match for him unless he was faced with a high-rank open heaven realm master. Although Blood Crow's moves were indeed strange and mysterious, he was still just a 6th order open heaven realm master. Despite the fact that he was an old monster who had been reborn, and that he had the foundation of a 7th order master, his strength was still limited to his current realm. While Blood Crow wanted to deplete their strength, Yang Kai was actually trying to do the same. That was why he engaged in a protracted fight with him in the Blood Sea. To him, it was pointless to simply defeat Blood Crow. Only by destroying Blood Crow completely would it be useful. Otherwise, given the guy's capabilities to flee and save himself, he would recover sooner or later as long as he survived. Upon realizing that Yang Kai didn't respond to him, Su Wang spoke to him via divine sense again. "Please trust me, junior brother." Yang Kai's expression changed, and then he nodded. "Please do your best, senior brother. I'll have your back." Su Wang guffawed. "I definitely will." He then roared and fully activated his immovable bright king body. A gigantic golden figure expanded and turned into a 1,000 meters tall colossus. It even showed some signs of materializing. Yang Kai gazed at the golden figure in amazement. Given Su Wang's heritage, he had definitely reached the threshold of acquiring a divine manifestation. If nothing unexpected happened, after he ascended to the 7th order, it would only take him some time before he could comprehend his own divine manifestation. It had to be noted that Quan Hui, a 7th order open heaven realm master, didn't have his own divine manifestation, which went to show how difficult this was to achieve. Ti Zhang from Myriad Demons Cave Heaven had showcased his divine manifestation once, but he subsequently died for some unknown reason. The competition between 7th order open heaven realm masters wasn't just about the heritages of their small universes. The possession of divine manifestations was also a big factor. The 7th order open heaven realm masters who could use divine manifestations were definitely stronger than those in the same order who couldn't. Su Wang raised his hand and revealed a long sword, which was not beautiful or delicately made. However, with the sword in his hand, he had become even more imposing. The cultivators of Bright King Cave Heaven focused on body tempering, making their bodies their strongest artifacts. Despite that, it didn't mean they wouldn't use artifacts, but when they did, it meant that they were going all out. Following Su Wang's movements, the 1,000 meters tall golden figure shadowed him and unsheathed a huge sword from its waist. When Su Wang brought down his sword, the golden figure did the same as he had fully activated his world force. A huge gash was then formed in the Blood Sea upon impact. Without stopping, Su Wang charged forward as countless figures came right at him. Nevertheless, he was unfazed while staring fixedly at the front. Yang Kai wielded his spear and exploded all the figures before they could come near them. The speed these figures could resurrect was slower than the speed Yang Kai could kill. In the blink of an eye, they had moved across a 1,000 kilometers distance and reached the end of the gash. Su Wang brought down his sword and formed another gash. After 3 times doing this, he finally formed an opening in the Blood Sea that had surrounded them. The heaven ceiling and earth locking trap started showing signs of weakening. Yang Kai grabbed Su Wang's shoulders as he was ready to manipulate space principles to take them out. Upon realizing Yang Kai's intention, though, Su Wang grasped and clenched the other man's arms. Yang Kai was puzzled, and while he was in a dazed state, the crack in the Blood Sea had healed, which meant that they had lost the best chance to flee. Su Wang had turned pale after making 3 moves. It was obvious that such a divine ability was quite energy-consuming for him. Even the huge golden figure behind him had dimmed noticeably. He proactively dispelled his immovable bright king body, as though he was ready to entrust his safety to Yang Kai. He then directly sat down with his legs crossed and grinned. "Our goal has been achieved." While Yang Kai looked at him doubtfully, Su Wang fished out something and tossed it into the Blood Sea. Yang Kai could clearly see that it was a lid, but he was unable to figure out anything special about it. However, After Su Wang threw out the lid, Yang Kai could detect a flustered aura coming from the blood sea. The blood slaves, who originally kept appearing, suddenly quieted down. A ferocious aura suddenly descended on this place from a few million kilometers away. Even surrounded by the blood sea, Yang Kai could feel as though his skin had been jabbed with countless needles. The trap around him seemed ready to tie him down. On the other hand, Su Wang grinned. After I parted ways with you previously, I contacted my martial uncle who was stationed in the Shattered Heaven. Back then, 2 disciples from Bright King Cave Heaven were killed in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven by Blood Crow Divine Monarch. Therefore, my martial uncle was sent here to hunt Blood Crow down. Still, Blood Crow is truly cunning. Although martial uncle personally made a move, he still couldn't find Blood Crow's whereabouts, so he has been unable to accomplish his mission thus far. Martial Peak, Chapter 4652, Capturing Blood Crow. Blood Crow is a cautious person. If he had detected Martial Uncle's aura, he wouldn't have easily shown up. Therefore, Martial Uncle could only follow my aura from a distance and make a judgment of the best time to make a move. Since my aura has been blocked while we are surrounded by the blood sea, Martial Uncle must have some speculations already. Upon hearing his explanation, Yang Kai said, "So, you wanted to break through the blood sea to send out your aura, which would help your senior identify your location." Su Wang smiled and nodded. Exactly. In order to achieve the goal, Martial Uncle even split his natal artifact into 2 and let me keep part of it. While he plays it by ear from a distance, I'll be assisting him here. Regardless of how powerful Blood Crow is, he won't be able to flee now. Yang Kai gazed at the dissipating blood sea and commented, "He's doomed." Then, inside the blood sea, the lid that was tossed away by Su Wang expanded rapidly. As they spoke, the lid had expanded by a radius of several hundred kilometers and directly covered the blood sea. Regardless of how the blood sea raged, it was unable to get out of the lid. Upon realizing that something was off, Blood Crow instantly decided to flee as he led the blood sea in a different direction. However, the lid relentlessly followed him and changed its size according to the movements of the blood sea. A gigantic dark shadow descended from above next. It wasn't certain what it was, but it soon became one with the lid and trapped the blood sea inside it. Yang Kai could faintly see a tall figure hovering above the dark shadow. While he performed different hand seals, his world force surged and revealed a 7th-order pressure. Blood Crow certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death as his immense power undulated. There was no doubt that a cornered beast would fight back. However, there was a massive gap between their orders, and the other party managed to get the upper hand by trapping Blood Crow inside his artifact right from the start. Regardless of how hard Blood Crow tried, he could not escape. An incense stick later, the dark shadow contracted. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai realized it was something that looked like a fish basket. There were gaps around the fish basket through which one could see the weltering blood inside it. What was amazing was that the blood couldn't seep out through the gaps, as though it had been restricted by a mysterious power. A person grabbed the fish basket and casually placed it over his shoulder. The sight caused Yang Kai to be drenched in cold sweat. Su Wang took a step forward and cupped his fist. "Fisherman Martial Uncle." Voidland's Yang Kai greet Sr. Yang Kai also cupped his fist. It wasn't until this moment that he had time to examine this person, who didn't have the demeanor of a high-rank open heaven realm master at all. Yang Kai could be considered a worldly person. When he previously met up with those from the cave heavens and paradises while he was in the star boundary, he had chatted with some 80 to 100 high-rank open heaven realm masters, so he was not unfamiliar with such people. While Yu Changdao had a sage-like temperament, even Su Linggong, who loved spouting nonsense, was an imposing presence. However, Yang Kai had never seen a high-rank open heaven realm master who appeared as strange as the person before his eyes. Su Wang called him Fisherman Martial Uncle, and true to his title, he looked just like a fisherman. While wearing a bamboo hat and a straw coat, he was barefoot with rolled-up leggings. Presently, there was a fish basket over his shoulder. If he also held a bamboo stick, he would look like a common fisherman in the winter. Nevertheless, the fish he had caught this time was Blood Crow. The fisherman raised his hand and lifted the bamboo hat that had slightly blocked his sight. After taking a glance at Yang Kai, he said with a smile, "It's said that every generation will see a fair share of talented people. This old master has heard a lot about you over the years." Yang Kai replied humbly, "Many thanks for your compliment, senior." The fisherman slowly continued, "There's no need to be overly humble. You've done a great service with the star boundary. All cave heavens and paradises owe you a favor." He then took a glance at Su Wang and asked in a solemn voice, "I detected the auras of several high-rank, open heaven realm masters in this place some time ago. What happened?" Su Wang then told him what had happened when the portal that led to the universe cave heaven opened. The fisherman was surprised as he looked at the depths of the void where the portal was located, but soon said after a sigh, "Unfortunately, this old master has to return to Bright King Cave Heaven. Otherwise, I could have stayed and watched a good show." Su Wang darted his gaze around before saying, "Please go back with peace of mind, Martial Uncle. I'll stay here." He was curious about the universe cave heaven. The fisherman shook his head. "You have to go back with me?" Su Wang then sported a dejected expression. With a smile, the fisherman went on to say, "You've made a contribution by assisting me to capture Blood Crow. Did you forget what reward you'll get? There'll be an opportunity in 1 year. If you don't come back with me, you'll have to wait at least a dozen years for the next opportunity." Upon hearing that, Su Wang changed his mind in an instant. "I'll obey your orders, Martial Uncle." As they spoke, the fish basket over the fisherman's shoulder started shaking violently. It was apparent that Blood Crow was trying to struggle out of it. The fisherman then landed a forceful slap on it, after which no more noises were heard. Su Wang said, "Junior brother Yang has made a significant contribution in helping to capture Blood Crow. If he hadn't helped me escape previously, I would have been killed. After that, he came all the way here to hunt Blood Crow down. It was also thanks to junior brother Yang that I was able to send out a signal just now. Doesn't our sect have any reward for him?" The fisherman put on a smile and gazed at Yang Kai. "If you were a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven, you could have a chance to enter our small source world just like Su Wang. Unfortunately, you are not from our sect, so we can't give such a reward to an outsider." An opportunity to enter a small source world was extremely precious. That was because every time a person received training in a small source world, it was akin to gaining some of the heritage of that world. Yang Kai had experienced the divine armament world of Enyang Cave Heaven before, so he was fully aware of this. If he were not a son-in-law of Enyang Cave Heaven, and if Su Linggong hadn't done his best to make it happen, Yang Kai wouldn't have gotten the chance to enter the divine armament world either. The cave heavens and paradises all had their own small source worlds, but they would only allow the best disciples of their sects to enter for life experience. Since Su Wang had made a significant contribution, he could enter the small source world of Bright King Cave Heaven, but Yang Kai couldn't get this reward. "If you have any requests, just speak them. I'll agree to them if I have the right to do so. If it's not up to me to make a decision, I'll inform the higher-ups in the sect about it and see what they say." Yang Kai directly took a glance at the fish basket that confined Blood Crow and asked, "Senior, may I know what will happen to Blood Crow?" The fisherman shook his head. "I have no idea." Although he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he wasn't in any place to make a decision on how to deal with Blood Crow, who was an old monster that had been reborn by occupying someone else's body. Yang Kai nodded gently. "If there's a chance, I want a copy of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture. I can't agree to that right away. If possible, I'll tell Su Wang to send the copy to Voidland. If it's not achievable, you don't have to keep waiting." Although the fisherman didn't reject him directly, Yang Kai could feel that the chance was slim. After all, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture was truly abstruse, and by giving a copy to someone they might accidentally create another Blood Crow. Therefore, they probably wouldn't let that happen. Nevertheless, Yang Kai still expressed his gratitude by saying, "Many thanks, senior." The fisherman nodded while Su Wang cupped his fist. "Farewell, junior brother. I hope that the next time we meet, both of us will already be in the high-rank open heaven realm." "I hope so too, senior brother," Yang Kai replied with a smile. The fisherman and Su Wang then left the place together. Yang Kai remained on the same spot and watched them leave, after which he turned to look at the portal that led to the universe cave heaven. Earlier, the appearance of Blood Crow caused this place to plunge into chaos. About 70 to 80 out of the hundreds of open heaven realm masters were instantly killed, which were a lot of casualties. Furthermore, after several high-rank open heaven realm masters showed up, most surviving cultivators stayed away from this place, and they wouldn't even dare to observe what was going on. Even the 6th Order open heaven realm masters were nowhere to be seen now. After all, several 7th Order open heaven realm masters had shown up. No one would dare snatch food from the tiger's mouth. The place was originally bustling with noise, but now Yang Kai was the only one left, which he was glad to see. Although the portal that led to the universe cave heaven had closed, it had opened up several times before and left behind some traces. Others might not have a way to enter it, but Yang Kai could forcefully open the portal since he was a master of the Tao of space. It would just take him some time to do so. He thus activated his divine sense. While restoring his strength, Yang Kai tried to capture the remaining traces in the void, and an incense stick later, he managed to grasp a lead. Yang Kai pushed his space principles, stabbing them into the portal like a sharp knife as he slowly increased his output to force it open. After some time, a black hole the size of a fist appeared in front of Yang Kai. The aura of a universe world wafted through the black hole. As the black hole expanded, the aura of the universe world became increasingly conspicuous. Soon, it had become the size of a wash basin. Suddenly, Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. A horrifying force burst out of the portal he had forcefully opened. The unsuspecting Yang Kai was hit in the chest by this force and sent flying away as though he had been struck by lightning. While the vitality in his chest weltered, his vision darkened as though he had been struck by a divine ability from someone in the 7th Order open heaven realm. Even his small universe was in turmoil. Before he could stabilize himself, he felt an even more dangerous aura coming out of the portal. A terrified Yang Kai turned to look at the opening, which should have disappeared as soon as he stopped holding it open. However, it instead had started expanding uncontrollably, as though it was going to swallow the entire void. What's going on? Yang Kai was astounded. He just wanted to open the portal to take a peek inside the universe cave heaven, so his movements shouldn't have caused such an incident to happen. While he was in a daze, he could faintly see a few figures battling against each other through the portal. There was a burly middle-aged man, an old woman with gray hair, a young boy, and a young woman with a curvy figure. They were all the high-rank open heaven realm masters who had previously entered the universe cave heaven. Yang Kai's expression instantly darkened. Are these people out of their minds? How could they engage in an all-out battle inside a universe cave heaven? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4653, Familiar Escape. Although the universe cave heaven was left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th Order, it was ancient after all. It could accommodate several high-rank masters who came in to explore, but it certainly couldn't bear the impact of a battle between such masters. People who could make it to the high rank were not fools, but despite knowing the consequences, they still engaged in an intense struggle. Yang Kai was curious about the reason that caused these high-rank masters, who had been living furtively in the shattered heaven all these years, to be so determined to destroy one another. Without any time to ponder on it, he quickly ran away because, while the black hole was rapidly expanding, a dangerous aura was felt coming from the universe cave heaven. The next instant, the void trembled as countless shattered spirit provinces of different sizes shot out in all directions. It looked like a universe world had exploded all of a sudden. In fact, that was indeed the case. The universe cave heaven that had remained hidden in the void for years collapsed due to the fierce battle among these high-rank masters. A violent force swept out, and even the high-rank masters had to stop fighting as they activated their powers to ward off the impact after the universe cave heaven came apart. Although Yang Kai had fled as early as possible, he still staggered upon impact. He was like a ship that was navigating across an ocean in a thunderstorm. A moment seemed to have gone by, but it also felt as though a million years had passed as the terrifying fallout slowly subsided. However, A huge black hole had appeared in the void where the portal of the universe, Cave Heaven, was located, and a horrifying aura of nihility was felt coming from it. As soon as Yang Kai stabilized himself, he felt a crawling sensation on his scalp because when he looked up, he saw that the high-rank masters had turned into rays of light as they charged towards him. All of them were filled with murderous intent as their auras surged. At this moment, they were still exchanging moves, which caused the surrounding space to descend into chaos. Although these people were regarded as cowards by Su Wang, they were still high-rank masters in the end. They might not be comparable to Zuoquan Hui from Thousand Cranes Paradise, but they certainly were not much weaker. Zuoquan Hui alone was enough to cause so much trouble to Voidland. Now that 5 high-rank masters were coming at him, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to remain on the same spot. Given his current strength, if he was dragged into the fight, he would be badly injured, if not killed. Just when he was preparing to use instantaneous movement to flee, he frowned and looked at a certain shattered spirit province that was coming right at him. The shattered spirit province was apparently a part of the universe Cave Heaven that had fallen apart. It seemed to be a small part of a mountain range with several mountains that were connected. However, Yang Kai could detect an amazing aura coming from one of the mountains. He had no idea what was hidden on the mountain, but he soon realized that he wasn't so unlucky after all. It was just that he happened to be escaping in the same direction the treasure the high-rank masters were fighting over was flying. Since the high-rank masters had their eyes on this treasure, there was no way it was not valuable. Therefore, despite not knowing what was hidden on the mountain, it didn't stop Yang Kai from making a bold move. Instead of backing down, he shot towards the shattered spirit province. After he got close, he directly opened his own small universe and stored the spirit province inside it. He didn't have time to examine it, so he could only act so. Although there might be some potential problems doing this, he reckoned that fortune favored the bold. The potential problems were the last of his concerns now. In an instant, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were originally determined to kill one another in a heated battle, stopped. Both shocked and furious, they stared at Yang Kai and engulfed him with their divine senses. None of them had expected that while they were hacking each other to death, a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm boy that they didn't have any regard for would come over and snatch their prize. "Brat, you court death," the middle-aged man roared. The others directly sent out ferocious divine abilities at Yang Kai. The divine abilities seemed able to destroy the heavens and shatter the earth before they even reached their target. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't stand still and wait for death. In fact, the moment he put the shattered spirit province inside his small universe, he also activated his space principles and disappeared from the spot the next instant. The fierce world forces arrived and shattered the void. Nevertheless, when the high-rank masters came over, Yang Kai was already nowhere to be found. Space principles. The old woman sported a dark expression, while the others turned grim. They initially thought that even though the 6th Order brat had snatched their treasure, he couldn't possibly escape from them. Although the treasure was precious, he would need to stay alive to enjoy it. Since they were making a move together, they thought they could easily subdue a mere 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, since the other party was a master of the Tao of Space, things had become thorny. The young woman in the 7th Order fell silent for a moment before she turned to look in a particular direction. She then turned into a ray of light and shot forward. Seeing that, the others followed her without hesitation. The high-rank masters, who were initially determined to destroy one another, seemed to have tacitly come to an agreement as they put down their grudges and pursued Yang Kai together. Nevertheless, only they knew whether there were any secret exchanges of moves while they were on the road. In the depths of the shattered heaven, Yang Kai was running away at full speed. The situation he was in seemed oddly familiar to him. He suddenly recalled that after he ran away from Seven Wonders Land, he arrived at a dying sun star where he obtained the carcass of a mature golden crow. Following that, he was chased after by several people. At that time, he was just an Emperor Realm cultivator while the ones running after him were a group of low-rank and mid-rank masters, which included the proprietress. Eventually, he managed to escape and return to First Inn, though he was in a battered state when he arrived. Back then, he was ignorant and uninformed as he had never heard of the universe transference law before. He initially thought that he had gotten rid of the proprietress, but when he saw that she suddenly appeared from first in to stop him, he was flabbergasted. If it weren't because he had a golden feather given to him by the divine spirit Mia Ming, he couldn't have snuck into first in. Since then, he and the proprietress had become one family. Thinking back on that incident was a pretty embarrassing memory for Yang Kai. First in was destroyed, which made him owe the proprietress a lot of open heaven pills. He had no choice but to become a waiter and debt collector for the inn to pay off his due. Although he was weak at that time, he was also carefree. Regardless of what happened, the proprietress would solve the problem for him. After he and Bai Chi made a scene in Wind and Cloud Auction House in Thousandbird Star City, it was the proprietress who showed up and settled the issue for them. Now, he was in a similar situation as when he snatched the Golden Crow carcass from the Open Heaven Realm Masters. He was also being pursued by masters that he found difficult to deal with. However, this time, there was no first in for him to seek shelter in. With that said, he was no longer an Emperor Realm Jr. who was powerless to deal with Open Heaven Realm Masters. He could feel divine senses coming from behind him, and although he kept manipulating space principles, he was unable to shake them off. He couldn't help but lament that it was truly difficult to deal with high-rank masters. If it weren't because he was an expert in the Tao of space, he would have no choice but to wait for death. He wondered what was hidden in the shattered spirit province that made these high-rank masters covet it so greatly. They were relentlessly pursuing him as though he had snatched their wives or daughters. While running away, he didn't even have time to examine his reward. Nevertheless, the high-rank master's action proved that the treasure was truly valuable, or else they wouldn't have reacted in such a way. A few days later, he realized that one of the divine senses had disappeared, making him wonder whether the person had given up or was forced to give up somehow. Several days later, another divine sense vanished. While fleeing, Yang Kai couldn't help but put on a grin. It was possible that the first high-rank master who backed down had given up because there was no hope of catching Yang Kai, but that wouldn't make sense when the same thing happened to the second person. Hence, it was obvious that those high-rank masters were not united after all. While pursuing Yang Kai, they must have exchanged moves to destroy their opponents. Therefore, only 3 out of the initial 5 high-rank masters were left. Although the number of people had almost halved, that made no difference to Yang Kai. He couldn't help but ponder on the possibility of slowing down so that the remaining 3 would believe that he was on his last legs. In that case, they might kill off one another before getting to him. However, while he was still contemplating this plan, his expression suddenly changed as he staggered and flipped upside down. He then kept tumbling through the void as he hurtled forward. The turn of events astounded Yang Kai as the first thing that came to his mind was that he had been struck by someone. Nevertheless, he soon realized that the problem came from his own small universe. Presently, his small universe was in chaos. The ground was shaking in a way as though there was an earthquake going on. All the world force in his small universe was also madly streaming towards a certain spot. Yang Kai turned pale as he tried to stop it, but his efforts were in vain. He could only watch as his world force was consumed by something. When he activated his divine sense and examined the situation, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. The thing that caused the disaster in his small universe was none other than the shattered spirit province he had rashly put inside his small universe earlier. It was easy to identify as the shattered spirit province was a part of the universe Cave Heaven left behind by an 8th Order or 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it still contained its original owner's aura and world force. Right after Yang Kai stored it, he sealed it off inside his small universe. If he hadn't done that, the world force of someone else would have seeped into his small universe. Once that happened, it would take him a lot of effort to get rid of the impurities that didn't belong to him. He initially intended to settle the issue regarding the shattered spirit province after he had escaped to a safe place. However, there was a change of plan now as the shattered spirit province had settled down and merged with his small universe for no apparent reason. Martial Peak, Chapter 4654, 4 Universe Pillars, World Spring. The world force that was originally in the shattered spirit province started streaming into Yang Kai's small universe. It was supposed to be the source of power for the owner, But to Yang Kai, it was nothing but impurities that affected his foundation. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all, though. After Yang Kai killed Zhou Quanhui in the past, his small universe was also filled with impurities from the latter's small universe. It only took him some time to get rid of them. The crux of the problem was that the world force in his small universe was madly leaving him, which caught him off guard. That was the reason he was all flustered and battered. As Yang Kai suppressed his weltering vitality, he took a glance at his small universe and became stunned. He could see that there was a spring that had landed in his small universe alongside the shattered spirit province and settled down. The spring was deep and crystal clear. As his world force streamed into it, the spring became increasingly fortified. Following the appearance of this spring, some subtle changes took place in his small universe. He could feel a stream of invisible but truly existent aura wafting from the spring and assimilating into his small universe. What in the world is this? Yang Kai was both shocked and doubtful. He initially thought that there was an artifact or a precious treasure hidden in the shattered spirit province. It never crossed his mind that it was a spring. Furthermore, the spring was madly absorbing his world force in order to integrate into his small universe. Although he was taken aback because of that, he had a feeling that it was an invaluable treasure. Yang Kai could confirm that the spring belonged to the owner of the universe Cave Heaven, and the reason the high-rank masters got into a fight must have been to claim ownership of this thing. It was just that Yang Kai came across it first and snatched it. Fortunately, even though the turn of events was shocking, the spring didn't suck all of Yang Kai's power out. More than 10 breaths later, the noise in his small universe subsided as he finally managed to stabilize himself. 3 divine senses targeted him from behind at that moment as they sent out their divine abilities at the same time. Drenched in cold sweat, Yang Kai instantaneously disappeared from the spot. A moment later, 3 figures shot past this place. They were the old woman with gray hair, the young woman with a curvy figure, and the middle-aged man with an ordinary face. Presently, their streams of divine sense were entangled with one another. Although they were united in chasing after Yang Kai, that didn't stop them from secretly exchanging moves. 2 people were defeated earlier and were forced to look for a place to recuperate. If nothing unexpected happened, given Yang Kai's cultivation and his mastery over the Tao of space, even 37th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters wouldn't be able to capture him, let alone 3 people. However, since the day when the spring settled into his small universe, it would break out from time to time, and each time it did, Yang Kai's world force would madly leave him while his small universe fell into turmoil. During these events, he was unable to keep running. He could only stop to adjust his breathing and consume a lot of open heaven pills to replenish his energy. Fortunately, the breakouts usually wouldn't last for a long time. Sometimes they'd last more than 10 breaths, and sometimes they'd only last for a few breaths. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly have kept escaping. However, with this being the case, Yang Kai was never able to fully shake off the 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters chasing him. Every time he successfully widened the gap between them, the turmoil in his small universe would make his effort go down the drain. Yang Kai was so exasperated that he wanted to curse. However, compared to the displeasure he felt while running away, he was pleasantly surprised by the transformation taking place in his small universe. That was because he realized that every time a breakout took place, his small universe would become sturdier by a small margin. These changes were intangible, but real. If the small universes of Open Heaven Realm Masters were compared to houses, the small universe of a low-rank master was like a dilapidated cottage where water would leak through the ceiling should there be any rainy weather. The small universe of a mid-rank master was like a solid wooden house. It was definitely better than the broken cottage, but it wasn't anything amazing. On the other hand, the small universe of a high-rank master was like a finely made stone house. Its foundation wouldn't be destroyed even if there was a fierce storm. There was no way the house would be shattered unless it was faced with extreme weather. Yang Kai's original small universe was somewhere between a wooden house and a stone house. It was neither good nor bad. However, as the invisible aura continued streaming out from the spring, Yang Kai's small universe, which was his house, became increasingly fortified. It was like a barrier was being slowly erected inside his small universe, reinforcing its very structure. Despite not knowing what the spring was, Yang Kai figured out that it was a precious item that was beneficial to a cultivator's small universe just by observing the transformation in his own small universe. The information he had read from the ancient books flashed through his mind as he had a speculation about the thing he had accidentally snatched from the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. A world spring, one of the 4 universe pillars. There were 4 universe pillars, which were the profound fish, world spring, starry night sea, and full sky cloud. Although they were not the most precious treasures in the expansive universe, they were still extremely rare and valuable, only really inferior to supreme treasures. These 4 universe pillars didn't provide help to one's cultivation or increase their rate of cultivation. However, each of them could fortify the small universe of an Open Heaven Realm Master, making it impossible for others to invade or even shake it. Such an item was useless to any cultivator below the Open Heaven Realm, but it was a sought-after treasure for any Open Heaven Realm Master. If Yang Kai was faced with an opponent who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars, his cow punch secret technique would be useless. That was because he had to follow the traces of their world force back to his opponent's small universe through his secret technique. With one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, the opponent's small universe would be void of any imperfections and much sturdier than average. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai was, he would never be able to harm the other party's small universe, thus rendering his cow punch unusable. The small universe of a cultivator who possessed one of the 4 universe pillars would be extremely sturdy and would essentially never fall into chaos. When Yang Kai dealt with powerful opponents, sometimes his small universe would shake when he was hit hard enough by his opponent's attacks, which caused his flow of world force to also become unstable, causing him to be at a deep disadvantage. This was an inevitable reality for all cultivators and would happen to Yang Kai when he fought high-rank masters. However, with one of the 4 universe pillars strengthening their small universe, an Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't have such worries when engaging in a life-and-death battle. When one small universe was sturdy while the other had destabilized, there was no doubt that the former would get the upper hand given that their heritages were equally matched. The benefits of the 4 universe pillars were immense for any Open Heaven Realm Master. In fact, these 4 items were not the only treasures in the world that could strengthen the small universe, but they were the most effective and powerful, which was why they were called the 4 universe pillars. With any one of them in possession, a cultivator's small universe would be unshakable. Besides the 4 great universe pillars, there were also the 12 minor universe pillars. Any one of them was extremely hard to find, and the average person wouldn't be able to see one in their lifetime. Yang Kai initially hadn't realized what the spring was, but as he observed the transformation going on in his small universe recently, he could confirm that he had obtained one of the 4 universe pillars, the World Spring. It was no wonder that the high-rank masters were determined to destroy one another to get this item. It had to be noted that they had always hidden in the depths of the shattered heaven and usually wouldn't show up once in 100 years, but now there were 5 of them who appeared at once. It wouldn't have happened if the treasure wasn't alluring enough. They must be aware of the situation in the universe cave heaven, so they had been waiting there in advance so that they could be the first to get in and fight for the treasure. However, they eventually caused the universe cave heaven to collapse, and the shattered spirit province where the world spring was located coincidentally flew towards Yang Kai, who decided to snatch it. Upon confirming that it was the world spring, Yang Kai felt both pleasantly surprised and helpless. He was pleasantly surprised because he wouldn't have to be afraid of dealing with opponents who were stronger than he was with this thing in his possession. On the other hand, he felt helpless because the high-rank masters would never let him off since he had snatched such a treasure from them. The world spring was still in the process of integrating into his small universe. During this period of time, it would absorb a lot of the world force and cause some occasional breakouts, which was why Yang Kai was so flustered. He also didn't have time to get rid of the impurities in his body. While running away, he was even forced to choke down a lot of open heaven pills from time to time to restore his energy. The originally conspicuous streams of divine sense behind him had become intermittent. It was apparent that the gap between them had widened, and it was hard for the high-rank masters to accurately locate him. He believed that he would be able to get rid of them in a few days. 3 days later, all of the divine senses had disappeared. It was then Yang Kai let out a long breath. It was the first time he was chased after by so many high-rank masters, and it was extremely difficult to shake them off. Without stopping, he made a detour and kept flying for a few days before landing on a shattered spirit province. There were countless shattered spirit provinces of different sizes in the shattered heaven. After witnessing the sight of the universe, cave heaven getting destroyed, Yang Kai finally realized how these shattered spirit provinces came to be. They were either the broken pieces of universe cave heavens and universe paradises, or the things left behind the universe worlds of ancient times. This place was desolate and void of people, so Yang Kai found a hidden place and concealed his aura before sitting down with his legs crossed. After some calculations, he believed that it was about time for the world spring to absorb his world force again. Yang Kai had no idea when this kind of torture would end. He had only read some information about the 4 universe pillars from some ancient books, but he had never expected that one would go through so much trouble by putting one of them inside their small universe. It was no wonder that while the high-rank masters were killing each other, none of them attempted to put the world's spring in their small universe. Yang Kai initially thought that they didn't have the energy to do so, but it now seemed that it was just one of the reasons. The most important reason was that they were aware of what would happen after they stored the world's spring. Therefore, before getting rid of all other opponents, none of them would foolishly take it, or else they would be creating a chance for the opponents to destroy them. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4655. If one often walks by the riverside. Not long after Yang Kai settled down, his small universe descended into chaos again. As expected, the world's spring broke out again as his world force started streaming into it. This made him feel bitter as he had no idea when this kind of torture would end. He could only empty his mind while consuming open heaven pills to replenish his loss. A moment later, his small universe finally calmed down. He only got to his feet after getting some rest. Although this place looked safe, he couldn't stay here for a long time. The world spring was deathly attractive to those high-rank masters, so they wouldn't easily give up. They would find this place sooner or later. Yang Kai had already obtained a huge reward in the shattered heaven since the world spring was now in his possession, so he decided to return home. After leaving his hiding place, he tried to identify the right direction, but just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze and turned his head, only to see a curvy figure with a pair of alluring eyes who was staring at him like he was a ghost. As their eyes met, the young woman who looked like she was 28 years flashed an innocent smile. Yang Kai felt a chill running down his spine. Although he had slightly put his guard down due to the turmoil in his small universe, he had never stopped monitoring the surroundings. However, he had no idea when the young woman arrived at this place. Since the young woman was here, what about the old woman with gray hair and the middle-aged man? An alarmed Yang Kai looked around as he secretly activated his world force. If all 3 high-rank open heaven realm masters were there to ambush him, he would not survive even though he was a master of the Tao of space. He was unable to figure out why they could find him so soon since he believed he had gotten rid of them. Just then, the young woman uttered in a clear voice, "Don't panic, I've parted ways with them. It seems that I'm just lucky enough to be the first to find you." It was then that Yang Kai put on a smile. "So, you're on your own? You should have said so sooner. I was terrified there for a moment." The young woman gazed at him with a tilted head. "You're pretty interesting. Am I not enough to capture you alone?" Yang Kai didn't remark on that as he attempted to persuade her by saying, "Elder sister, there are no grudges between us, nor do we know each other. Why don't you just let me go?" The woman directly nodded her head. "Good. I don't intend to kill you anyway. Just give me the thing you've snatched, and I'll leave." "You're indeed a straightforward person, elder sister." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly charged towards her as their faces almost came into contact. His world force undulated around his azure dragon spear as he thrust his weapon out. He would have been wary of this young woman if he came across her before his life and death battles with Quan Hui. However, after several fights with Quan Hui, he had gained some valuable experiences in battling against a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Since he was weaker than the woman, he had no choice but to make a move first. There was a tinge of shock on the woman's beautiful face, as she had never expected that Yang Kai was such a reckless person. Despite knowing that she was a high-rank open heaven realm master, he still had the guts to make the first move. Although she didn't seem to be moving at all, the azure dragon spear eerily brushed past her and jabbed into the void. She then raised her palm and extended it towards Yang Kai. After Yang Kai launched an attack, he sported an expression that was as astounded as that of the young woman. That was because he realized that it was now harder for him to draw on the world force in his small universe. As a result, he could only exert about 60% of his full strength. This realization stunned him, as it was more shocking than when he saw the young woman just now. Since it was harder for him to activate his world force, it meant that he couldn't fully use his power. He was unable to figure out the reason behind it. He didn't have time to ponder on it, as the woman soon landed a palm on his chest. Her attack was fueled by her rage, and although she hadn't fully used her power, it was still about 80% of it. The average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would see his small universe plunging into chaos or even exploding into nothingness upon getting struck by such an attack. Nevertheless, Yang Kai was not at risk of losing his life. As soon as he realized that something was off, he sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood, which turned into a blood mist and covered the woman's face. At the same time, he rapidly moved backwards as space principles undulated. There seemed to be an invisible wall in front of the young woman's face that blocked the blood mist. In amazement, she stared at Yang Kai, who was still alive and kicking. She was surprised by how sturdy Yang Kai's physique was, as he wasn't really harmed after getting struck by her palm. She then performed a hand seal and bellowed, "Rise!" Rays of golden light suddenly appeared in all directions and covered the entire shattered spirit province. Since the space around them had been sealed off, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks as though he had been held down by an invisible hand. Blood streamed out from the corner of his mouth while he was holding the azure dragon spear. Yang Kai stared at the young woman who was approaching him while feeling bitter. He had practically been defeated. His strength had been suppressed for no reason, which barred him from using instantaneous movement. Trapped in such a cage while he had to face a high-rank open heaven realm master, there was no way he could flee. "Since I'm aware that you're an expert in the Tao of space, why wouldn't I be prepared?" The woman smiled faintly. There were 2 dimples on her face. One of them looked smiling while the other contained murderous intent. Yang Kai jabbed the azure dragon spear into the ground and appeared to be completely frank. "It's said that the winner is the king while the loser is the villain. Just tell me what you want. I won't turn you down if it's acceptable. I just hope that you won't cross the line so that we'll be able to meet again without any enmity between us." Upon seeing that he appeared to be resigned to fate, the young woman suddenly stopped in her tracks and furrowed her brows that looked like willow leaves. For some reason, she caught a whiff of a dangerous aura. She then sneered, "Why didn't you think about not crossing the line when you tried to stab your spear into me?" Yang Kai suddenly looked away while appearing bashful. "I was just shocked by your sudden appearance. I would never have the heart to kill an alluring woman like you." All of a sudden, the woman's voice was filled with fury as she said, "Have you refined that thing?" Pretending to be clueless, Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean?" The woman said through clenched teeth, "If you hadn't refined that thing, you wouldn't have found it hard to activate your world force just now. Although the world spring can help strengthen the small universe and prevent any external intrusion, the small universe would be suppressed by it before it's fully refined. That's why you now find it hard to circulate your world force smoothly." Yang Kai was dumbfounded and almost cursed out loud. He already had a speculation when he realized that something was off just now. He reckoned that it might have something to do with the world spring. Upon hearing the young woman's explanation, he realized that it was indeed the case. The world spring would suppress the small universe. After it was fully refined, it would be immensely beneficial. However, before that, it would negatively impact the cultivator's power. While he was fleeing some time ago, he had been manipulating space principles and occasionally utilizing his world force, but it wouldn't consume a lot of energy doing so. Therefore, he was unable to notice this. If he hadn't launched a sneak attack on the woman just now, he still wouldn't have realized it. Now, he had practically no way to defend himself, which was why he felt bitter. However, He knew little about the world's spring at that time, and he didn't think twice before putting it inside his small universe. It never crossed his mind that the world's spring would try to merge with his small universe all on its own. He was all battered while fleeing some time ago, and now this young woman directly captured him. Yang Kai secretly tried to circulate his strength and realized that just like the woman had said, his small universe had been suppressed by the world's spring, so he was still unable to run his world force smoothly. After putting the azure dragon spear away, he put on an embarrassed but polite smile. Elder sister, I didn't want this to happen either. I can give you the thing you want, but please give me some time as the thing has settled down in my small universe. It's not easy for me to take it out. The woman stared coldly at him and didn't conceal her murderous intent. The emotions behind her gaze kept changing as though she was weighing the pros and cons of something. A moment later, she asked, "What was your order when you broke through to the open heaven realm?" Yang Kai had no idea why she suddenly asked about it, but he wouldn't mind stalling for time, so he answered honestly, "Fifth order." The woman let out a breath as though she had just heard some wonderful news. Fifth order. It means that you'll have a chance to make it to the seventh order. Yang Kai fawned over her by saying, "That's right. You're indeed intelligent, elder sister." Apparently, the young woman didn't like this kind of flattery as she stared dispassionately at Yang Kai. "Consider yourself lucky that I'm young enough to have time to wait. If the other two old farts were here, you would have lost your life by now." Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fist. "Many thanks for not killing me, elder sister. If there's a chance in the future, I'll do anything to repay your favor." The woman snorted. "Stop the smooth talking, or else I'll cut off your tongue." Yang Kai raised his hand and zipped his mouth as though he was determined not to speak again. The woman scoffed, "Don't move if you want to live. Otherwise, I don't mind gambling." She then used a different hand seal and yelled, "Bind." Just then, the rays of light that had sealed off the entire shattered spirit province turned into silver threads and wrapped around Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to resist, but he wouldn't dare to take the risk as he could sense the woman's faint murderous intent still lingering on him. He had no choice but to allow the silver threads to penetrate his body. The next moment, he grunted as he could feel something assimilating into his physique. Although he didn't feel any discomfort, he knew that he couldn't activate his space principles to flee before the silver threads were resolved. If he really did that, the young woman could easily make him stay by controlling the silver threads. It felt terrible to have his life under someone else's control. However, he was certain that if he really resisted just now, the young woman wouldn't have spared his life. Given the state he was in, Yang Kai had no right to provoke a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Only by yielding to her demands would he stand a chance to survive. He had never been humiliated in such a way since he started cultivating the Tao of space. Although there were many times when he had to flee in embarrassment as he was chased after by more powerful cultivators, it had never come to such a point where he was disgraced in such a manner. It was said that if one often walked by the riverside, there was no way he could always keep his shoes dry. Now, not only were his shoes wet, but he had actually been soaked in the river. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4656, Xia Lin Lang's Plan? The young woman suddenly asked, "What's your name?" Yang Kai honestly told her his name, then added, "I'm a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven." Clearly unperturbed, the young woman sneered. It was then Yang Kai knew that he had done something pointless. He initially wanted to bring up Bright King Cave Heaven so that this seventh-order woman would be wary of it and wouldn't outright kill him. However, it seemed that she didn't care whether he was a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven or not. Just like Su Wang had said, a noble background was pointless in the shattered heaven as the cultivators here only cared about strength. Some of the open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises had lost their lives in the shattered heaven, but the murderers were still at large. Upon that realization, Yang Kai decided to keep his mouth shut so that he wouldn't say anything useless again. The young woman's expression suddenly changed as she turned to look in a particular direction, then said through clenched teeth, "That old hag found us pretty quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, She grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder and surged her world force in an attempt to run away with him. Nevertheless, a ferocious force came right at her the next instant. The young woman gritted her teeth and tossed Yang Kai away. As her curvy figure whirled around, she pushed out her palm to parry the attack. The shattered spirit province could not bear the fallout of the exchange of moves between two high-rank open heaven realm masters, so it exploded the next moment. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that the young woman was already standing beside him as she stared vigilantly ahead. Following her gaze, he saw an old woman with a hunched back hovering in the void as she looked greedily at him. Faced with the stare, Yang Kai was having goosebumps all over his body. The young woman bellowed, "You court death, old witch." The old woman's wrinkled face creased together as she put on a withered smile. "Xia Lin Lang, stop being so haughty. Since both of us are in the seventh order, can you even kill me?" The young woman named Xia Lin Lang snorted, "Even if I can't kill you today, it doesn't mean I won't be able to do so in the future. Don't forget that while you're old and frail, I'm still young and strong. You'll definitely pass away before I do." The old woman replied, "Yes, your youth is your greatest asset. However, you might not have the guts to risk your life while I care little for mine. I'm willing to die if it means I take you down with me. Do you have the gall to do it?" Xia Lin Lang frowned. "I found him first, so the world's spring belongs to me. If you're willing to back down, I'm willing to give you some compensation on behalf of Lin Lang Palace." The old woman sneered, "If it belongs to you just because you found him first, we wouldn't have tried to hack each other to death a while ago. As for the compensation, just like you've said, I'm old and frail, so what's the point for me to have it?" Xia Lin Lang said through clenched teeth, "In that case, what's the point of you getting the world spring? As for how I'll use it, it's none of your business. It seems that you're determined to lose your life here." Xia Lin Lang's murderous intent surged. Since they couldn't come to any agreement, fighting was the only option. The old woman shook her head. "Stop trying to intimidate me. Each of us will have a 50% chance of winning if we get into a battle. If others find out about it and butt in, both of us will get nothing in the end." Upon hearing that, Xia Lin Lang immediately looked around with vigilance. After making sure that no one else was around, she snorted, "Stop pulling cheap tricks with me." The old woman added, "Don't worry, I found this place by chance. That guy went in a completely different direction, and he won't pay attention to this place for a while." Even though she was speaking to Xia Lin Lang, her turbid eyes had never moved away from Yang Kai. All of a sudden, she furrowed her brows. "Wait, given your temperament, why would you still keep this brat alive? Could it be?" Her expression suddenly changed as she glared at Yang Kai. "Brat, have you put the world spring inside your small universe?" Without responding to her, Yang Kai took a glance at Xia Lin Lang, as though he would only obey her orders. Just then, the old woman started guffawing. "Consider yourself lucky, brat. It's no wonder that this snake woman didn't kill you. Do you think it's because she's kind-hearted?" In fact, Yang Kai hadn't figured out the reason Xia Lin Lang didn't just kill him. He had been vigilant while she was trying to plant a restriction in his body earlier, and it never crossed his mind that this woman didn't want to kill him at all. "You're wrong. The reason she didn't kill you is that you've put the world spring inside your small universe. You're just a sixth-order open heaven realm master now, so if you pass away, your small universe will completely disintegrate, and the world spring might also be gone for good. There's no way she'd take such a risk. Did she ask you whether you'd have a chance to make it to the high rank?" Before Yang Kai replied to her, the old woman continued, "You should have a chance to ascend to the high rank. Otherwise, you'd be dead by now. However, on the day you make it to the high rank, you'll still die. The small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master has materialized, so even if you die, the world's spring will remain." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai finally understood the reason he was still alive. It was no wonder Xia Lin Lang said she didn't mind gambling. He was a sixth-order open heaven realm master now, so supposedly, if he was killed, the world's spring might vanish alongside his small universe. Therefore, she had to keep him alive like she was rearing a farm animal. She would only make a move when he ascended to the seventh order. Instead of getting furious, though, Yang Kai felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Although he was a sixth-order open heaven realm master, his small universe had actually materialized. In other words, even if he passed away, it wouldn't affect the world spring that had settled down in his small universe. Hence, he decided that he would never reveal the secret about his small universe. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance to survive. While the old woman spoke, Xiaolin Lang didn't intend to interrupt her. It was apparent that she didn't mind Yang Kai finding out about her plan. With what passed for an amicable expression, the old woman stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little one, although the woman beside you appears to be beautiful and innocent, her heart is as venomous as a viper. You'll end up in a horrible state one day." Yang Kai put on a grin. "Well, it is said that dying on a bed of flowers is the best way to go." Xiaolin Lang shot him a glare while the old woman was lost for words. After a moment of silence, the old woman said, "It's inevitable that young men are enchanted by beautiful women. Why don't you come with me instead? I'm not as devious as she is, and I can assure you that after you ascend to the seventh order, you'll just have to cut off a small part of your small universe to remove the world spring. I swear not to kill you. Although it might harm your foundation by doing so, it's better than losing your life." Yang Kai pulled a long face. "You don't look like a good person. I don't trust you." The old woman laughed in a hoarse voice. "You don't trust me, but you trust that devious woman?" After a sigh, Yang Kai said, "Both of you are senior experts, so I can't afford to offend either of you. Why don't you have a life-and-death battle here first? I'll follow the person who survives." The old woman snorted. "Cunning brat." Xiaolin Lang had run out of patience as she snapped, "Old witch, if you're determined to decide life and death here with me, I don't mind sending you to the Yellow Springs. However, if you want to spend the rest of your life peacefully, scram." The old woman appeared furious, but it was apparent that unlike what she had said before, she wasn't willing to take the risk of dying just to drag Xiaolin Lang down with her. With a sneer, Xiaolin Lang grabbed Yang Kai's shoulder and turned into a ray of light before shooting into the distance. Yang Kai could clearly feel a sense of murderous intent surging from the old woman as she stared fixedly at him from behind. However, even after they moved out of range of the old woman's divine sense, she still didn't make a move. It was obvious that she didn't have the confidence to make Xiaolin Lang stay. They would be evenly matched even if they got into a fight. So in the end, she decided to hold her fury in. Watching as Xiaolin Lang and Yang Kai left, the old woman muttered resentfully, "Where do you think you can go anyway? Are you disappointed that that old witch and I didn't kill each other?" Xiaolin Lang suddenly shot him a glare. Yang Kai patted his chest. "If you two got into a fight, I'd definitely help you." "Really?" Xiaolin Lang put on an inscrutable smile. Yang Kai changed the topic by saying, "In fact, if you want the world spring, you don't have to wait for me to ascend to the seventh order. After the dust settles, I'll try to force the world spring out of my small universe." With a smile, Xiaolin Lang replied, "You can give it a try. If you succeed, it'll be good for both of us." Yang Kai grunted in a sulky voice as he never intended to flee. As though trying to placate him, Xiaolin Lang said, "Although the old witch is ill-intentioned, she's right about one thing. I initially intended to kill you and get the world spring after you made it to the seventh order. Since it's been exposed and you've been obliging, I won't do anything that crosses the line." "What's your plan now, elder sister?" Yang Kai asked. "After you make it to the seventh order, you can keep your life if you're willing to cut off a small part of your small universe and bring the world spring out. However, by doing so, your cultivation will likely fall back to the sixth order, and it might cause your foundation to become unstable. By then, you won't be able to deal with average sixth order open heaven realm masters, and you'll only be slightly stronger than the fifth order." "It's decided, then," Yang Kai hurriedly replied. A shocked Xiaolin Lang gazed at him. "Don't you want to sleep on it?" Yang Kai put on a hollow laugh. "I'd rather live miserably than die horribly. Since you're completely frank with me, I won't beat around the bush and pull any tricks with you." A part of Xiaolin Lang's heart seemed to have been touched as she sighed. "You're right. It's better to live miserably than die horribly." As they moved forward at full speed, she never allowed Yang Kai to use space principles. for she was wary of this strange ability of his. After all, if Yang Kai secretly pulled a trick while using space principles, she might not be able to notice it even though she was more powerful. On the other hand, Yang Kai was tactful enough to not inquire about the woman's background. Since she wasn't willing to show up in the outside world by hiding in the depths of the shattered heaven, she must have some secrets that must not be exposed. Half a month later, they arrived at a place in the void where no one was around. Xia Lin Lang finally stopped in her tracks. Yang Kai looked around but didn't discover anything of interest. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang performed different hand seals, then gently stuck 2 fingers out and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void, whereupon Yang Kai could see a picture scroll emerging into existence. Inside the picture scroll, a beautiful view of mountains could be seen while some exotic beasts were roaming around. There were also some houses and gazebos on the mountains that made the place look like a paradise. Marshall Peak, Chapter 46-57, Lin Lang Palace. There was no doubt that the existence of a picture scroll in the void was shocking, but it would be completely normal if it was just a portal. While grabbing Yang Kai, Xia Lin Lang plunged into the picture scroll without hesitation and disappeared the next moment. The picture scroll that had abruptly appeared also vanished into thin air and left no traces behind. Ample world energy was felt coming right at their faces while they were surrounded by the thick aura of this world. When Yang Kai came to his senses, he realized that he was already in a place that was full of greenery, which looked just like a paradise. He then looked around and became amazed. Given his eyesight and experience now, he instantly realized that this place was different from the average universe world. It was a universe cave heaven that was left behind by a high-rank open heaven realm master after his death, and it was very well preserved. The world principles were complete, the world itself was stable, and the Tao essence was ample. The universe cave heaven that shattered following the exchange of moves between several 7th-order open heaven realm masters was not comparable to this one. Moreover, he could clearly feel that the Tao essence in this universe cave heaven was compatible with him. It was then he realized that the owner of this universe cave heaven was an expert in the spear Tao before his death. Therefore, the spear Tao essence in his small universe was abundant. By cultivating in such an environment, one could better comprehend the spear Tao with half the effort. When he entered the blood monster cave heaven in the past, the traces of blood principles were conspicuous. However, Yang Kai didn't cultivate the Tao of blood, so he didn't feel anything while he was there. As for the shadowless cave heaven, everything had been swept away by the astral wind, so the place was nothing more than a hollow shell. In Yang Kai's small universe, the most abundant Tao essence was definitely the space Tao essence. After all, he condensed his Tao seal through the Tao of space. The rest was the Tao of time, alchemic Tao, and spear Tao. If anyone managed to enter Yang Kai's small universe, they would have a chance to comprehend his insights in these 4 Taos. There were all sorts of grand Taos in the 3,000 worlds, but they all led to the same destination. Even though Yang Kai's mastery of the spear Tao was inferior to that of the Tao of space, it was still at the 3rd level, taking the initial steps. Therefore, as soon as he entered this universe cave heaven, he was moved by the thick Tao essence. This was indeed a wonderful place. If he could cultivate here for a long time, it would help improve his spear Tao significantly. Although it was of no help to his cultivation, it could increase his combat strength. While he was lost in his thoughts, Yang Kai suddenly looked down at a particular place. Beneath him, there was a market located in a city that was bustling with noise as people streamed through the streets. There are so many people in this place. Yang Kai was stunned. He initially thought that the place Xia Lin Lang resided must be totally serene, but the sight before his eyes was different from what he had imagined. As though knowing what was on his mind, Xia Lin Lang said, "This universe cave heaven already looked like this when I found it in the past. The previous owner must have been in the 8th order at the very least. It wasn't surprising that he raised some living beings in his body in order to generate auspicious spirit essence and increase his world force. Many high-rank open heaven realm masters in ancient times would do this, much unlike the current generation of high-rank open heaven realm masters." Yang Kai couldn't help but think about the blood monster cave heaven where there were many living creatures as well. The ancestors of Emo May and the others from Abundance City were living beings raised by Blood Monster Divine Monarch in his small universe. However, Blood Monster Divine Monarch was a cruel and narrow-minded person, so the living creatures in his body were planted with a blood principles restriction. Other than stopping them from comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, the restriction would also ensure they couldn't condense their Tao seals. Additionally, there was no way they could flee from the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Without the nourishment of the aura in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven, those who had been planted with the blood principles restriction would explode and die. Back then, Yangkai made a deal with Black Crow and obtained a technique that could disperse the blood principles restriction. That was how he managed to bring Emo May and the others back to Voidland. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed the moment Blood Monster Cave Heaven fell apart. Xiaolin Lang was right to say that many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in ancient times would raise some living creatures in their small universes. Nevertheless, things were different now. Yangkai had never heard of any high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises who had this hobby. At least the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had come across didn't have it, though he wasn't sure about the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. There were many benefits to be gained by raising living beings in one small universe. The reproduction of these living beings would provide a continuous supply of auspicious spirit essence. In that case, the world force of the owner's small universe would continue to increase without the need for him or her to actively cultivate. This kind of increase was negligible in the short term for high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, who needed thousands to tens of thousands of years to make it to the next order. Nevertheless, it could not be underestimated in the long term since many grains of sand would eventually build a mountain. It might help the owner shorten the time they had to cultivate significantly in the long term. However, it wasn't good news for the living beings who were raised in the small universe. Usually, their daily life wouldn't be affected, but if the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master got into a fight, and their small universe was shaken, a calamity would befall them. Worse, if the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master was killed, which resulted in their small universe collapsing, those living inside would die along with them. To those living inside, their fate was closely tied to the small universe's owner. If anything happened to the owner, they would share the same terrible fate. Yangkai gently grunted as a realization dawned upon him. Xiaolin Lang shot him a weird look. "What's wrong?" Yangkai straightened his face and replied dispassionately, "Nothing. It's just that I figured out something." Xiaolin Lang didn't intend to keep asking. Since Yangkai had been brought into this place, he was no different from a beast in a cage, despite his mastery of the Tao of space. Therefore, she wouldn't do anything to him as long as he didn't cross her bottom line. On the other hand, Yangkai finally figured out why the 4 universe pillars were so popular and why several high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were willing to kill each other in order to obtain one. Naturally, the World Spring could help perfect a small universe and prevent any external influence from affecting it, which would be immensely beneficial when the owner is in battle. However, its biggest use was to allow one to safely raise living beings in their small universe. With one of the 4 universe pillars residing in their small universe, it wouldn't fall into chaos as long as it wasn't struck by deadly force, thus allowing those living inside one small universe to continue their lives peacefully. In other words, with one of the 4 universe pillars in possession, an Open Heaven Realm Master could start raising living beings in their body without any worries, as they wouldn't be affected even if they fought an intense battle. Considering all this, Yangkai couldn't help having a bold idea. Since the World Spring was now in his possession, he should probably start planning how to take advantage of it. Now, he was in the 6th Order, which was still far away from his limit, the 8th Order. It wasn't certain how many years it would take him to make it to the 8th Order, but if he could raise some living beings in his small universe, he could shorten the time needed to reach his limit. However, he was nothing more than a captive now, so his first priority was to escape. The reason he had been obliging until now was that he wasn't willing to test Xiaolin Lang's patience. If he hadn't heard what the old woman had said, he would still have been very nervous about Xiaolin Lang killing him at any moment. However, upon learning the secrets of the World Spring, he now wasn't worried that she would do anything to him. At the very least, Shi Linlang wouldn't take the risk before he made it to the Seventh Order. He would only be forced to deal with her when he ascended to the Seventh Order. In truth, he never believed what she had said even though she appeared sincere. Just then, a reflective lake came into his sight. There was an island in the middle of the lake where a bamboo forest swayed gently with the wind. Xia Linlang led Yang Kai to land on the island and said impassively, "You'll start cultivating here from now on. If you want to regain your freedom, you'd better ascend to the Seventh Order soon. When the time comes, I'll fulfill the agreement we've come to." Yang Kai nodded. "I'll try my best, but it'll definitely take time." "Pass me your space ring." Xia Linlang extended her hand. Yang Kai batted his eyes as the sight was familiar to him. He then recalled that he had said the same thing to Luan Baifeng in a matter-of-factly manner. It seemed that karma had finally come for him. If Luan Baifeng were here, she would have convulsed with laughter. With a morose expression, he took off his space ring and tossed it at Xia Linlang in silence. After taking it, Xia Linlang had a look at it and frowned. "Why are you so poor when you're a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master?" In fact, Yang Kai wasn't poor at all. He had brought an enormous amount of resources with him when he left the star boundary. Otherwise, the void yin-yang mirrors couldn't have been refined. However, most of his things were placed in his small universe. He already had such a habit when he still had the sealed world bead. All the valuable items were put in the sealed world bead while the miscellaneous items were in his space ring. That was because if he came across any powerful cultivators and got robbed, he would still have his most precious items stashed away somewhere else. Faced with her pitiful gaze that was tinged with disdain, Yang Kai put on a meek smile. "Although I'm not wealthy, I don't think I'm considered poor either. These resources are enough for me to cultivate." Xia Linlang curled up her lips. "Didn't you say you're a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven? You're a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from one of the 36 Cave Heavens. Aren't you worried that your poverty will embarrass your sect?" With a cold expression, Yang Kai snapped, "I don't mind you mocking me, but please stop exposing my weaknesses. What's the point of putting me in a tight spot while you're fully aware of my shortcomings?" Xia Linlang pursed her lips. "Stop the pretense, will you?" She then tossed the space ring back at him. "All right, just cultivate with such rubbish for now. I'll tell someone to send you some resources later." Yang Kai nodded and put on his ring before saying, "By the way, please dispel the restriction in my body. Otherwise, it'll affect my cultivation." Xia Linlang looked playfully at him. She was fully aware of whether the restriction she had planted would affect his cultivation or not. However, since Yang Kai was like a caged beast now, the restriction was no longer important. Not willing to waste any time on this issue, she put on a sweet smile and parted her lips. "Just stay here and cultivate. If I catch you running away, I'll break your legs. If you do it again, I'll end your life." Yang Kai instantly turned pale with horror and hung his head low. "I would never dare to." Xia Linlang crooked her finger, whereupon silver threads flew out of Yang Kai's body and turned into a silver light in her hand before disappearing. Martial Peak, Chapter 4658, Refining the World Spring. Xia Linlang was gone, but it wasn't certain where she headed to. It seemed that she was not worried that Yang Kai would run away at all. In fact, Yang Kai didn't have the intention to flee. Since the world spring hadn't been fully refined, his world force would be sucked into it from time to time, which would cause his small universe to descend into chaos. Furthermore, when he took in the shattered spirit province where the world spring was located previously, many impurities had also snuck into his small universe. Before he resolved these two major issues, he would never be able to flee from a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master regardless of how swift he was. Although the island in the middle of the lake was not large, its view was magnificent. As the bamboo forest swayed with the breeze, the koi fish that came in different colors were seen swimming in the lake. It was truly a stunning sight to behold. It took Yang Kai 2 days to build a bamboo hut to shelter himself from the wind and rain. Following that, he set up a simple barrier around the hut to prevent anyone from spying on him before he started cultivating. He could refine the world spring at a later time, as the most important task for him now was to purge the impurities from his small universe. While these impurities were inside his small universe, he had to spend some effort to suppress them. Otherwise, once they assimilated into his small universe completely, his foundation would be affected. Fortunately, it wasn't the first time such a thing happened to him, so he was already familiar with how to deal with it. It took him about half a month to restore his small universe to its original state. After settling the problem in his small universe, Yang Kai started refining the world spring. This thing had started settling in on its own since it landed in his small universe, so he was just trying to accelerate the process by actively refining it. Yang Kai hadn't paid any attention to the world spring since he was running for his life some time ago. Now that the dust had settled, he realized that as the world spring absorbed his world force and became fixed in place, there was an invisible aura that permeated his entire small universe which originated from it. The existence of this aura had fortified and perfected his small universe. Even his heritage had been strengthened. Yang Kai made some calculations and believed that given his current state, it would take him 1 to 2 months of hard work before he could fully refine the world spring. During this process, the amount of world force that would be consumed would be incalculable. Although he had chugged down a lot of open heaven pills to replenish his world force, he still couldn't make up for the losses. Following a continuous infusion of world force for the next 2 months, the world spring, which caused Yang Kai's small universe to descend into turmoil from time to time, finally merged with his it. He instantly felt as ecstatic as a dead tree that had been resurrected. The pressure that had burdened him for months was finally gone for good. He clenched his fists and activated his world force and confirmed that there were no longer any obstacles that stopped him from circulating his power smoothly. The world spring suppressed his small universe before being fully refined. Otherwise, he could have at least counterattacked when dealing with Xiaolin Lang. After all, he had engaged in life-and-death battles with Zuoquan Hui before. Regardless of how powerful Xiaolin Lang was, she would not be stronger than Zuoquan Hui. Now that he had fully refined the world spring, it wouldn't obstruct his world force and would instead reinforce his small universe, making it extremely sturdy and resistant to outside shocks and influence. Unless it was struck with enough force to crack it, his small universe wouldn't fall into chaos again. While he focused on examining the transformation in his small universe, the barrier around the bamboo hut was suddenly triggered. With a frown, Yang Kai looked out intently and realized a tan-skinned young man was standing outside the hut with a gloomy expression on his face. It wasn't certain why he was so angry, but when he pushed out his fist, Yang Kai's hastily arranged barrier and bamboo hut fell apart in an instant. The barrier only served as a cover, and it wasn't solid enough to ward off any attacks. Although the tan-skinned young man was irritable, he was surprisingly a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was only natural that the thin barrier couldn't bear his attack. There are Open Heaven Realm Masters in this place other than Xiaolin Lang. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. After giving it a thought, though, he relaxed. Although Xiaolin Lang resided in this place, it wasn't surprising that she had some subordinates as she was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The moment the bamboo hut came apart, Yang Kai calmly landed on the ground. As they exchanged glances, the young man examined Yang Kai with a furious expression. "Are you Yang Kai?" Yang Kai nodded. "Yes." The young man snorted as he held a space ring in his hand and showed it to the other man. "Palace Master has asked me to pass this thing to you." Yang Kai took a look at the demolished bamboo hut and replied with a smile, "Did your Palace Master also ask you to destroy my hut?" Without directly answering his question, the young man snapped, "I don't care who you are, but we've all risked our lives to obtain the resources in this ring. Every one of them was not easy to come by. I, Qin Fun, wouldn't disobey the Palace Master since she wants to give you these resources. However, you'll have to prove your worth before you can get them." Finally understanding why the young man named Qin Fun was furious, Yang Kai put on a faint smile. In order to help him ascend to the 7th Order sooner, Xiaolin Lang would certainly give him some resources. That was the reason she took a look at his space ring some time ago. Nevertheless, it wasn't easy to collect resources in the Shattered Heaven. As a disciple from Lin Lang Palace, Qin Fun definitely wouldn't dare to disobey Xiaolin Lang, the Palace Master. However, He was also reluctant to give away resources, which he had exerted himself to find, to a stranger for free. Since he had nowhere else to vent his anger, Yang Kai's bamboo hut became the target. How do you want to find out whether I'm worthy? Yang Kai gazed at the young man. Qin Fan put away the space ring and extended his hand before summoning a spear with green and purple lights swirling around it. As his world force surged, he pushed out the spear towards Yang Kai and bellowed, "Of course we'd have to fight. You'll get the ring if you're able to win the battle, but you'll be killed if you're defeated." Faced with the sudden attack, Yang Kai remained unmoved. However, as his clothes swayed with the wind, his figure started moving backwards like a phantom. He had retreated several thousand meters in the blink of an eye, while the tip of the spear remained 7 meters away from his face. The light on the tip of the spear flickered as though it was the tongue of a snake. Explosions occurred wherever they went, which went to show how powerful Qin Fan's attack was. However, regardless of how much force Qin Fan exerted, Yang Kai remained calm and collected, like a senior expert teaching his foolish student a lesson. Yang Kai looked teasingly at him, as though the latter was a child who was throwing a tantrum. Qin Fan growled, "Stop using cheap tricks and face me directly if you have the guts." He madly surged his world force as his spear moved forward 2 more meters. Following that, Yang Kai suddenly pushed out his fist. Qin Fan widened his eyes in disbelief, for he felt an immense force coming right at him. The force whisked across his spear and came at his chest like it was a mountain. The green and purple lights around his spear madly flickered. A horrified Qin Fan instantly moved backwards, but his chest was still struck by the attack. Upon impact, he tumbled across the surface of the lake as the waves surged. When he finally managed to stabilize himself and looked up, he saw that Yang Kai remained calm and collected while standing in front of the demolished bamboo hut and gazing impassively at him. It was as though he had never moved a muscle. Upon standing with difficulty, Qin Fan hovered above the lake as a myriad of expressions came over his face. He was overwhelmed by a sense of shock and disbelief. Both of them were in the 6th order, so he didn't understand why there was such a huge gap between this man named Yang Kai and himself. He was easily defeated by the other party with only one move. Just now, he felt as though he was facing a 7th order open heaven realm master like the palace master instead of a 6th order one. Where did this guy come from? The emotions in Qin Fan's heart undulated. He only found out some time ago that the palace master had brought a stranger back to this place. He initially intended to ignore that man, but the palace master had asked him to send some resources to that person. After taking a look at the space ring, he realized that there were a lot of resources in it, which was why he was vexed. He wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but in the end, he was the one who suffered a setback instead. Suppressing the roiling vitality in his chest, Qin Fan stared at the other man with a conflicted gaze. After a snort, he put away his spear and tossed the space ring at him. "Since you've proved your worth, this thing belongs to you now." The ring clanged to the ground. Yang Kai didn't even bother to take a glance at it. Qin Fan glared at him. "What do you mean by this?" With a harmless smile, Yang Kai replied, "Nothing." Qin Fan had the urge to ask Yang Kai what the latter meant by nothing, but he knew that he would be humiliated if he really did so. Furthermore, Yang Kai had already made his stance clear. As he darted his gaze between Yang Kai and the space ring, he grimly said, "You may kill me, but you may never humiliate me." Yang Kai chuckled in response. At that instant, Qin Fan fell into a dilemma. He was reluctant to pick up the ring and pass it to Yang Kai, but he wouldn't dare to disobey the palace master's order either, so he had to make sure that his task was completed. Initially, he just wanted to teach Yang Kai a lesson and dropped the ring in front of him like the latter was a beggar. However, he was the one who was embarrassed instead. Just when Qin Fan didn't know what to do, Xia Linlang suddenly spoke from a distance, "Don't cross the line, Yang Kai." Seeing that Yang Kai remained silent, she went on to say, "Qin Fan, since you've destroyed his bamboo hut, you should rebuild it for him." Qin Fan respectfully cupped his fist. "Yes, Palace Master." Yang Kai pressed his lips into a line, but he still cupped his fist and said, "Since you've said so, this Yang will obey." He would probably suffer horribly if he offended this seventh order open heaven realm master. It still wasn't the right time to confront her. Since she had made a fair judgment, he decided to make a concession. Then, he extended his hand and grabbed the space ring. Upon infusing his divine sense into the ring, he realized there were really a lot of resources inside. Besides open heaven pills, there were more than 20 complete sets of fifth-order materials. There were no sixth-order materials. It wasn't that Xiaolin Lang didn't want to give him sixth-order materials, but be it in the 3,000 worlds or the Shattered Heaven, all open heaven realm masters faced the same issue. Yin and yang element materials in the sixth order and above were extremely rare, while it was easier to find materials of the five elements. However, when one cultivated, there couldn't be a lack of yin and yang element materials while just refining five elements materials, for doing so would disrupt the balance of power in their small universe. As such, when an open heaven realm master refined cultivation materials, they had to prepare a complete set of yin, yang, and the five elements. Martial Peak, Chapter 4659, Barging into the Palace. Other than an opportunity such as entering a small source world, the quickest and most effective way for sixth-order open heaven realm masters like Yang Kai to cultivate was to refine sixth-order materials. However, sixth-order yin and yang element materials were hard to come by, so most had to settle for the second-best materials, the fifth-order ones. It was the case for Yang Kai, and even for the high-rank open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises. No one would waste sixth-order materials. More than 20 sets of fifth-order materials and 30 million open heaven pills could only last Yang Kai for about half a year. Since Xiaolin Lang had given the order, Qin Fan wouldn't dare to disobey her. Therefore, for the next few days, he had been building a bamboo hut for Yang Kai. He initially intended to build a sloppy one, but what made him furious was that Yang Kai had been instructing him like a supervisor the whole time. Qin Fan had a strong urge to kill this guy with his spear. A few days later, the bamboo hut was finally completed. Qin Fan instantly left the place without sparing Yang Kai a glance, for he was worried he wouldn't be able to contain his fury. Nothing major happened in the days that followed. No one would bother Yang Kai while he stayed on the island in the middle of the lake, so he could focus on cultivating. Since he ascended to the open heaven realm, he had rarely had any chance to sit and cultivate in peace. In the past, he was forced to ascend to the fifth order outside the shadowless cave heaven. After entering it, he consumed a world fruit and made it to the sixth order. Following that, he had to travel to many places and deal with a lot of issues. Sometimes he would have some free time, but he would soon have to get to work again. Although he was forcefully brought to this place by Xiaolin Lang, it could also be considered an opportunity for him, as he could seize this chance to strengthen his cultivation. After ascending to the open heaven realm, a cultivator had to carefully manage their small universe, a process that couldn't be rushed as it took years of accumulation. What was more important was that he was given free resources. Although he didn't really care about it since he was pretty wealthy now, no one would turn down free resources. Half a year later, Yang Kai had used up all the resources Qin Fan had sent him. He didn't ask for more resources from Xiaolin Lang though, because normally, so many resources could last a sixth-order open heaven realm master 2 or 3 years. Fortunately, he still had a lot of resources in his small universe, so he wouldn't have to stop cultivating. This way of cultivating was extremely dreary, but it was inescapable for all open heaven realm masters. As time passed, Yang Kai managed to calm himself and slowly understand his own deficiencies. The reason he made it to the sixth order from the fifth order was that he had consumed a mid-rank world fruit. After that, due to various opportunities, his cultivation had increased significantly. Although there were many benefits in the short term since his power had risen quickly, there were some barely noticeable dangers that would snowball into something serious in the long term if not addressed. These hidden concerns wouldn't break out so soon, but as his cultivation increased, it would slowly affect his foundation, and once that happened, the situation would become very serious. Hence, now was the perfect chance for Yang Kai to rectify these problems since he could focus on cultivating in peace right now. On the other hand, this universe cave heaven was indeed rich in spear Dao essence. Qin Fan, who had provoked Yang Kai some time ago, also used a spear. and his mastery of Spear Dao was actually better than Yang Kai's. However, since there was a huge gap between their strength, he was defeated by Yang Kai with only one move. If their heritages were the same, and they both used spears to battle, Yang Kai might not be able to defeat Qin Fan despite having the supreme limitless spear art. While cultivating, he also never forgot to improve his comprehension of the Spear Dao, using the Dao essence filling this universe cave heaven. Time passed by quickly, and Yang Kai never stepped out of the bamboo hut. All he did was cultivate with his legs crossed. New resources would be sent to him every 3 years, but it was no longer Qin Fan who did so. Since he was defeated by Yang Kai before, he wouldn't have the face to come to this island again. The person who was responsible for sending him resources was a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but they never even spoke. After arriving at the island in the middle of the lake, he would hurriedly pass a ring to Yang Kai and leave. For the past 10 years, Yang Kai had not seen Xia Linlang again, making him wonder what she had been doing. 10 years was neither a short nor long time, and it certainly was not enough for Yang Kai to significantly increase the heritage of his small universe. However, it was enough for him to achieve greater heights in his Spear Dao. Originally, his mastery over the Spear Dao was only in the 3rd level, taking the initial steps. Nevertheless, after 10 years of study and comprehension, he had reached the 5th level, attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. There were 4 Daos that Yang Kai had significant attainments in. His Dao of Space was at the 8th level, summiting the peak, while his Dao of Time had reached the 6th level, exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Additionally, his Spear Dao was now on the level of attaining mastery through comprehensive understanding. On the other hand, he had all but given up on the alchemic Dao. If nothing unexpected happened, he probably wouldn't spend any time and energy to improve it again. One day, while cultivating, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked up. He could sense Xia Linlang's aura appearing in a particular direction as she turned into a ray of light. Soon, she left this universe cave heaven and disappeared into the distance. Yang Kai became startled for a moment, before putting on a grin. Today is the day. The chance has finally come. Without hesitation, he stood up and dashed out of the bamboo hut. After taking a look into the distance, he disappeared from the spot the next instant. There was a palace in the place where Xia Linlang's aura appeared just now. It was also her foundation, Linlang Palace. A moment later, Yang Kai revealed his figure in front of a magnificent palace. While looking up, he muttered, "Just as I suspected." Just like the Heavenly Sword Palace, the palace in front of him named Linlang Palace was also a flying palace artifact. In fact, Heavenly Sword Palace wasn't the first mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was. Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven was also such a palace artifact. However, the Flowing Time Temple was a product of the Star Boundary. Although it belonged to Flowing Time Great Emperor when he was alive, it was inferior to the other mobile palaces Yang Kai had seen. The Flowing Time Temple was invincible in a battle between cultivators below the Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, in a fight between Open Heaven Realm Masters, it was practically useless. Strictly speaking, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was the first true mobile palace artifact Yang Kai had come across. Unfortunately, when the Blood Monster Cave Heaven collapsed, the Blood Monster Divine Palace was also destroyed. Meanwhile, Linlang Palace was also a palace artifact. Just like the status of Blood Monster Divine Palace in Blood Monster Cave Heaven, Linlang Palace was the center of this universe cave heaven. It was very important as it was just like the array core of a grand array. The one who obtained Linlang Palace would be able to control this universe cave heaven. Presently, Linlang Palace had been left with Xia Linlang's imprint, so she was its owner. Yang Kai had been cultivating in seclusion for the past 10 years because, first, he indeed needed to calm down and cultivate, and secondly, he couldn't confront Xia Linlang since he was no match for her in this universe cave heaven where she held all the advantages. However, he would certainly want to counterattack when there was a chance. Yang Kai wouldn't risk his life for the magnanimity of a woman he was at odds with. As soon as Yang Kai showed up, a figure shot out of Linlang Palace. It was Qin Fan, who was defeated by Yang Kai before. While glaring at him, he demanded, "What are you doing here?" Before the palace master left, She told him to keep an eye on Yang Kai. It never crossed his mind, though, that right after the palace master left, this guy would show up here. It was obvious that this bastard had some ill intentions. Yang Kai retracted his gaze from the palace and took a glance at Qin Fan before smiling and declaring, "Those who stand in my way will die." An unperturbed Qin Fan snapped with a cold expression, "You can give it a try." Certainly, Yang Kai was going to try. He turned into a beam of light and shot towards Qin Fan. As though recalling the defeat 10 years ago, Qin Fan couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, before Yang Kai even got close to him, a light barrier appeared around Lin Lang Palace. Yang Kai crashed into the light barrier, causing the entire palace to shake. Although the light became dented, it wasn't broken in any way. Yang Kai flew back 300 meters before standing still in a calm manner. Qin Fan sneered, "Palace Master knew that you'd create trouble after she left, so she had made some preparations. You'd better leave now. Otherwise, no one can save you when Palace Master returns." Yang Kai extended his hand and summoned out his Azure Dragon Spear before uttering impassively, "If Xia Lin Lang was still inside Lin Lang Palace, I naturally wouldn't dare to make a scene. However, since you're the one who is in charge now, what's the percentage of the palace's power that you can use?" Qin Fan snorted, "More than enough to deal with you." Yang Kai grinned, "The biggest mistake Xia Lin Lang made is regarding me as an average 6th Order Master. Let's find out how many of my attacks this barrier can bear, shall we?" After he finished speaking, Yang Kai pushed his world force and infused it into his spear before thrusting out his weapon. Qin Fan wanted to mock him, but when the spear came into contact with the light barrier, it actually flickered noticeably. Although Xia Lin Lang had given him some temporary powers, Qin Fan was still stunned by the attack. A flabbergasted Qin Fan hurriedly fished out a jade and performed a hand seal. By activating the power of the jade, he could control the Grand Array. Just like Yang Kai had said, though, Lin Lang Palace belonged to Xia Lin Lang. Even though she had given Qin Fan temporary authority to control the Grand Array before she left, he couldn't fully use its power. Yang Kai's attacks continuously rained down on the light barrier of the Grand Array. In the past, Yang Kai couldn't have achieved this even though his spear technique was already fairly powerful. However, after 10 years of cultivation and seclusion, while he hadn't improved the heritage of his small universe much, he had gained quite a bit of insight into the spear Tao. As he wielded his spear, the spear principles in the universe Cave Heaven seemed to have been stimulated, which helped empower Yang Kai. Qin Fan staggered while he kept performing different hand seals, but he couldn't stop the light barrier from dimming. Impacted by the turmoil in Lin Lang Palace, his small universe had also become unsteady. After about 100 attacks from Yang Kai, the barrier around Lin Lang Palace broke into pieces like a shattered mirror. Qin Fan fell on his backside as blood streamed out of his mouth and nose. With his spear in hand, Yang Kai sauntered up the stairs as though no one else was around. Seeing this, Qin Fan gritted his teeth and roared. He then summoned his Cyan Spear and fearlessly attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai lightly swung his Azure Dragon Spear, and as the spears brushed past each other, his spear jabbed into Qin Fan's shoulder, drawing a spurt of blood from the latter. He then lifted Qin Fan off his feet with his spear. On the other hand, the tip of Qin Fan's spear was just a palm's length from Yang Kai's chest, flashing with ample world force. However, even a palm's length was like the difference between life and death in this situation. Martial Peak, Chapter 4660, Occupying the Palace. After his defeat on the island in the middle of the lake, Qin Fan knew that there was a gap between Yang Kai and him, but what horrified him was that the gap was so wide. He could use the excuse of being negligent for his previous defeat, but in the life-and-death battle just now, he was still overpowered by the other party with ease. The outcome gave Qin Fan a crawling sensation on his scalp. He had never seen or heard of such a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master before. The Palace Master had left, and the Grand Array around Lin Lang Palace was unable to stop this person's steps. Who else in this place could be a match for him? He didn't blame Yang Kai for being ruthless. He just hated the fact that he was unable to protect the palace while the Palace Master was gone. As blood spurted, Yang Kai tossed Qin Fan away from his spear and activated his cow punch secret technique. Instantly, Qin Fan felt dizzy as his small universe shook violently. He was unable to come to his senses for a long time. Just then, a few figures shot out of Linlang Palace. The person who always sent the resources to Yang Kai over the years was among them. There were also several 5th Order and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters he had never seen before. They rushed over to have a look the moment they heard the noises that were coming from Linlang Palace, but it was too late. When they saw that Qin Fan's shoulder was covered in blood while he was seated on the ground, they were astonished. They then glared at the culprit Yang Kai as their murderous intent surged. "Stop embarrassing yourselves. Even together, all of you are no match for him," Qin Fan shouted with difficulty. In Linlang Palace, he was the strongest apart from Xia Linlang, but he was defeated by Yang Kai in just one move. If it weren't because Yang Kai didn't have the intention to kill, he would have lost his life already. Although there were some 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among those people, they wouldn't be able to deal with Yang Kai. Qin Fan's words were effective in stopping them from making any rash moves. Those people appeared furious and eager to fight, but they still held their anger in and did not make a move. One woman circumvented Yang Kai and walked up to Qin Fan before helping him up with a worried expression. Qin Fan waved his hand to show that he was fine, though the upheaval in his small universe didn't seem like it would settle anytime soon. An invisible force had permeated his small universe and thrown it into absolute chaos. He then wiped the blood from his mouth and stared coldly at Yang Kai. "So, what if we're no match for you? In Linlang Palace, you're unable to flee without the Palace Master's permission. I suggest you retreat now. Otherwise, you'll be killed when the Palace Master returns." Yang Kai snorted. "Retreat? Why should I retreat?" Although Linlang Palace was a universe cave heaven left behind by a high-rank master with a closed portal, it was still possible for Yang Kai to flee if he wanted to. As an expert in the Tao of space, he just had to head to the portal and forcefully open it. Once he ran away from this place, Xia Linlang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With that said, Yang Kai never had any intentions of fleeing. He had waited for 10 years before Xia Linlang finally left, because he decided to do something big. Qin Fan suddenly paled as he gazed at Yang Kai's right hand. "What are you trying to do?" At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a jade in his right hand as he fiddled with it. The jade was given to Qin Fan by Xia Linlang before she left. It was the jade that was used to control Linlang Palace. Qin Fan had no idea when Yang Kai had snatched the jade from him. It was probably during the time he was in a dazed state due to the turmoil in his small universe. Upon realizing Yang Kai's plan, Qin Fan was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He already felt guilty that he couldn't stop Yang Kai from barging into Linlang Palace, but if Yang Kai managed to refine the palace as well, Qin Fan would never forgive himself. "This thing is pretty easy to refine." Yang Kai put on a smile. As he waved his hand, Linlang Palace shook a little while an invisible force swept out. Qin Fan and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters were sent flying away by this force. When they landed on the ground, they were already outside of the palace. The light barrier, which Yang Kai had shattered earlier, reappeared and blocked them out. Of course, a jade that was used to control a palace artifact couldn't be refined easily. In fact, Yang Kai had only refined a little of it, and there was still a lot to do. Since Xia Linlang decided to pass this jade to Qin Fan so that he could protect Linlang Palace, she naturally had to get rid of her own imprint from it in advance. Therefore, only Qin Fan's aura was now left in the jade, which was why Yang Kai could easily dispel it. It wouldn't have been easy if Xia Linlang's aura were still inside it. In fact, Xia Linlang hadn't made any mistakes in her arrangements. Qin Fan and Yang Kai were both in the 6th Order, and although Qin Fan appeared to be weaker than Yang Kai in the battle on the island previously, he should have been able to deal with an opponent in the same order with the help of Linlang Palace. Furthermore, there were other 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the palace to assist if something went wrong. Xia Linlang believed that with such arrangements in place, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any scheme he had even though she had left. Unfortunately, she had greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength. Qin Fan had only temporarily taken over Linlang Palace, so he was unable to draw out its full power. On the other hand, Yang Kai was overwhelming and acted resolute in every move he made. After breaking the grand array around the palace, he directly snatched the jade from Qin Feng. That was the reason Yang Kai said that Xia Lin Lang had made a mistake by regarding him to be an average 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It wasn't that Xia Lin Lang was careless, but a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai was too unique. Common sense was not applicable to a monster like him. After they were pushed out of the palace, one of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters became furious and wanted to make a move, but Qin Feng raised his hand to stop him. "Stop wasting your energy. The grand array of Lin Lang Palace has been activated. You won't be able to break it." As he spoke, a renewed sense of horror came over him. Yang Kai managed to break the grand array around Lin Lang Palace with a burst of about 100 attacks. It indeed had something to do with the fact that the grand array's power had been weakened under Qin Feng's control, but the major issue was that there was a huge gap between his strength and Yang Kai's. He initially thought that he could shorten this gap if he cultivated hard, but now it seemed that even if he reached the peak of the 6th Order, he still wouldn't be able to defeat Yang Kai. At that instant, he felt extremely bitter in his heart. It was expected that he was haughty since he was able to make it to the 6th Order, but the experience on this day was like a slap in the face for him, making him realize that there were always people beyond people out there. Do we just watch and do nothing then? The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was impolite as he blamed Qin Feng for losing the jade of Lin Lang Palace. Following a sigh, Qin Feng replied, "The portal in this place is sealed, so he can't flee anyway. He'll only suffer miserably when Palace Master returns." Upon hearing that, all of them were lost for words. Meanwhile, Yang Kai shuffled towards the center of Lin Lang Palace. In just a while, he arrived at a spacious grand hall with nothing in it. However, the abstruse patterns of a grand array were carved on the ground and walls. Amazing aura was seen weltering within the grand array, and it was clearly closely connected to the universe cave heaven. This was apparently the place where the central grand array of Lin Lang Palace was located. This grand array was linked to the jade in his hand. Yang Kai then walked up to the middle of the grand array and sat down with his legs crossed. Following that, he crossed his fingers and placed his hands on his lap. The array jade nestled between his palms. As he activated his world force, Yang Kai infused his power into the jade and refined it. He wasn't considered powerful since he was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he was definitely not weak either. As a result, it was easy for him to refine a basically ownerless array jade. He wasn't certain why Xia Lin Lang had left or when she would return, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Presently, he was still not a match for a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Lin Lang Palace would be the key if he wanted to go up against Xia Lin Lang. Otherwise, he would have forcefully opened the portal and fled instead of wasting time here. Xia Lin Lang thought that there wouldn't be a problem with Qin Feng in charge of the palace, which went to show that she still underestimated Yang Kai. It was easy to refine the jade in the initial stage, but it became increasingly difficult as he progressed further. It took Yang Kai half a month before he fully refined the jade. As he slowly opened his eyes, though, he became dumbfounded. Soon, he snapped out of the dazed state and snarled, "That woman is so sly. I've never seen a more cunning person than her." He appeared incensed as he was in a terrible mood. This couldn't be helped, as he realized that he could only control half of Lin Lang Palace's power through this jade even after he fully refined it. In other words, this array jade wasn't complete, with its other parts still in Xia Lin Lang's hands. This was quite embarrassing. The main reason Yang Kai had taken the risk to stay was to refine Lin Lang Palace. As long as he could occupy this palace, he would no longer be afraid of Xia Lin Lang since he would be able to control the entire universe cave heaven through the palace and make use of the world force in this place to deal with her. This was a universe cave heaven left behind by a cultivator who was at least in the 8th Order. If Yang Kai managed to succeed, Xia Lin Lang wouldn't be able to harm him despite being a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, after he spent so much effort refining the jade, he realized that Xia Lin Lang had pulled a trick. In that case, he was the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, the same as Xia Lin Lang. No one was at an advantage in this regard. Yang Kai had no idea whether Xia Lin Lang was being careful or that there were originally two parts of the array jade, but his plan was now impossible to complete. Fortunately, there was still a benefit to his actions to be excited about. Outside Lin Lang Palace, even though Qin Fan was still slightly pale, he was actually fine as the wound on his shoulder was almost healed. Even if a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had never practiced body tempering before, their physique would still be pretty sturdy. Although Yang Kai was decisive in his moves, he didn't have the intention to kill, so it took just half a month for Qin Fan to fully recover. During this period of time, he and his companions had been staying outside Lin Lang Palace with grim expressions. In the meantime, they prayed that their palace master would return sooner to teach that reckless bastard a hard lesson. Just then, Qin Fan sensed something and looked up at the sky. The next instant, his expression changed drastically as he stood straight up and glared at Lin Lang Palace. Besides him, the two other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were respectively in the 6th Order and the 5th Order, did the same. The remaining 3 people had no idea why Qin Fan and the others had reacted in such a way. Martial Peak, Chapter 4661. Drying out the lake to catch the fish? That crazy bastard! Qin Fan growled through clenched teeth. Another 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appeared to be heartbroken. He's basically drying out the lake to catch the fish. Although the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master didn't say anything, he pressed his lips together with a gloomy expression. At this point, their companions finally realized that something was off. The woman, who helped Qin Fan up earlier, was standing beside him as she asked gently, "Senior Brother Qin, is that person absorbing Spear Dao essence?" With reddened eyes, Qin Fan nodded. The woman let out a sigh. The original owner of this universe Cave Heaven was a master of the Spear Dao before his death, which was a well-known fact, so the Spear Dao essence in this place was quite abundant. Therefore, be it the Open Heaven Realm Masters or the other sentient beings raised in this place, many of them were good at using spears. Ironically, the current owner of Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang, knew little about the Spear Dao. In the past, Qin Fan would always cultivate together with the other 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were adept at the Spear Dao. They could easily achieve greater heights in the Spear Dao due to the unique environment in this universe Cave Heaven. If this universe Cave Heaven was like a pond, the ample Spear Dao essence in this place was like the fish, and the people who were adept at the Spear Dao were like the anglers on the shore. As for how many fish they could catch, it depended on their talent and opportunities. Qin Fan's innate aptitude was excellent, which was why he had built a solid foundation in the Spear Dao. Xia Lin Lang once said that if Qin Fan could keep achieving greater heights, he would have a chance to receive the inheritance of this universe, Cave Heaven, that the previous owner had left behind. It was the inheritance of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so it was expected that everyone had their eyes on it. Qin Fan had always regarded himself to be the only choice to succeed the inheritance. However, at this moment, someone had brought a giant net with very small holes to this pond that was full of fish. After he was done with catching the fish, there wouldn't be many, if any, left for everyone else. That was the reason Qin Fan was heartbroken, and it was the same case for the other 2 Open Heaven Realm Masters who were experts in the Spear Dao. Inside Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed in the middle of the grand array, could clearly feel the abstruse aura streaming into his body from all directions, which helped him quickly comprehend the Spear Dao. The sense of enlightenment made him feel ecstatic. The moment he was brought to this place by Xia Lin Lang, he could feel that the Spear Dao essence in this place was abundant. It was the reason he had improved his comprehension of the Spear Dao by 2 levels in just 10 years. Nevertheless, he wasn't content with just that. His goal had always been to absorb all of the Spear Dao essence in this place. As for whether his actions were considered drying out the lake to catch the fish, he didn't give a damn. Since Xia Lin Lang was trying to harm him, he certainly had to get his revenge. Although Yang Kai already had this plan a long time ago, he was unable to carry it out. Now that he had refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he had the right to do it now. Other than being a palace artifact, Lin Lang Palace was also the command center of the entire universe Cave Heaven. Streams of aura around the edge of the Grand Array were closely connected to the universe cave heaven, and every move made here would have far-reaching implications. The status of Lin Lang Palace in this universe cave heaven was the same as that of Blood Monster Divine Palace in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The reason Blood Crow wanted to refine Blood Monster Divine Palace back then was to take control of the entire Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Even though Yang Kai had only refined half of Lin Lang Palace, he could do whatever he wanted, seeing as the controller of the other half wasn't around. Streams of existent but faintly discernible Spear Dao essence were being absorbed by Yang Kai, which greatly improved his mastery over the Spear Dao. Although he couldn't comprehend the Dao by blindly drawing it in, he would be able to digest it in the future. The transformation going on in the universe cave heaven was silent. Only the open heaven realm masters who were adept at the Spear Dao could clearly feel its loss. As time passed, the originally ample Spear Dao essence soon became sparse and disappeared. Qin Fan appeared to be devastated. Although Yang Kai had occupied Lin Lang Palace, Xia Lin Lang could still retrieve it upon her return. Nevertheless, the loss of Dao essence was irreversible. In the Grand Array of Lin Lang Palace, Yang Kai, who was seated with his legs crossed, belched as though he was full. While he was seated there, his spear intent surged as though he was an invincible spear himself. Certainly, he couldn't digest all the Spear Dao essence in a short time, but as long as he could assimilate it into his body, he believed that he could still improve his comprehension of the Spear Dao by another 2 levels, which would mean that it would be his second most powerful Grand Dao after the Dao of Space. He had refined half of Lin Lang Palace and snatched all the Spear Dao essence in this universe cave heaven. Although he was forcefully brought to this place, he had gained immense benefits in the end. After what he had done, Yang Kai knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. Certainly, he wouldn't wait for Xia Lin Lang to return and settle the score with him. Lin Lang Palace couldn't be taken away. In truth, he could forcefully bring it with him, but by doing so it would cause the universe cave heaven to collapse. While those living inside this place would end up in a miserable state, Xia Lin Lang would also be determined to kill him. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai disappeared from the spot the next moment. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the portal where he previously passed through to enter this place. Xia Lin Lang's aura also disappeared in this place when she left some time ago. Initially, Yang Kai thought that given his master of the Dao of Space, it wouldn't be hard for him to open the portal even though he would need to spend some effort. However, upon arriving at this place, he was shocked to realize that there were no traces of a portal here at all. After searching around for half a day, he still couldn't find it. This caused Yang Kai to frown, but a thought flashed through his mind the next moment. As the half-owner of Lin Lang Palace, he could connect to the entire universe cave heaven and look for the portal. It wouldn't be easy if Xia Lin Lang was here, but since she wasn't around, he could basically do whatever he wanted. Soon, Yang Kai discovered something. His eyes widened in amazement because not only was the portal hidden, but it also kept moving to new spots as time passed. It was then he realized the reason he couldn't find the portal was that it was on the move. He had wasted half a day as he thought that the portal was still in its original spot. Since he had found the portal, he instantly activated his space principles in an attempt to forcefully open it. Half a day later, he wore a livid expression. The portal had been sealed off by Xia Lin Lang, as it was now connected to the entire universe cave heaven. Unless he possessed a power that surpassed the heritage in this place, he could never force it open. Basically, she wouldn't allow him to leave. It was no wonder that despite knowing that Yang Kai was an expert in the Dao of Space, she still left the place without worries. It was apparent that she knew he couldn't break open the portal. Although he was a half-owner of this place, his foundation was still weak. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang had been managing this place for a long time, so it wasn't surprising that she had left behind some tricks. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai turned around and returned to Lin Lang Palace. Since she wouldn't allow him to leave, he would just stay here then. Previously, he was a captive who was powerless to go against Xia Lin Lang. However, now, he already had the capital to challenge the Seventh Order woman. In fact, he was not afraid of her return. The reason he wanted to leave was that he didn't want to get into a pointless fight with her. He moved around by using space principles, so Qin Fan and the others who had been waiting outside of Linlang Palace, were not aware he had even left. In the days that followed, Yang Kai stayed inside Linlang Palace to cultivate while trying to assimilate the Spear Dao essence into his body. Half a month later, he suddenly opened his eyes and appeared on the roof of the palace before looking up. Half a month wasn't enough for him to fully absorb all the Dao essence, but he was now only one step away from the 6th level in his Spear Dao. A ray of light was approaching from the distance. Before she even arrived, she already noticed the transformation this place had gone through. Her grim gaze penetrated the void and clashed with that of Yang Kai as her murderous intent surged. In response, Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. After the curvy figure landed outside Lin Lang Palace, Qin Fan and the others, who looked like young kids who had been bullied while the adults were not around, wailed, "Palace Master." Xia Lin Lang sported a calm expression and looked up at Yang Kai, who was standing on the palace roof. Beneath her calmness was a volcano of fury that was about to burst. A guilty Qin Fan said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry for disappointing you." Yang Kai barged into Linlang Palace and snatched the array jade. He then occupied the palace and forcefully absorbed the Spear Dao essence. "I'm so sorry." Xia Lin Lang gently waved her hand without saying a word. Seeing that, Qin Fan felt even more guilty. Standing on the roof, Yang Kai extended his hand with a smile. The next moment, Xia Lin Lang landed on a spot that was 10 meters beside Yang Kai and stood alongside him. She then snorted, "It seems that I've underestimated you." "The view here is magnificent," Yang Kai replied, but it had nothing to do with what she had said. "Did you hide your true strength previously?" Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. Although her figure was shorter than Yang Kai's, her gaze was condescending. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she had the right to be haughty. Yang Kai said with a smile, "I've never had a chance to show my true strength, so I don't think it could be considered that I've hidden anything." The world spring started settling down in his small universe when Xia Lin Lang captured him. Since his small universe had been suppressed by it, he was unable to fully use his power. "Why did you not run away after doing so many terrible things? Are you waiting for death here?" Xia Lin Lang looked mockingly at him. She then derided him by saying, "Oh, I've forgotten that even though you're adept at the Tao of space, you couldn't leave this place without my permission." Like a wise old man, Yang Kai snuck his hands into his sleeves and said sincerely, "That's why I've been waiting here to have a discussion with you. Go on. Open the portal and let me leave. After that, we'll have nothing to do with each other anymore." Xia Lin Lang examined him for a moment before saying, "I'll just regard it as you spouting nonsense." She extended her hand. "Pass the array jade to me, and I can pretend that nothing has happened. I'll still wait for you to ascend to the 7th Order. Otherwise, I'll kill you even though I might lose the world's spring. After your death, the Dao essence you've stolen will return to this place, and even your own Dao essence will stay. In that case, we haven't actually suffered any loss." Yang Kai sighed. When one's strength is weak, their words carry no weight. Martial Peak, Chapter 4662, Pear Flower. Xia Lin Lang sneered, "Do you think you have the capital to haggle with me now?" With a frown, Yang Kai gave it a thought for a moment before saying calmly, "Don't I?" Xia Lin Lang roared, "Brat, don't go too far. My patience is limited. You won't gain anything by offending me." Following a sigh, Yang Kai said, "It seems that we have no choice but to fight." He then extended his hand and summoned his spear before pointing it at her. "Come on, Grandma." "Grandma?" Xia Lin Lang, who had the appearance of a beautiful young woman, felt humiliated as her facial features contorted. Qin Fan and the others, who were waiting outside of Lin Lang Palace, were instantly drenched in cold sweat. The next instant, an intense battle began. Xia Lin Lang forcefully pushed out her palm towards Yang Kai, who was just 10 meters away. The world force of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surged from her petite palm like a tsunami. There was no holding back of her power as she was seemingly infuriated by what Yang Kai called her. An unperturbed Yang Kai parried the attack with his spear. As their world forces clashed, The air blast turned into a ripple and spread out. Azure Dragon's spear became bent, as though it would break at any moment. Faced with the overwhelming power, Yang Kai made use of the force to fly backwards and open some distance. However, Xia Lin Lang's attacks were continuous as she landed strikes on him like a storm. Yang Kai kept moving backwards, as though he was powerless to counterattack. 3 breaths later, he was already several 100,000 kilometers away. He couldn't move backwards any longer since there was a mountain behind him. Upon impact, he flew away like a sack and smashed into the mountain. The mountain collapsed and engulfed Yang Kai in it. As the dust rose, Xia Lin Lang hovered in midair as she looked down in a condescending manner. A moment later, Yang Kai shot out of the rubble. Although he appeared a little battered as blood leaked from his mouth, his aura remained stable. He jabbed his spear into the ground and let out a breath before remarking, "The 4 universe pillars live up to their reputation." If he had to directly deal with the ferocious attacks from a 7th-order open heaven realm master before fully refining the world spring, his small universe would have descended into chaos by now. When he fought against Quan Hui previously, he was constantly at a disadvantage and restricted in many ways, mainly due to the instability in his small universe. However, with the presence of the world spring, his small universe remained stable regardless of how powerful Xia Lin Lang's strikes were. It didn't even shake a little. The presence of the world spring was like sturdy armor covering his small universe. Even when Yang Kai was faced with an opponent with a stronger heritage, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Certainly, if the opponent was powerful enough to break that armor, the world spring wouldn't be able to ensure the stability of his small universe any longer. Although Xia Lin Lang was a 7th-order open heaven realm master though, she didn't have the power to shatter the world spring's protection. It could be said that with the world spring in possession, Yang Kai had reached greater heights in his combat strength, as he now had the capital to battle against opponents that were in higher orders than him. "Is that the reason you're so confident?" Xia Lin Lang looked impassively at him. "If you think there's nothing I can do just because you have the world spring, you're wrong." Even though he had an impeccable defense, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without the power to fight back. Yang Kai wiped away the blood from his mouth and put on a grin. "Even though the world spring is amazing, it's just an external aid. If my confidence hinged on any mere tools, I wouldn't have survived till this day." A frown appeared on Xia Lin Lang's face as she finally saw the boy in front of her in a different light. Yang Kai raised his spear and got ready before speaking, shouting, "Pear flower." In an instant, Xia Lin Lang was alarmed because the moment Yang Kai lifted his spear, the entire universe cave heaven seemed to resonate with him. Looking up, she realized that Yang Kai's figure seemed to have turned into a razor-sharp spear. As the half-owner of this universe cave heaven, Xia Lin Lang snorted while trying to suppress the world's resonance with him. Yang Kai smiled. "Both of us are half-owners of this place. However, it seems that this world favors me." There was a grim expression on Xia Lin Lang's face as she realized that she was unable to suppress the resonance. It wasn't that she, as a half-owner, was inferior to Yang Kai in terms of control. In fact, they were equally matched when it came to their ability to manipulate the universe cave heaven. Therefore, she had never thought about making use of the universe cave heaven's power to deal with him. Nor did Yang Kai have this plan, for it was pointless to do that. By doing so, they would only deplete the heritage of this universe cave heaven. They were indeed equal when it came to their control over this world, but there was no doubt that this world favored the outsider Yang Kai instead of Xia Lin Lang, who had been living in this place for a long time. That was because Yang Kai had absorbed all the Spear Dao essence in this place, so he could be considered a successor to the inheritance of its original owner. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai declared, "The title of this universe cave heaven's original owner was Pear Flower Divine Monarch, and that palace's true name is Pear Flower Palace, not Lin Lang Palace." Xia Lin Lang snapped, "I can call it whatever I want. It's none of your business." Yang Kai replied dispassionately, "It was none of my business in the past. However, since I've obtained Senior Pear Flower's inheritance, I have a duty to make things right." He then pointed his spear at her and drew a deep breath. With the resonance of this world, his aura surged massively. "My name is Yang Kai. and I'm eternally grateful for your inheritance, divine monarch. Today, I borrow your power, so I do not disappoint your expectations." As he gently pushed out his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai roared once again, "Pear flower." At that instant, all the pear trees in this world seemed to have blossomed. The shadows of his spear filled the entire world and engulfed Xia Lin Lang. With the help of the world's power, his strike was horrifyingly strong while world force gushed form his own small universe like a raging tide. As he made a move, the grand hall of the place named Lin Lang Palace by Xia Lin Lang, which was supposed to be Pear Flower Palace, radiated a dazzling glow as spear intent filled the world. Qin Fan and the other Open Heaven Realm Masters, who were experts in the spear Dao, were dumbstruck as they looked at the sky of pear flower blossoms. Their eyes were filled with amazement as it was the most beautiful sight they had ever seen. A moment seemed to have passed, but it was also as if 10 million years had gone by. When the spear shadows dissipated, Xia Lin Lang's figure appeared battered. Presently, her face was slightly pale. There were some cuts on her clothes, and her hair was a mess. Her twin peaks heaved as she glowered at Yang Kai. While she clenched her teeth, blood streamed out from the corner of her mouth. Yang Kai put on a grin. "I can do this 3 more times." Xia Lin Lang's face twitched. The attack with the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power was equivalent to the all-out attack of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. The fact that she could parry it showed that she was truly powerful. Although she wasn't severely wounded, she wasn't completely fine either. She would be badly injured if she had to deal with the same kind of attack 3 more times. Certainly, Yang Kai would also end up in a horrible state by then, but it wasn't worth it for her. At that instant, she was in a dilemma. She was reluctant to let Yang Kai go, but if she made him stay, one of them would have to die today. "What do you say?" Yang Kai demanded, as he didn't intend to give her time to ponder the issue. "Do you want to engage in a life-and-death battle with me? Or do you want both of us to live? The choice is yours." He wisely stopped mocking her as a grandma lest the situation be exacerbated. Seeing that she remained silent, Yang Kai went on to say, "I definitely cannot defeat you, and I might even lose my life here. However, before that happens, half of Pear Flower Cave Heaven will be destroyed, which will be an immense loss for you. If you let me go now, we'll be even. We might even have a chat over a cup of wine when we meet again in the future." A myriad of expressions came over Xia Lin Lang, while Yang Kai stopped urging her as he fell silent. A moment later, her expression turned milder. She took a deep breath and said, "You can leave, but you have to return the jade to me." Upon hearing that, Yang Kai nodded with ecstasy. "Good. However, you'll have to see me off." Xia Lin Lang shot him a glare and dashed into the sky. After putting away his azure dragon spear, Yang Kai placed his hands behind his back and calmly followed her. He seemed to have put down his guard, though nothing could be further from the truth. A moment later, they arrived somewhere in the sky. Then Xia Lin Lang turned around to look at him. Yang Kai said, "Since you've decided to let me go, you should stop being doubtful. After I leave, it's pointless for me to keep the jade, and I'll only offend you by doing so. Don't worry. After you open the portal, I'll leave the jade here and go. Don't try to pull any trick on me," Xia Lin Lang warned. "I've always been a man of my word." Yang Kai appeared solemn. It was only then that Xia Lin Lang performed a hand seal. A moment later, a portal appeared in the void. Yang Kai used his divine sense, and upon detecting the aura of another world from the other side of the portal, he set his mind at ease. He fished out the jade and showed it to Xia Lin Lang before flicking it towards her. At the same time, he plunged into the portal without hesitation. Xia Lin Lang took the jade and didn't seem to have the intention of stopping him. Nevertheless, just as Yang Kai slipped through the portal, she curved her lips into a sneer. After Yang Kai was gone, she scoffed, "You think you're so smart? You've fallen for my trick in the end." Yang Kai arrived at a place where the mountains were covered with trees. While the exotic beasts galloped forward on the ground, the sky was filled with birds. A dumbfounded Yang Kai gazed at the sight before his eyes as a myriad of expressions came over him. A while later, he looked up and sighed. "I suppose what goes around comes around." He had fallen into that woman's trap. Xiaolin Lang had opened up a portal for him earlier. After passing through it, he arrived at this strange place instead of returning to the outside world. He was certain that he was neither in Pear Flower Cave Heaven nor the Shattered Heaven. Just then, Xiaolin Lang abruptly appeared like a ghost as she shot Yang Kai a glance. With a mocking smile, she said, "Isn't this the young man who has almost turned my backyard upside down? What a coincidence. I never expected that we'd meet again so soon." Presently, her skin was glowing without any signs of the paleness it had earlier. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4663. See a visitor off, force a guest to stay. It was apparent that Yang Kai's Pear Flower divine ability hadn't caused any real damage to Xiaolin Lang, but she acted as if she was badly injured, which went to show how scheming she was. "Hey Grandma, what is this? Don't you know it's inappropriate to see a visitor off only to force them to stay as a guest?" Xiaolin Lang batted her lashes and just replied lightly, "It's expected that women are erratic creatures. Didn't your mother ever teach you that?" At that moment, Yang Kai was lost for words. After a moment of silence, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the world in that picture scroll." A calm and collected Xiaolin Lang gazed at him. "How are you still in the mood to ask me about such frivolous things even facing your imminent death?" It was as though Yang Kai was speaking to himself as he said, "The portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was that picture scroll. I already realized that the picture scroll was extraordinary when I first saw it, but now it seems that the picture scroll wasn't just a powerful artifact, but a self-contained world of its own. You acted reluctant to let me go, but you actually used a trick on me to let me jump into a more suited cage than the last one." At this point, Yang Kai muttered in annoyance, "It seems that before your return, even if I was able to force open the portal of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, I would still plunge into this place and become trapped." Xiaolin Lang gazed at him in an innocuous manner. "So what if you figured it out? There's no pill in the world for regret. If there was one, I wouldn't mind buying a few thousand of them and letting you have a taste." Yang Kai pressed his hand against his chest. "It feels terrible." With her lips covered, Xiaolin Lang giggled. "Oh really? I'm very pleased actually." A vexed Yang Kai stared at her and said, "I've treated you with sincerity, but you've gone back on your word instead. That's not righteous at all." Xiaolin Lang couldn't help but roll her eyes. What a thick-skinned man. "Since you have no more worries, are you ready to make a move now?" Yang Kai gazed at her. Dispassionately, Xiaolin Lang replied, "I'll never be at ease as long as someone who doesn't know his place like you is still alive. Although the world's spring is precious, I don't have the patience to wait for you to make it to the seventh order. Let's just see how lucky I am. If I'm lucky, the world's spring might survive after your death. If I'm not, I'll just watch as the world's spring goes with you to the Yellow Springs. As a sixth order open heaven realm master, you shouldn't have any regrets since you have such an honor." Yang Kai nodded gently. "You're right. Do you have any last words?" Xiaolin Lang gaped at him. "There's no need for that." Yang Kai shook his head. Xiaolin Lang stared fixedly at him. The next moment, she appeared in front of him and pushed out her palm before cursing, "You can die now, then." Instantaneously, Yang Kai parried the attack with his fist. Following a loud boom, the ground shook violently. A crack appeared beneath Yang Kai as his feet sank into the ground. Without giving him a chance to take a breath, Xiaolin Lang pushed out her palm again at the speed of lightning. If Yang Kai hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed that such a petite woman could unleash such violent attacks. The last time he came across such a situation was when he met Zhu Qing, who was from the Dragon Clan, for the first time. Her attacks landed on Yang Kai like a torrent, and 10 strikes later, half of Yang Kai's figure was beneath the ground. "How is a sixth order open heaven realm master like you supposed to fight me without the help of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power? Regardless of how amazing the world's spring is, it can't make up for the gap between us." Xiaolin Lang snorted while her attacks never stopped. Previously, since Yang Kai had obtained the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, he was able to make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power. If they got into an intense battle in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the place would suffer an immense loss. That was the reason Xia Lin Lang tricked him into entering the world in the picture scroll instead. The picture scroll outside of Pear Flower Cave Heaven not only served as a portal and a layer of defense, but it was also a cage. Now, Yang Kai was trapped inside this cage, and unless he killed Xia Lin Lang, he would never be able to get out of it. As Xia Lin Lang spoke, she attempted to sweep her leg across the man's head. Yang Kai raised his hand to block, but as he was faced with the violent force, he was sent flying away like a carrot that had been plucked out of the ground. While in midair, he sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Although the world spring was able to stabilize his small universe and prevent it from falling into chaos, the attacks from a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated. After getting struck so many times, Yang Kai was naturally injured. He managed to stabilize himself in midair with difficulty and wiped the blood from his mouth. As he gazed at the grim-looking Xia Lin Lang, he put on a grin and taunted, "An old bat like you is indeed quite powerful." An incensed Xia Lin Lang snarled, "I'll tear your mouth off." The moment she finished saying the last word, Yang Kai was sent flying away again as though he had been struck by lightning. Although he was in a defensive pose, there was a huge gap between their strengths, so he was unable to disperse her raging attacks. The ground shook and the sky paled. The mountains in the picture scroll crumbled and fell. It was as though the entire world had been turned upside down. Xia Lin Lang didn't hold back at all, leading Yang Kai to be struck like a sandbag, powerless to counterattack. If he hadn't refined the world spring, his small universe would have come apart already. If it weren't because his half-dragon form physique was so sturdy, he wouldn't have persevered. On the other hand, Xia Lin Lang became increasingly unsettled as time passed, for she had a feeling that Yang Kai had some kind of secret plot. After all, he hadn't summoned his spear even up until this moment and had simply been facing her with his body. However, she felt that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to carry out any secret plot in this world in the picture scroll even if he had any. In this place, she was already invincible as a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Therefore, her doubt soon vanished into thin air as her attacks became even more rapid. With that said, she was amazed at the fact that a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master still hadn't lost his life following her barrage of blows. It was no wonder that after she left, he was able to occupy Lin Lang Palace and kick Qin Fan and the others out so easily. He was indeed significantly more powerful than an average 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. An incense stick later, Yang Kai appeared to be at an absolute disadvantage as he was completely powerless to fight back. In addition to many bruises on his face, his figure was covered in wounds and blood. He looked truly battered. Having lost her patience, Xia Lin Lang stared calmly at the staggering man who was standing not far away from her. A sense of hesitation flashed through her eyes, but it soon dissipated. As she performed a hand seal, she yelled, "I'll end it here." As her hand seal was formed, her world force surged. She then pointed her finger at Yang Kai's forehead from a distance. Her attack would determine the life or death of this man. Her slender finger seemed to ignore the limits of space and gently landed on Yang Kai's forehead. As if struck by a mountain, he suddenly tipped his head back, but a grin appeared on his blood-covered face at that exact moment as he threw out his fist and bellowed, "Cow punch." A violent force burst out from his figure. Following the trail of the aura he had spent so much effort chasing, Yang Kai crashed all the force he could muster into the woman's small universe. Xia Lin Lang's expression changed drastically. In an instant, she felt the world around her spinning, and a thunderous noise rang out in her ears as her small universe was sent into turmoil. Before she could come to her senses, she saw a spear magnifying before her eyes through her blurred vision, a horrifying murderous intent swirling around its tip. The strength and resilience of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master could not be underestimated, though. At the critical moment, Xia Lin Lang forcefully drew upon her small universe's might and exerted more force with the finger that was on Yang Kai's forehead, knocking him away. Azure Dragon's spear jabbed almost a palm's length into her belly before it was forcefully drawn out, its blade covered in blood. Having just escaped from death's door, Xia Lin Lang rapidly withdrew 1,000 kilometers. Looking down, she realized that blood was streaming out of her belly and dyeing her clothes crimson. Her figure was close to being run through by the weapon just now. If she had suffered such an injury, while she wouldn't have lost her life given her 7th order cultivation, it would still be considered a critical wound. What was more shocking for her was that there was a dark flame burning around her wound. The black flame was so ferocious that she could only suppress it, but not put it out immediately despite being a 7th order open heaven realm master. Golden Crow's true fire. Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted as she instantly deduced the flame's origin. Golden Crow's true fire was a high-rank fire element power. Since Yang Kai was able to use this power, it meant that he had refined it for himself. Xia Lin Lang slowly made it to the 7th order from a lower realm, so she knew full well how hard it must have been to condense a high-rank element power. It was then she realized why Yang Kai was far stronger than cultivators in the same order. In this vast universe, those who could condense high-rank elements and make it to the open heaven realm were all famous figures. Could this guy really be a disciple from Bright King Cave Heaven? But I've never seen him use the immovable Bright King body before. However, just like what's described in the rumors, his physique is extremely robust. While the use of Golden Crow's true fire stunned Xia Lin Lang, the transformation in her small universe was what really concerned her. At this moment, a force was weltering in her small universe, which made it impossible for her to circulate her strength smoothly. Before she could attempt to suppress it though, Yang Kai came at her with his spear. The mark of a finger on his glabella was conspicuous and golden blood streamed out of the wound and slid down his face. An unperturbed Yang Kai put on a savage grin, which made his face look even more hideous. Do you think I can only go against you using Senior's spear Dao? I, Yang Kai, have my own das. I'll let you know the consequences of angering me. The reason he held his fury in and never summoned his Azure Dragon Spear despite being wounded all over his face and body was that there was a huge gap between their base strengths. Even if he summoned Azure Dragon Spear, the outcome wouldn't change. However, it was different at this moment. Following his use of Cow Punch secret technique, the situation had been turned around. He now had the capital to oppose her. It had to be said that the aura of a 7th order was extremely difficult to trace. Since he comprehended his Cow Punch secret technique, Yang Kai had only used it to deal with 4 people. Senior Sister Jean was the first, but that was more like a friendly spar rather than a life-and-death battle, and it ended after Yang Kai succeeded. Tan Luoxing was the second. As a 6th order blood slave, he barely had any sentience left to speak of, so after the trail of his aura was caught by Yang Kai, he was instantly killed. Blood Crow was the third, and he had indeed suffered a big setback because of Yang Kai. However, these 3 were all in the 6th order while Xia Lin Lang was in the 7th order. Yang Kai hadn't endured an incense stick's worth of attacks for no reason. As their world forces clashed and their auras entangled, he could finally find the chance to counterattack at the most critical moment. Unaware of Yang Kai's capabilities, Xia Lin Lang almost had her figure penetrated by his spear. If she were a stronger 7th order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai might not have had the chance to use this secret technique and he would have fallen into a state of complete powerlessness. Martial Peak, Chapter 4664, Mutual Loss. Yang Kai was playing with fire by enduring the bombardment of attacks for an entire incense stick of time. If he wasn't careful, he would have lost his life. However, if he hadn't done that, he couldn't have obtained the right to fight against Xia Lin Lang, a 7th order open heaven realm master. As he wielded his Azure Dragon Spear, pear flowers seemed to blossom. Yang Kai had comprehended this divine ability after obtaining the inheritance of Pear Flower Divine Monarch, so it wasn't his own technique. If he were still in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, he could make use of the world's power and to unleash a blow that was equivalent to a 7th Order Master's full-powered attack. However, since he had left Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the force of this attack had become less immense, though it was still fairly powerful. Xia Lin Lang's figure was engulfed in countless spear shadows, but as her world force surged, the phantoms dissipated. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai roared, "Golden Crow cast the sun." Senior Pear Flower's doubt didn't belong to him. However, the Golden Crow cast the sun did. As a golden crow was heard cawing, a great sun leaped into the sky and illuminated the entire world. Xia Lin Lang's pupils contracted again as she exclaimed, "A divine manifestation?" Yang Kai guffawed, "You have pretty acute vision. It is indeed a divine manifestation." He then stuck his spear to the great sun and pushed it towards the woman. Xia Lin Lang's gaze appeared conflicted. She was jealous and envious, but at the same time, she was unresigned and furious. Normally, divine manifestations were exclusive to high-rank masters. Only when a cultivator reached the high-rank open heaven realm could they stand a chance to comprehend their own divine manifestation. However, not every high-rank open heaven realm master had this opportunity. Although it had been a long time since Xia Lin Lang ascended to the 7th order, she still hadn't comprehended her own divine manifestation. There were many 7th order open heaven realm masters who remained hidden in the shattered heaven, but only 10% of them could use divine manifestations. Xia Lin Lang had never expected that one day she would come across a 6th order open heaven realm master who could cast a divine manifestation. At that instant, she felt as though she was dreaming. If this wasn't a dream, why would there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? However, the divine manifestation indeed showcased a high-rank power, so she could not underestimate it. The spear surged forward like a dragon, while the great sun rapidly magnified before her eyes. Since her aura was still in chaos, there was no way she could dodge the attack. Left with no other option, Xia Lin Lang unleashed a great shout as the illusory phantom of her small universe flashed behind her back. Ignoring the turmoil in her small universe, she forcefully drew out her world force to meet the great sun head-on. As the moves met, the world fell silent. As the great sun exploded, the world in the picture scroll became blindingly bright. Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang were both sent flying in opposite directions as they sprayed out mouthfuls of blood. While Yang Kai was soaked in blood, Xia Lin Lang's hair was a mess, and her clothes had become tattered. The chaos in her small universe had also been exacerbated. Before she could take a breather, she was suddenly engulfed in a great sense of danger, one even more intense than when Yang Kai used his divine manifestation just now. Upon stabilizing himself, Yang Kai pushed his power without reserve. A great sun leapt into the sky again, and following that, a cold moon rose into existence. The sun and the moon shone brightly together. As time principles and space principles intertwined, the space-time strength permeated the world. Sun and moon divine wheel. The great sun and moon circled one another in an endless cycle, rotating faster and faster. While carrying an amazing power, the two celestial bodies flew towards Xia Lin Lang, who was still dizzy from the last attack. Space was instantly frozen, while time seemed to have stopped flowing. Xia Lin Lang had never come across such an abstruse divine ability. At that instant, she didn't know what to do. Despite that, she innately understood that one great force could suppress even 10 masters. While clenching her teeth, she suppressed the weltering vitality in her heart and madly activated her world force before meeting the rapidly rotating sun and moon head-on. As the surrounding space collapsed, Xia Lin Lang shot forward and landed a palm on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai was sent flying away while gripping his spear. As blood spurted, both of them fell to the ground with a loud thud. While lying on the ground, Yang Kai panted heavily and widened his eyes, but his vision was all blurred. He could feel his aura weltering around his body, as though there were thousands of horses rampaging inside him and tearing his physique apart. He had previously endured Xia Lin Lang's attacks for an entire incense stick, and now he had cast 2 powerful attacks without taking the consumption of energy into consideration. After he was struck by the woman's full-force counterattack, he almost lost his life. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to move a finger. Although he was badly injured, Xia Lin Lang wasn't in any better shape. She had sequentially been struck by Yang Kai's cow punch, then his golden crow cast the sun, then his sun and moon divine wheel. Despite being a 7th order open heaven realm master, She couldn't possibly keep fighting after suffering so many powerful blows. As he activated his divine sense, Yang Kai realized that the woman was indeed lying in a pit that was a few thousand meters away. She remained unmoving, and her aura was weak. The fierce battle turned out to be a mutual loss. No one would have believed it if they were told. Although there was only a difference of one order, a 7th Order Master should easily be able to defeat 10 6th Order Masters. So how did Xia Lin Lang end up in such a state? However, that was indeed what had happened. Presently, Xia Lin Lang, who was lying in the pit, appeared extremely embarrassed. Her clothes were all tattered, which revealed her underwear. If anyone saw her without knowing what had happened, they would have thought that she had been molested and then thrown away by Yang Kai. On the other hand, she had never expected she could be horribly injured by a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master one day. She felt so humiliated that she was on the brink of bursting into tears. While clenching her teeth, she managed to spit vehemently. "Just you wait. I'll definitely rip your corpse into 10,000 pieces." Despite her hushed voice, she knew that Yang Kai could hear her. As expected, Yang Kai was then heard snorting. "How do you have the nerve to utter threats now? Neither of us can move, so whoever can recover first will be the winner. Although my cultivation is lower than yours, I have full confidence in my recovery abilities." His confidence came from his half-dragon physique and his wood element power condensed from the immortal tree. Therefore, even though she was one order higher than him, Yang Kai believed that there was no way Xia Lin Lang could recover before he did. While he was lucky enough to have pushed Xia Lin Lang over the edge, it was also thanks to his well-thought-out plan. If his cow punch secret technique hadn't been effective, the subsequent sequence of events wouldn't have happened. The turmoil in her small universe gave Yang Kai a chance to hit her with his 2 trump cards. Otherwise, regardless of how powerful Golden Crow cast the Sun and Moon Divine Wheel were, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could have resolved his attacks. That was what had happened when he fought against Zuoquan Hui. Yang Kai had gotten into several intense battles with Zuoquan Hui, but other than the final conflict, which he was lucky enough to have killed him in, Yang Kai was essentially always at a disadvantage. Since he had come to a draw with Xia Lin Lang, it went to show that his power had increased significantly during this period of time. "How could you oppress a weak woman like me? Are you even a man?" Xia Lin Lang snapped. Yang Kai sneered. "You're just an old witch. I suppose you hadn't expected this to happen when you oppressed me just because you thought yourself stronger." Xia Lin Lang was enraged. Perhaps she had rarely argued with anyone, so her vocabulary was rather limited when it came to such a situation, so she just continued snapping, "Damned brat." Yang Kai retaliated. "Old witch. Smelly man. Hag." Instead of trying to recuperate, the two of them bickered with each other while lying on the ground. Although they cursed one another, there was no doubt that Yang Kai's calm and collected demeanor had put him in an advantageous position. In just a while, Xia Lin Lang was so exasperated that she started spraying out a mouthful of blood as her twin peaks heaved. After suffering a small loss, she stopped humiliating herself as she decided to keep her mouth shut and let Yang Kai's words roll off her back. Yang Kai guffawed in a smug manner, as though he had won another battle. 1 hour later, he suddenly let out a long breath. "We could have parted ways and lived our lives in peace, but you insisted on choosing death instead." Upon finishing his words, he slowly got to his feet and stumbled forward with his azure dragon spear in hand. Although his aura was still weak and unstable, he had restored some of his energy. Despite sensing his movements, Xia Lin Lang remained unmoving. Yang Kai walked down the pit and stood beside her. Looking down, he asked calmly, "Do you have any last words?" Xia Lin Lang glared at him, as though she was trying to cut him in half with her gaze. Yang Kai went on to say, "All right, stop pretending. You're a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. Although you couldn't possibly have restored a lot of your strength in such a short time, I doubt you'd just lie there waiting for death. Since both of us can still make the last move, fate will decide which one of us will have the last laugh." Xia Lin Lang decided to ignore him and closed her eyes. On the other hand, Yang Kai sported a solemn expression. He wouldn't dare to make a rash move upon seeing her reaction. Just like he had said, Both of them had restored a bit of their strength, and apparently, she was saving hers to react accordingly. There was only a slim chance of success if he acted hastily now. All of a sudden, Xiaolin Lang opened her eyes and roared, "I'll dig your eyes out if you keep ogling me." Yang Kai was torn between tears and laughter. "It's not that I want to take advantage of you when you're in such a state. It's just that your clothes are a complete mess and you don't want to get changed. I'm just considering which part of your body to stab my spear into." He paused for a moment, then asked, "Why don't you change into new clothes? You'll look more decent when you die." It wasn't certain what was on Xiaolin Lang's mind, but she really followed Yang Kai's advice. After sitting up, she fished out new clothes from her space ring and directly put them on. It was apparently a defensive artifact instead of ordinary clothes. Yang Kai didn't stop her. After putting on her clothes, Xiaolin Lang lay on the ground again and placed her hands on her belly. She was as silent as a corpse. Yang Kai's brow twitched. "Just what do you want?" Xiaolin Lang opened her eyes and shot him a faint glance. "I'm not going to make a move. I enjoy watching you act all anxious." Yang Kai snapped, "I'll make a move then if you're not going to. You can give it a try. Let's see which one of us dies in the end." "Do you think I don't dare to?" Yang Kai was completely incensed. "Do it then. What are you waiting for?" While Yang Kai's face twitched, the veins on his forehead also throbbed. Just when he was considering whether he should push out his spear without worrying about the consequences, events took a turn. The world in the picture scroll shook while the sky paled. Yang Kai subconsciously thought that the woman was trying to launch a sneak attack on him, so he instantly moved backwards about 100 meters. While lifting his spear defensively, he went on full alert. On the other hand, Xiaolin Lang rapidly got to her feet and shot the man a glance before sneering, "I thought you were a bold man, but it turns out you're just a coward." She then looked up at the sky with a frown. Yang Kai also came to his senses as he realized that the turmoil wasn't the woman's doing. Instead, it came from the outside world. As he recalled that they were in the world in the picture scroll, which was also a portal that led to Pear Flower Cave Heaven, Yang Kai arched his brow and asked, "Someone is attacking the portal, right?" Marshall Peak, Chapter 4665, Grasshoppers on the Same Rope? It was because some other group was attacking the portal from outside that the world in the picture scroll was in turmoil, and judging from the violent movements, Yang Kai believed that the attackers were fairly powerful. With that said, Xiaolin Lang, a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, was in charge of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The attackers wouldn't have made a scene if they didn't have confidence. Taking pleasure in her misfortune, Yang Kai guffawed. "It seems that retribution has come for you." He was still disgruntled about this woman tricking him, so he was more than happy to see her suffer. Xiaolin Lang coldly retorted, "What are you so pleased about? If they manage to shatter the portal, you'll be the first to suffer, not me." Yang Kai's laughter abruptly caught in his throat as he came to his senses. "They're here for me? What do you count for?" Xiaolin Lang sneered. "They're after the world spring." "It's them?" Yang Kai finally figured out who the attackers were, as there were only a small number of people who were aware of the world spring's existence. Certainly, the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who attempted to hack each other to death in the now-shattered universe, Cave Heaven knew about it though. After Xiaolin Lang captured Yang Kai, she was intercepted by an old woman. Xiaolin Lang followed up, "They must have tailed me while I was outside some time ago. That's why the location of this place has been exposed. Otherwise, they couldn't have found this place so soon." Yang Kai snapped, "Why were you so careless?" Xiaolin Lang sneered, "Didn't you say I deserve retribution? Why are you so anxious?" At that instant, Yang Kai was lost for words. If this matter had nothing to do with him, he could have sat on the mountaintop and watched the tigers fight. However, since he was their primary target, it was expected that he was anxious. Although he wasn't certain whether Xiaolin Lang was lying, he believed that this woman had no reason to mess with him at this point. A myriad of expressions came over him. While staring at him, Xiaolin Lang suddenly put on a smile. "Why don't I open the portal and let you flee? You're an expert in the Tao of space anyway. If you want to flee, Those people might not be able to capture you even though they're in the high-rank open heaven realm. Yang Kai snarled, "Do you think I can flee from multiple high-rank masters when I'm in such a state? What does that have to do with me?" Xia Lin Lang smiled elegantly. Yang Kai was so vexed that he had the urge to kill this woman with his spear right here and now. Just now, he was all ready to watch a good show, but it turned out that he was the one featured in the show instead. Life was truly unpredictable. All of a sudden, Yang Kai fury all faded and he put on a smile. "Good. Let's do that. After you open the portal, I won't flee since there's no chance of success. There's only one world spring, and those people are obviously not united. Once they're inside, they'll certainly backstab one another. When they start fighting, I'll seize the chance to escape. Moreover, they won't really kill me. Just like you, they'll probably try to make me ascend to the 7th order before snatching the world spring. No matter the outcome, I won't die." While staring at her with a grim expression, he went on to say, "On the other hand, your aura is weak and you're clearly injured. I bet those people will take the chance to kill you. All of you have been hiding in the shattered heaven for many years, so some grudges must have formed between you. I believe that the old woman we came across some time ago wouldn't miss the chance to deal a fatal blow to you." Xia Lin Lang snorted. "Do you think they're as easygoing as I am? Do you think they're as patient as I am? There's only one world spring. If none of them can get it, they'll not let it fall into other people's hands. You won't have a chance to survive then. Don't worry, no one will help bury your corpse after you die." Yang Kai waved his hand. "Good. Neither of us is young and ignorant anymore, so let's stop trying to frighten each other." "Are you calling me old?" Xia Lin Lang rolled her eyes, then tucked her hair behind her ear and straightened her back. "I'm in my prime years." Yang Kai pursed his lips. "In any case, we're now grasshoppers on the same rope, so our fates are tied to one another." After a moment of silence, Xia Lin Lang nodded. "You've finally said something sensible after such a long time." Unwilling to argue with her over this, Yang Kai said, "How many high-rank masters are there?" Although he was now a half-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, the world in the picture scroll had nothing to do with him. Only Xia Lin Lang was aware of what was going on in the outside world. "There are 4 of them," she replied. "You've met them all before?" It was just what Yang Kai had expected. While he was outside of the universe Cave Heaven back then, other than Xia Lin Lang, he had also come across an old woman with gray hair, a middle-aged man, a woman, and a young boy with a ponytail. The 5 of them all charged into that universe Cave Heaven and got into a fight, which was why the place fell apart. How powerful are they compared to you? We're equally matched. There's not much difference between us, really. In the 7th order, none of us are at the top nor at the bottom." Xia Lin Lang laughed at herself a bit self-deprecatingly. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai asked, "If you open the portal now, how likely, do you think, are we to successfully flee while they're off guard?" Xia Lin Lang gazed at him with a weird look. "I should be asking you this question instead. Aren't you supposed to be adept at fleeing since you've mastered the Tao of Space?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It would be possible if I was at full strength. However, given the state I'm in, there's no chance of success. Moreover, since they're aware of my capabilities, they might have made some preparations already." Xia Lin Lang sighed. "This portal can't persist for long. This place was already damaged after our fight earlier. Now that they're bombarding it with their full strength, it'll only take them half a day to break open the portal." As they spoke, the turmoil in the world and the picture scroll intensified like a rising tide. Xia Lin Lang immediately made a decision. "Come with me." Without hesitation, Yang Kai nodded his head. Xia Lin Lang performed a hand seal and pointed forward. A ripple spread across the void and revealed a portal that led back to Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Following that, the 2 of them passed through the portal. They were initially at each other's throats and were trying to kill one another, but at this moment, they were forced to become allies, which was quite ironic. However, Yang Kai needed to rely on her 7th order strength while Xia Lin Lang had to make use of his mastery of the Tao of Space. Moreover, Yang Kai had showcased incredible power during their battle. By joining forces with him, she would stand a greater chance of survival. Both of them were sensible people. They knew that this kind of temporary union would only bring them benefits, which was why they stopped trying to hack each other to death. Nevertheless, after they escaped this calamity, it didn't mean they wouldn't resume their life and death struggle. Upon returning to Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they directly appeared in front of Pear Flower Palace. When Qin Fan and the others, who had been waiting in this place, saw the two of them, they quickly flew over. Upon seeing Xia Lin Lang was battered and her clothes were soaked in blood, they were shocked and glowered at Yang Kai. Yang Kai ignored them. Xia Lin Lang turned to look at him. The portal on the outside is an artifact, so after they shatter it, they still can't enter this place. They'll also have to break the world barrier here. It will only take them 10 days to half a month to do that. Yang Kai nodded gently. We'll have ample time to restore our strength then. By the time they barge in, we'll be able to deal with them since we're the co-owners of this place. Xia Lin Lang slowly shook her head. I won't fight with them here. Yang Kai frowned. Why? By fighting against their enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, both of them would have an advantage. After all, they were the co-owners of this place, so they could make use of the world force of this universe Cave Heaven. Xia Lin Lang explained. More than 10 million people are living here. If we engage in a battle here, regardless of whether we win or lose, this place will be severely damaged. By then, countless people will lose their lives. Therefore, the moment they shatter the world barrier, we'll have to break through the siege. Whether we survive or not will be left up to the heavens then. Yang Kai gazed at her with a shocked expression. In a dispassionate tone, Xia Lin Lang asked, What's wrong? Do you think I'm too soft-hearted? Fine, I'm indeed such a person. If you don't agree with my decision, you can leave now. I won't stop you. Yang Kai shook his head. That's not what I meant. I was just surprised. He had never expected that this woman would be concerned about the life or death of the millions of residents of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. She was even willing to give up a strategic advantage in a life-and-death fight against her enemies to preserve this place. It had to be noted that this decision was unwise. Anyone who had weighed the pros and cons of this matter wouldn't have made such a decision. All of a sudden, Yang Kai found this woman to be less despicable. Xia Lin Lang frowned. Why are you looking at me like this? Do you think I'm showing too much womanly compassion just because I'm concerned about the people living in this place? Yang Kai grinned. It is said that we may know a person for a long time without understanding their true nature. Moreover, I'm not familiar with you, so I don't know what kind of a person you really are. However, it's clearly not a bad thing that the people here are ruled over by someone like you, who is concerned about their safety. Xia Lin Lang snorted. Yang Kai went on to say, If you trust me, I have a way to solve this problem. A doubtful Xia Lin Lang stared at him. What's your solution? With a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. You'll find out soon enough. But before that, I need the array jade of the Pear Flower Palace. As he spoke, he extended his hand. Xia Lin Lang furrowed her brows, but she didn't hesitate for long. She soon passed back the array jade she had retrieved from him some time ago. Thanks. Yang Kai put on a smile. I'll go somewhere to restore my energy now, and you should do the same. We'll have a tough battle soon. He then disappeared into the distance. Qin Fan and the others were dumbfounded. They initially thought that their palace master had captured Yang Kai, but they soon realized it wasn't the case upon hearing their conversation. Something serious seemed to have happened while the two of them were not around. What's going on, Palace Master? Qin Fan gazed doubtfully at her. Xia Lin Lang replied, I was tailed while I was outside some time ago, so the location of this place has been exposed. Some powerful cultivators are trying to invade now. I need to recuperate immediately. You all should enter Lin Lang Palace and prepare yourselves. Yes, Qin Fan and the others replied respectfully. Martial Peak, Chapter 4666, Going All Out. Yang Kai hadn't suffered serious injuries in the battle against Xia Lin Lang. He was just exhausted, so it only took him a few days before he managed to restore most of his energy. During this period of time, some tremors could be felt taking place in Pear Flower Cave Heaven. It was apparent that the high-rank masters had shattered the portal of the picture scroll, and they were now trying to break through the world barrier of this place. Once they formed a crack, they could pass through it and invade. Since 4 high-ranked masters had joined forces, it was a force to be reckoned with. Even though Yang Kai and Xiaolin Lang had decided to work together, they couldn't possibly defeat these 4. Xiaolin Lang was concerned about the millions of lives in Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so she wasn't willing to start a fight in this place. Therefore, Yang Kai had to come up with a solution to free her of this concern so that they could make use of Pear Flower Cave Heaven's power to confront their enemies. Apparently, Xiaolin Lang didn't intend to keep the millions of lives inside her small universe even though she was able to do so. The small universe of a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master had materialized, so it could easily accommodate millions of ordinary lives. Furthermore, by raising living beings in one small universe, one could strengthen their heritage as living beings would nourish the world and generate world force all on their own. As time passed, it could save a cultivator much time and effort. However, if Xiaolin Lang really did that, it would be a disaster for those living here. Once she got into a fight with powerful enemies, most of those living here would be killed as a result of the turmoil in her small universe. Yang Kai initially intended to put all those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven inside his small universe. Although he was just a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, his small universe had the protection of the world spring. Therefore, the living beings in his small universe would not be harmed regardless of what happened. Nevertheless, if he really did that, the secret that his small universe had materialized would be exposed. Even though Xiaolin Lang appeared to be concerned about the living beings in this place, she might not have the same sympathy for Yang Kai. If she found out about his secret, she might develop some ill intentions. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai knew that he had to act secretly. The reason he got the jade back from Xiaolin Lang some time ago was to make some preparations for this. Once he was done healing, Yang Kai appeared above a certain mountain range. Looking down, he could see that the mountain range spanned several tens of thousands of kilometers, like a long, sleeping dragon. Following that, he fished out the jade and pinched it between the tips of his fingers. As he communicated with the jade, he manipulated the local space principles. The next moment, the world force in Pear Flower Cave Heaven trembled as a region several 100,000 kilometers wide began to shake. Although he was a 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was hard for him to achieve what he was doing by relying only on his own power. However, since he was a co-owner of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, it was now much easier for him. Of course, the other half-owner of this place could detect such violent movements. A moment later, Xiaolin Lang, who was initially meditating in Pear Flower Palace, appeared before Yang Kai with a dark expression as she bellowed, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" She could sense that Yang Kai was trying to split off a big piece of territory that spanned several 100,000 kilometers from Pear Flower Cave Heaven. This kind of separation was immensely damaging to Pear Flower Cave Heaven's foundation. Once Yang Kai succeeded, the heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven would be reduced by 20 to 30%. That was the reason Xiaolin Lang was incensed. On the other hand, Yang Kai wasn't surprised by her arrival. Since they were the co-owners of Pear Flower Cave Heaven, they could easily detect the slightest changes happening in this place. However, he wasn't flustered at all. While continuing to split off this chunk of land, he explained, "You're not willing to fight with the enemies in Pear Flower Cave Heaven because you're worried that those living here will be affected. But if we can move them to a safe place, you will no longer have such a concern. Back when I was still young and weak, I obtained a special storage artifact. Just like your picture scroll, it was a sealed world that could accommodate living beings. However, that storage artifact was damaged. Given my current capabilities, though, it's not hard for me to make a similar storage artifact." When he was still in the star boundary in the past, Yang Kai had refined a number of world beads, which were similar to the sealed world bead. During the great battle between the humans and demons, every army commander had a world bead, which was used to easily mobilize their soldiers. Since Yang Kai already had this experience, it wouldn't be hard for him to make something similar to the sealed world bead. Once Xiaolin Lang realized his intentions, her expression turned milder. "Do you plan to move all those that live here to that new artifact?" "That's right." Yang Kai nodded. "Only by doing so can we go all out against the enemy in this place." A myriad of expressions came over Xia Lin Lang as she knitted her brows. Yang Kai scoffed. Why even hesitate? I know you're concerned about the millions of lives in this place, and you're planning to break through the siege when the world barrier is shattered. However, without your protection, these innocents would still be affected since those high-rank masters would definitely be furious. By then, you won't be able to ensure their safety. In that case, why don't we move them to somewhere safe in advance? Xia Lin Lang soon stopped hesitating and nodded. Do you need any help? Yang Kai nodded. If you want to help, please gather all those living in this place together now, so that I'll have ample time to transfer them to another place. After giving it a thought, Xia Lin Lang said, I can put them inside my small universe first. When your artifact is ready, I can move them over. Sounds good. Xia Lin Lang then left. There were people living all over Pear Flower Cave Heaven, so it would take her some time to put all of them inside her small universe. Space principles continued undulating around Yang Kai. With Pear Flower Cave Heaven's support, he spent half a day splitting the territory of several 100,000 kilometers that he had selected. The heritage of Pear Flower Cave Heaven instantly fell by 30%. As a result, the sky paled and the ground shook. It was as though it was the end of the world. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and engulfed the split-off territory with space principles without caring about his consumption of energy. As his world force undulated, he performed different hand seals and cast rays of light through his fingers. 3 days later, the territory of several 100,000 kilometers disappeared and was replaced by a bead the size of a longan. By infusing his divine sense into it, Yang Kai could see that the territory of several 100,000 kilometers he had split from Pear Flower Cave Heaven was now inside the bead. Just like the sealed world bead, the bead was an independent world of its own. Right then, Xia Lin Lang returned and gazed at the pale Yang Kai as she asked, Is it done? Yang Kai tossed the bead at her. After taking the bead, Xia Lin Lang inspected it while looking conflicted. A long time later, she said in a quiet voice, Thank you. Following that, Yang Kai sat down on the ground with his legs crossed and swallowed down many open heaven pills. While smiling, he asked, What did you say? I couldn't hear you clearly. Xia Lin Lang glared at him. Don't reach out for a yard after taking an inch. In response, Yang Kai chuckled. It was apparent that it wasn't that Xia Lin Lang wanted to thank him. She was only expressing gratitude on behalf of the millions of people living under her rule. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai had a feeling that this woman really just wanted to obtain the world's spring without killing him. Given her actions so far, it was apparent she would have waited for him to ascend to the 7th order and then cut off a bit of territory to move the world's spring out of his small universe. For those in the open heaven realm, those below their realm were no different from ants. However, there were some open heaven realm masters in the world who couldn't really regard people as mere insects. Xia Lin Lang put the bead inside her small universe. When she moved the bead out a moment later, all those within had been moved into the artifact. Certainly, the migration would cause these millions of people to feel uneasy, but it was better than watching them lose their lives. All of a sudden, Xia Lin Lang tossed the bead back at Yang Kai, who took it and stared at her in confusion. Xia Lin Lang said, I've witnessed your ability to flee before. Although you're weaker than I am overall, if only one of us survives this, it will definitely be you, not me. Keep the bead for me. You can pass it back to me if both of us survive. I've promised them that I'll give them a safe place to live after all. Yang Kai snorted. After the food is eaten, it'll become something else when it comes out of the body. Will you still want it by then? Xia Lin Lang snapped. Nothing good will ever come out of your foul mouth. Yang Kai pursed his lips. Then, Xia Lin Lang looked up at the sky and said, We have 3 days left at most. Get some rest now. Upon finishing her words, she turned around and left. After she was gone, Yang Kai looked down at the bead. As a thought flashed through his mind, he directly put it inside his small universe. In fact, he had always had his eyes on these millions of lives. With the world's spring in his possession, he wouldn't have to worry that those living here would be harmed while they inhabited his small universe. He was only in the 6th order, and he wasn't even certain how long it would take him to make it to the 8th order, But with those living beings residing in his small universe, he could shorten the time of achieving his goal. However, he had never expected that he would obtain living beings in such a way. Xiaolin Lang believed that she was no match for Yang Kai when it came to the ability to flee, which was why she let him keep the bead. Nevertheless, just like Yang Kai had said, once food was eaten, it could not be given away. Since Xiaolin Lang had passed those people to him, she would never be able to get them back. No place in the world was safer than his small universe right now. Even if he accidentally lost his life, his small universe would still remain intact with the world spring's presence. In just a few days, those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven had experienced 3 great migrations. First, they were moved into Xiaolin Lang's small universe from Pear Flower Cave Heaven. Then they were moved into the bead. Following that, they were transferred to Yang Kai's small universe. Although they didn't have to exert any effort, the migrations naturally made them feel anxious. When Yang Kai released them from the bead and settled them down in his small universe, those millions of people, regardless of their gender and age, all appeared pale and terrified. Yang Kai had never raised other living beings before, but he knew that they needed houses to live in and food to eat. There were some people who had cultivated before among these living beings, and there were even a dozen or so Emperor Realm Masters. However, none of them were in the open heaven realm. It wasn't hard to raise some Emperor Realm Masters in his body, but Yang Kai would definitely chase the open heaven realm masters out if there were any. As a thought flashed through his mind, he secretly spoke to those Emperor Realm Masters, who were shocked at first, but they soon became at ease. Following that, the most powerful Emperor Realm Master among them placated the crowd and the commotion slowly subsided. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.